Cute Podcast 66. Yes, this is the Dragon's Den Podcast, everybody. My name's Eric Hopkins. Only Star Wars fans would get that joke. But anyway, Matt understood it.
Oh.
But anyway, it's
I
Order
got it. I
66
was just
show.
not acknowledging the fact that you did it.
I got
I
you.
didn't get it.
It's all good. My name's Eric Hopkins, aka Joe. Welcome to episode number 66 of the podcast. The Dragon's Den. We are live here on YouTube, on Rumble. Doing pretty good on Rumble as of late. Around 200 views as of late. Almost every single week, almost by the end of the show. So it's always really kind of good. It's good to hear that right there. Joined tonight by apparently I am Double D Drained Brandon. We got Miranda on the bottom and Matt on the bottom left. What's up?
I was going to say something and I thought about it and then I was going to, and then I thought about it again. I'm not going to. Never mind. I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, yeah. I'm doing pretty good then. Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby. I'm glad it's the weekend. Looking forward to it. It's supposed to get a little rain, I think, but it's going to cool off, I think, around here, if I'm not mistaken, right? I hope.
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to the weather. Everybody's been saying it's supposed to get bad. The thing we were going to do tomorrow got canceled because it might get bad.
Oh,
I don't know.
That's never fun. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so not
All
only is
right,
Brandon. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm going to say it anyway. You better let me and Braden take care of episode 69 then.
Oh no! You can do the intro. If that's what you mean. I don't. Yeah, that could get out of hand.
Look.
It's already out of hand.
Better I take care of the first joke than our loyal listener.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This joke
I
out of
can't
pocket.
imagine the episode jokes he's gonna come up with.
Don't give it 3 weeks notice.
Brandon, I want to ask you something real quick. I'm sorry to delay the show.
No,
Do
you're
you
fine.
guys remember a show that came out like around the mid 2000s called Most Extreme?
Yeah.
Elimination Challenge.
Elimination
Yeah.
Challenge with
MXT.
the two Japanese commentators. I think they're
Let's go.
Japanese.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, that show was out like before then. It was
Maybe.
Yeah.
it was long before. It was in the 90s because I used to watch it. I want to say it was
Me
either
and-
late 90s, early 2000s, around that same. But yeah, I just go ahead though. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Me and Sierra were laughing at it so hard last night that we were almost peeing our pants because it was the cattle workers versus the auto industry,
Oh God.
and they were talking about a
Yeah.
cattle inseminator.
Yeah.
And I was trying to explain to Sierra what a cattle inseminator does.
Wait, Matt. What does a cattle inseminator do? I want to hear you explain.
Well, see,
Yeah. Get there.
when you take a bull's and you take
Oh no, never mind. You know what?
Yeah, because you realize, they don't let their prize bull. I mean, there's some instances where they do, but a lot of times when they want to mate multiple females or whatever, they don't just take the bull over and let him do his thing. They
Right.
put him on this stirrup set up, and
Yep.
somebody's got to get in there and hold this little, for the lack of a better word, glove bag, and that bull just gets to doing what it does, and then you have to get in and insert that with this long weird, it looks like it's a long tube-ish thing, right? And they put some of the bull in that, and they take that and put that in the female. It's a real weird job.
We haven't even got the Dragon's Den
hold
after dark
on.
yet.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same with humans, guys.
Oh wow. So they just let
The
guys
bull
hump
just can't
stirrups?
jack itself off. So.
No, somebody else does it for them. So
It's all in the hooves.
oh,
But anyway, yeah. Mike kind of getting us a little back on track, but I don't know how the way to segue out of that. He said, I know this isn't sports yet, but number 2 Miami is currently losing by 11 in
Sure
the fourth
are.
quarter. If they lose and IU wins tomorrow, IU could move up to number 2 in the nation next week. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure can.
And we're going to talk a
Yeah.
little bit about them once we get to the sports section. But yeah, man, I don't know what's going on with some of these top teams in college.
who's
some
still
of them,
number one though?
Yeah, we're going to talk about them too.
Guys,
I didn't know. Who I was asking, curious.
It's not IU? No, it's not IU.
No.
No.
Who is it though?
Suck
For
eye
now.
anyway.
For now.
Who would that be? That's weird.
I ain't gonna lie though, I better not be talking too much trash because Ohio State is one of the only two teams to beat you since Cignetti got there.
Jalen
Yeah,
Smith is like a nut. He's a freak animal. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, we got a bunch of pro wrestling. We got some movie news. We got some sports as we allude to, and a little bit of news and politics at the end of the show. Not as much in the world of news and politics tonight, but I do have some things that we're going to talk about for sure. That is the most important stuff, obviously. We always like to pull that for you by the end of the show. For those of you who are interested in that, you guys got anything else? We are a little bit late tonight. We ran a couple minutes behind, but it's all good. Life happens, right? So but we're going to move on and hopefully have a good show. So yeah, so it'll be a good time. So glad to have you all here. Those of you who are watching, and of course we always got our loyal listener Mike in the chat. He says, I think number one is some team Michigan smacked around last year. So
I love Mike.
Wow.
you sometimes love Mike. You're like, eh. Anyway,
At the same time, we still won the whole fucking thing. So there's that.
semantics.
Oh,
Yeah. Hey, you can't say too much. I mean, it is kind of weird that IU doesn't even play Ohio State this year unless it is in the tournament. But we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But
it is
we
kind
saw
of
what
rare.
happened
We
last
usually
time.
get
Yeah.
them every year.
well, now that the Big Ten is like the Big 20 or something like that, it's kind of hard to get everybody on the schedule. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, but we'll talk about that once we get into the world of sports. So yeah, so you want ready to just hop on in and get into something?
Yeah, get there. Get there.
All right, let's get there. Let's start with pro wrestling. Here we go. All right, in the world of pro wrestling this week, decent amount of news actually came out in the world of WWE and AEW, and I thought we'd start actually not in either one of those companies. I thought we'd start in TNA. This last week, TNA Bound for Glory, where we saw the final matchup between the Hardy Boys and the Dudley Boys in a one last tables match for the. I believe it was for the TNA World Tag Team Champions. I know Hardy Boys are also holding the NXT Championships right now, but it ended up being the Dudley Boys' final match, I guess ever. So that's kind of a bittersweet moment, no doubt about it. But still good to see. Obviously, at the end of the match, after the Hardy Boys won, the Dudley Boys handed over their boots to the Hardys and kind of doing that symbolic gesture as wrestlers do as they retire, laying the boots down in the ring. So. If this is the last time we see the Dudley Boys, Bubba Ray and Devon, or Bully Ray, if you want to call him that, what are your thoughts on the Dudley Boys Team 3D throughout the years in ECW, WWE, TNA? They've been all over the place and won many World Tag Team Championships too. So thoughts on their careers?
So I will say this. This is to go along with this, but at the same time, it is kind of cool, but also sad at the same time to see a lot of your wrestlers that you watched as a kid growing up, or whatever, got retire. Now, I watched ECW a long time ago, back when you could only watch it if you subscribe, like you bought a pay-per-view or you had an illegal box, but that's neither here nor there. They had already kind of been done with wrestling for a while. I mean, they really haven't been in the ring like that, but they never officially retired. Bubba Ray and Devon, I thought were dope simply because of the whole gimmick of the Dudleys. Watching them at ECW and stuff.
Get the table. Yeah, whole spiel.
And in ECW, there was a lot more Dudleys, but those, I mean, Spike, and then those two, were the mainstream guys that you saw. They've had a hell of a career. I remember the time where Bubba put Mae Young through that table. I remember his face. Wow. Bubba was powerbombing a lot of women through tables, but the one on Mae Young, because it was like 80. Was it off the stage?
The stage, the WWE Raw stage or whatever.
Yeah,
she's like 80 years old at the time.
Yeah,
insane.
And he put her through that table, and I was like, "There's no shot." And Devon's flopping, like ladder matches. When he would flop on the ground and just lay there and didn't do that, just
shake that leg a little bit, get back quiver.
Time.
Yeah.
But they had a hell of a career going from ECW to WWE, and then they went to TNA for a while, where Bubba did the whole Aces and Eights, and at that point in time, Devon was an agent backstage for WWE.
That's right. Yeah.
And so like they've always been. I don't think you can really talk about tag teams and not mention the Dudleys. They were a huge. They were hell. The reason why we have TLC matches was because of the Dudleys, Christian, and Edge, the Hardys. Yeah. So
yeah, it's kind of a shame Edge and Christian couldn't be a part of this, but I get it. You know, contracts and whatnot.
I will say this. I will say this though. Weren't they a part of the first TLC match? The Dudleys?
Yeah. It was like at the time it was. I don't even know if they called it TLC for the first one. Maybe they did, but TLC 2, whatever it was the SummerSlam, the WrestleMania match at WrestleMania 17, that set the bar.
Yeah, that was insane.
And that's partially one of the reasons many people consider WrestleMania 17 as the greatest WrestleMania of all time. It was that innovation that was at that show with all the other matches up and down the card as well. But yeah, that one in particular.
And still to me, one of the best finishers as a tag team is the 3D.
Yeah.
Like I remember watching them do it through ECW, through flaming tables and shit. So thank you. That's correct. Like the Dudleys have done a lot for wrestling, tag teams in general. But again, outside of that, both Bubba Ray and Devon have done a lot for wrestling.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've not always agreed with everything like Bully Ray or Bubba Ray has always said, like on the Busted Open podcast and things like that. Sometimes I just don't. I mean, that's the way it is in wrestling. Sometimes you just don't agree with other people's opinions and stuff. But at the same time, I respect him and I respect Devon for what they've done in the ring throughout their careers. And bar none, one of the best tag teams of all time, in my opinion. Obviously, the table gimmick. Obviously, Edge and Christian introduced the chair part of it, and then the Hardys would introduce the ladder part of it in those DLC matches. So, yeah, absolutely great career. Good to see these guys get to go out. Kind of, on their own terms in a way. I think Devon had like back surgeries and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, they ain't no spring chickens, man.
Hey, Kathy says hi.
Yeah, we'll jump to hers real quick. Kathy, a friend of ours for work. Good to have you on the show. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you'll stick around for a while. We got some other stuff besides pro wrestling to talk about. You may enjoy more. We'll have to wait and see. But anyway, but good to see you there for sure. Mike said, I saw ECW at like 1 or 2 in the morning on a Friday or Saturday night on a random cable network. Luckily, back then I was working nights Sunday through Thursday and was up all night anyways. Bubba told a story about the Mae Young power bomb. Apparently, Mae decided to rip one in Bubba's face during it as a rib.
She also told him. Yeah, she also told him to do it too. Like she was like, "If you don't powerbomb me, when we get to the back, I'm gonna kick your ass." Like for an 80-year-old woman, she meant business. Like,
yeah, I don't know if I can pull up a picture of that real quick, but that moment of Mae Young being powerbombed is great. Let's see here. I don't know if I can. Well, they probably there's all sorts of videos and stuff, but yeah, we can talk about them a little more as I look through this. But I mean, outstanding careers. Like I said, both. Whoa, Miranda's like all. There we go. Anyway, so yeah. Oh yeah, there's there's a GIF of it. I guess I could show. It's not like
no video.
But yeah, this is kind of a GIF of her getting power bombed off of the stage, which everybody remembers. And of course, I'm sure Bubba Ray's just terrified. He's probably going to hurt this poor woman. But did a good job of keeping her safe and all that too. So I'm sure. But if I remember correctly, I believe the referee was right there, and she's immediately like squeezing his hand like she's okay.
Yeah, she's letting him know she's all right.
So yeah, it was just.
She's still like that's an old woman, and like you gotta look, power bombing anybody off of anything inherently is going to hurt the other person. Like it's just physics. That's how it works. She's 80-something years old. Not only are you power bombing her, but you're jumping off of the stage through 2 tables that you have to put this woman through.
Pads or not, yeah. I mean, there's concrete below it. I mean, they even slid a little bit. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure concrete came into it just a little bit there. So tough old lady, no doubt about it when she was still around. So,
but again, Bubba Ray was one of those guys who, I mean, he worked. He looked like he'd kill you in the ring, but like,
oh yeah, one of the more fierce promos you'll hear too.
Oh yeah.
No doubt about it. So I need to go back and watch some of his stuff with like Aces and Eights and TNA. I didn't really follow TNA as much during that time, but I'd like to maybe check out some of that stuff. Mike said Mae wanted to be treated like one of the boys. Yeah, and they gave her that respect too. So and that was really cool to see, no doubt about it. So good to see the Dudley's going to go out kind of on their own terms for this time, and so that's always good. Kathy said, "I'm a tough old lady," so yeah. Hey man, we love our tough ladies, no doubt about that. So sure. I'm not going to call you old because that's
are they
right.
Are they in the Hall of Fame?
I thought so. Let me double check here real quick.
They got to be as the Dudleys, right? Like,
if not, they should be. I mean, Mike would know off the top of his head, but Dudley Boys in the Hall of Fame. Yes, the Dudley Boys are in the Hall of Fame. Class of 2018. They were inducted alongside guys like Goldberg. So yeah. So yeah, good on them there, no doubt about it. But we did have a big week of pro wrestling, and SmackDown in particular last week was pretty packed when it comes to newsworthy items coming out of that show before Crown Jewel, including Shinsuke Nakamura returning with his old theme music. And in fact, it seems like many talents on the WWE roster have requested their old themes back, and a lot of them are actually getting it. I think the Street Profits also did as well. But he returned to face Sami Zayn in what I believe was an open challenge for the United States Championship, but the opportunity was then quickly thwarted by the returning Tama Tonga, who also returned alongside the MFT with white face paint, which I thought was pretty cool dynamic too.
That's their old Gorillas. That's their old
Guerrillas of Destiny.
Yeah,
I wondered about that. I knew you'd probably be more up on that than me, but yeah. So that was also great to see, and it seems like we're also getting a little bit of a feud between MFT alongside Solo Sikoa's crew, and of course the Wyatt Six as well. So that could be a very fun multi-man feud. So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing where that ends up going over on the SmackDown brand over there. We also got news that potentially Jacob Fatu could be out due to injury well into 2026. He's still scheduled to face Drew McIntyre on tonight's SmackDown, despite a report that it was a non-wrestling related injury. So if he does follow through with that match, I've not seen SmackDown yet tonight, but if that's the case, I expect there to be an injury angle probably planned on this show to kind of explain his absence if that were the case. So yeah, it kind of sucks there because Jacob Fatu.
Move on from Jacob.
Yeah,
I will say this from a guy who can't leave the country to go to certain places because of reasons to showing up one night on a SmackDown. He has now pivoted himself in the upper echelon of like newer stars of the last 3 years, right? Like,
yeah,
Jacob, through talent alone, him being on the microphone and like them letting him be him, you know what I mean? Like, cut his promos as he would cut his promos,
not try to change him too much, let him speak the way he speaks.
Yeah, and his raw talent for a guy his size to do what he does and move how he moves, it is what it is. Like, I just want to acknowledge the fact that Jacob has literally shot from the moment he showed up out into the upper echelon.
His talent was not going to be constrained by being in Solo's crew much longer. Like, he needed to be on his own and doing what he needs to do. Yeah. So it just sucks. It kind of sucks that he gets hurt at this moment in his career right before he gets even further up that. But he'll come back to a huge pop. He'll be great and over whenever he does return. I would be curious. I mean, it's non-wrestling related, they say. So I'd be curious to know what it was if they ever say. But so far we don't know. So and it's not really our business. If it's personal, that's fine. But just kind of ashamed to hear about that, no doubt. And then, of course, Mike said, yes, the Dudleys are in the Hall of Fame. And he said, not a spoiler, but a return tonight on SmackDown. Unfortunately, I got it ruined for me. I got to stay off social media before I watch wrestling shows, man. I tell you, I get this stuff.
I don't know why you keep doing that shit.
I'll say this. It's a good return. I mean, if you want me to say it, I will. But if not, I'll keep it to myself.
Yeah, go ahead, because I haven't seen it yet.
Keep it to myself or say it?
No, you can tell me. Tell me who showed up.
All right, well, guys, if you're not wanting to hear about who returned on SmackDown tonight, but you're probably not watching this show anyway if you're watching SmackDown, but Ilya Dragunov returned tonight.
Oh, Jesus Christ, he was gone for like ever.
Not only that, the dude's ripped and he's got a neck tattoo now. So
wasn't it a neck injury he was out with?
That I don't remember off the top of my head. But he returned. He returned in a match against Sami Zayn. Like I said, I think it's an open challenge type situation. So, but yeah, glad to see him back, no doubt about it. Because and he was on the Raw roster.
Him and Gunther are gonna kill each other.
Well, Gunther on Raw right now, so I don't know how that'll work. But you know how these drafts work. Guys jump shows like crazy, so who knows? Oh, really? I didn't know that either. I guess since we're going spoilers, we'll go with it. Apparently, Ilya Dragunov also won the U.S. title from Sami Zayn. So the plot thickens. Okay, then. So, well, I mean, that's nothing wrong with that as long as he's ready. And I mean, don't be wrong. Sami Zayn, needed that title run. I think they were kind of building up to how he needs to win. But his whole deal with Sami is he needs to win the big title, the world title or the WWE championship, something.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're going to do with Sami there, but it was a nice placeholder until they got the next guy after Jacob Fatu and Solo that wanted to hold it long term, I think. So yeah, I'm down with Ilya having it. And Kathy said she's coming with Wonder Woman for Halloween. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, there you go. I can see that working. Decided not to go. What was the comic book character that we were talking? Was it like Scarlet Witch or something that one time we were talking about here on the podcast? And so I think she mentioned she wouldn't mind doing that. So I can see her doing that too. But yeah, Wonder Woman's great. Nothing wrong with that. I like a good DC character. We're going to talk a little bit about DC a little bit later on too. No doubt about it. But yeah, sucks for Jacob Fatu. Hopefully he'll be back sooner rather than later. No doubt about it. Also on SmackDown, we got a Zelina Vega last week. We got a Zelina Vega heel turn, and she joined her real-life husband, Aleister Black, in his feud with Damian Priest. So good to see these two together on screen. I got no problem with that. For sure. Thoughts on Zelina Vega joining her real-life husband?
Gives her something to do. I mean, Zelina makes for a great manager. Like, she really does. Like, as far as and it's weird that WWE doesn't do that more often with people, like give them managers and shit. But Selena makes a great one. And she gets to work with her husband. I mean, this feud between Aleister and Priest, though, I don't think they're gonna stop till one of them kills each other. They keep up in the violence.
Yeah,
they do. Like it gets like crazier and crazier every time. It's kind of like what Drew and Priest did. It just escalated more and more and more. And it's like these two have already started off like that. Like.
Yeah.
So
I got and of course this whole gimmick here where she was wearing the outfit looked like a little bit like an Elvira look to it, which kind of goes with that darker Aleister Black gimmick. So I got no problem with that too. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing her as doing a heel run here for sure, especially. I mean, she can still wrestle in the ring too, so they can do a lot of mixed tag team matches and stuff like that. Maybe you get like a AJ Lee and CM Punk types of. I know they're kind of on Raw a bit too, but again, you could mix it up and find a way. Maybe put Damian Priest. I don't know, Rhea Ripley maybe come over, team with him. Again or not, I don't know, but that could be something they could end up doing. But yeah, so definitely looking forward to seeing what they end up doing with that. So it definitely felt like SmackDown had a lot of, at least last week, and then of course we just talked about the Ilya Dragunov tonight, that they're kind of changing things up over there a little bit to kind of give it some extra spice, because a lot of people felt like, at least recently, I think some people were kind of feeling like WWE's kind of getting a little stale in their storylines right now. Kind of need something to kind of spice things up a bit, and maybe they're finally starting to listen to some of that criticism. And if that's the case, that's good. But
they did, because they changed a lot of that. There was a thing that came out that Triple H said that like they're changing a lot of the stories and the direction of SmackDown in general. So
good.
Here we go.
Yeah, especially when you're on that Friday night. We know sometimes Friday night's kind of a hard time slot, so people like to get out and do that sort of stuff. But so yeah, but we also had a big shift on Monday Night Raw as well, which we got Braun Breaker spearing the hell out of Seth Rollins and essentially breaking up the vision here. And the thing I really liked about this was after Braun Breaker spears Seth Rollins, he got up, and of course Heyman and Bronson Reed are both just shocked. He walks up to Bronson Reed just like, you're either with me or you're against me. Choose. And so that of course led to Bronson Reed also doing the tsunami on Seth Rollins. So Bronson Reed has clearly chosen his side with Braun Breaker, and then Braun Breaker then went up to Paul Heyman and said the same thing, choose. And that's what led Paul Heyman to eventually raise the hand of Braun Breaker as he held up the World Heavyweight Championship that is currently owned by Seth Rollins. But apparently this whole storyline, which we all kind of knew when the Vision got together, which is what Seth Rollins called this new group, that they were eventually going to probably break them up and lead to probably Braun Breaker chasing Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship, probably at WrestleMania 42 next year, something to that effect. However, it seems like plans may have changed, because Seth Rollins suffered a shoulder injury that may keep him out until 2026, or he may be back as early as December, depending on how severe the injury is. But he got injured by flying coast to coast, hitting a headbutt on Cody Rhodes at Crown Jewel, flying from turnbuckle to turnbuckle, headbutt first, which is not normally the way Shane McMahon used to do it with the drop kick. But when he went to headbutt him, he came down on a shoulder. So the question is, do we believe Seth Rollins is actually hurt this time?
I don't know.
Or I mean, we just looked at this whole thing. Yeah,
Karma's a bitch. He probably shouldn't have lied about the last time.
Yeah, but But what's funny about it is he did this exact same thing with his daughter when he had the supposed knee issue where he
The
went
ice
out for
cream.
ice cream, and here he is again. Now this could be just a troll, like, yeah, well, am I really hurt? Am I not? But a lot of people are thinking he really is hurt this time, and if that's the case, I guess he's probably going to vacate the title. I assume. What else would you do with it? I mean, I don't.
Mhm.
I mean, do you think Seth would? I mean, this is him after the spear and everything. Obviously, he had this huge jacket on, probably to cover up the sling and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it just does beg the question whether or not it's real or not. Of course, Braun Breaker on X said he said the vision has never been more clear. Talking about him winning the world championship. So obviously that's the direction they're going to take. And of course, Big Papa Pump, Scott Steiner, Braun Breaker's uncle, also had to come out and say, so let me break it down for y'all dummies that don't understand what just happened. You take Seth Rollins, the so-called visionary, and you put him in a ring with Braun Breaker, a genetic freak. But what Seth didn't calculate was the betrayal quotient. Now let's do the math. Seth thought he had a 100% chance of survival with Braun at his side. But what he didn't know was that Braun got 66 2⅓ loyalty when you factor in family bloodlines, and the other 33 1/3% is pure rage. So now Seth's sitting there asking, why? I'll tell y'all why. Because Braun Breaker's not here to play backup. He's here to take over. He's the dog-faced destroyer, and now the leash is off. So Seth, you took your eye off the math. You had a 141 2/3% chance of getting betrayed, and now you're just another statistic in the Steiner equation of pain. So calling back to Scott Steiner's old, Steiner math promo. He cut
That
way
sounds
back
like
in the day.
Wilmington South now.
I bet
That's
that
the
was
point. That's the
AI
point.
that wrote that, but it was
Probably.
Yeah, he
Probably
did
not
write
wrong.
all that out. AI was
Kathy-
confused. It was like, hold on.
Kathy's like, go on there. Yeah, I did my best impression. I mean, that's kind of, I don't know how good a Steiner I did there, but factor in a little bit of steroid rage in there, and maybe it actually makes sense,
Yeah.
right? But yeah. So but anyway, so he's shilling for his nephew there and cheering him on, no doubt. So, but yeah, does that mean we're going to be getting a vacated World Heavyweight Championship on Monday Night Raw? Do you think that's the way it's going to go?
Probably.
I mean, I don't know how else you can do it. What I would do if it was me, it's kind of hard. It's still a few months away, but I would love to just put the World Heavyweight Championship on the line in the Royal Rumble. But
I see what you're saying.
that's been 33 years since they did something like that at 1992 when Ric Flair won. But it's a little bit hard to do in that, he's still a few months away. But maybe a Survivor Series type thing coming up. I don't know. I don't know what you could do with it, but obviously we'll find out, I guess, probably coming up in the next few weeks on WWE programming. So this just sucks if it is a true injury. I was trying to find a picture of the injury that Seth Rollins must have got. But yeah, you can just imagine going coast to coast, ring side of the ring to the other, headbutt and landing on his shoulder. So he did kind of come up, didn't really hold his shoulder, but kind of left it limp afterwards. So it did look legit. But then again, it looked legit when he hurt the knee, supposedly too. So who knows? Who knows what to believe here? It's like fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, whatever. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But yeah. So I don't know.
You got there in the end.
I got there eventually. But anyway, Mike asked Kathy if she was going as Linda Carter Wonder Woman. I don't know if she's going as that.
I know she knows who.
Wonder Woman, either way, one way or the other. Kathy says, let's get ready to rumble. No doubt about it. Hopefully in January. I always like the Royal Rumble, even though this year it's in Saudi Arabia, which is interesting. Yeah. Apparently WWE has full confidence that fans will travel to Saudi Arabia for WrestleMania in 2027 too. I don't know about that. We'll have to see how that ends up going. That's something I never really.
That's a pricey ticket, brother.
Well, I completely forgot about that aspect of it. How many fans are actually going to want to go to WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia? That's an interesting thing to look forward to there. Mike also said, correction, Roman Reigns defended the WWE title in 2006 Rumble. Oh, okay. I guess maybe he did. I forgot about that one. Well, I was just thinking about like being vacated mostly anyway. So not a full correction, but I get what you're coming from. So yeah, but Roman he had the belt in that case. I completely forgot about that one though. Not gonna lie, some of the later Rumbles, they all kind of blurred together because some of them weren't that great, to be quite honest. But that's just my personal opinion. So yeah. Any other thoughts on WWE? No. I know Matt ain't got no thoughts on it, but there was a report coming out too. I don't have the graphics or anything for it, but apparently it feels like more and more in the back think that Chris Jericho is indeed returning for a farewell run, kind of like John Cena's getting in a Hall of Fame induction. So sounds like Jericho's on his way back to WWE next year. So
there's another one too. I guess the other night in Perth, before they left or whatever, AJ Styles pretty much said that was the last time fans would be able to see him in those in his tights in a wrestling ring. Like, I don't know if he plans on retiring too.
Say how often they go to Australia though? I don't know if
Yeah, but he said if it's just his last time, then like
no. Yeah, well, that'll suck too if AJ. I mean, AJ's probably. I would say within the next year at the very latest. I'd say AJ probably calls it quits too, and he deserves a Hall of Fame induction too, even if not for anything in WWE, but for his TNA career alone. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll get it for the AEW stuff too,
and then
WWE stuff. I mean.
During that match, I guess they both started busting out a bunch of old moves from like, John Cena did. Tombstone, he did Sister Abigail, he did a choke slam. Well, AJ Styles did the Angel's Wings, which is Christopher Daniels. He did another move. It was one of Samoa Joe's. They were going back and forth with each other. Well, I guess Joe's seen it and said, about those two, John retiring and AJ's, supposedly leaving too. Like, he goes, these two should should be more than happy to just sit back and they can reflect on their careers because like they did it all, and he said he couldn't be prouder of either one of them, and having worked with both guys, and but I mean the things that AJ has done for TNA. I mean, AJ put TNA on the fucking map, like, and then you got John Cena and everything he's done for it. And yeah, like I was telling Miranda about it, like those two, when I started watching TNA, AJ Styles. I got to see AJ Styles wrestle what's his name? Seth Rollins in a fucking bingo hall.
Oh man, that'd been a cool thing to see, especially before Seth really got real big, Yeah, that'd have been really cool to see, no doubt about it.
Tyler Black,
and yes. Oh yeah, exactly. Tyler Black. Oh, man, that was a cool name. And yes, Mike, we're going to cover it right now. Yes, if we're going to cover WWE putting a stop to Andrade being on AEW. Yes, moving into AEW portion of this here. Apparently, there's been some confusion a little bit, I think, based on what's going on with Andrade's contract with WWE. From all accounts, it seems like Tony Khan and AEW had no idea that Andrade had a 90-day non-compete clause. Apparently, Andrade was cut, fired, let go, however you want to look at it, by violating wellness policy from the sounds of things. And under those contract stipulations, from what I understand, is normally you would not have a 90-day non-compete clause under those circumstances. However, from what I've been reading, it sounds, at least as long as I got this correct, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but TKO's new contracts and stuff basically say if you break the 90-day non-compete, that you could be subject to a 1 full year of being under a non-compete clause if you break those 90 days. Now, I don't know how true that is, but not only that, from what I understand, Andrade knew that he was not going to get paid for the next 90 days, but did not know there was a 90-day non-compete. So I'm sure AEW took that. Okay, well, we can use him. So they brought him back on the 6th anniversary of AEW Dynamite, had him attack Kenny Omega. And now apparently WWE has sent a cease and desist letter to AEW and telling, Andrade he cannot compete anywhere else for the next 90 days. Now, whether it ends up being still 90 days or a full year penalty for breaking the 90-day non-compete that apparently we weren't sure that he even had. It sounds like Andrade could even potentially be taking this to court and fighting it legally, especially if it ends up being a 1 year off without pay and he can't work anywhere.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That seems a little, say what you want about Vince McMahon, but Vince McMahon wouldn't do that. Like that's a TKO thing. And if that's the case, it's like, wild. That's not fair to Andrade, especially if there was some confusion about what he was allowed to do and what he wasn't allowed to do. Now, this also comes to AEW side of things, whether or not he's even still contracted with AEW right now. Maybe AEW could have potentially cut him loose, didn't want anything to do with it legally, things like that. Say, whoa, we didn't know. So we don't even know what his status is with AEW is currently, whether he's still contracted with them or not. But this sucks for Andrade. I ain't gonna lie to you. What do you think?
It sucks for Andrade, but at the same time, you put yourself in this situation by breaking the wellness policy. And look, WWE.
I bet he's right. If I wanted out of my contract and all I had to do was pop a drug test.
Fair.
Yeah.
That sounds like something like.
Time, if you didn't read that fine print too, because like I'm sure this contract is the same contracts that these UFC fighters have. And that means they can't go to any other, fighting promotion to get paid if you like. So if you knew that part of it, or if they let you skate on a couple of like pops that you had before for minor shit, and you just kept doing it thinking you could get away with it, and now they're like, well, now you're fired because it's too many times we've told you. I get it.
You
But
sign contracts for a reason. Like,
yeah.
Well, there's another potential here, possibility. Could it be that he was free and clear, just wasn't getting paid for 90 days, and then WWE saw him go on AEW programming and said, whoa. Now you have no 90-day non-compete. Is there a potentiality that maybe WWE just didn't want him on the competitors' programming and decided to kind of go?
That makes no sense.
I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying maybe.
At the same time, that makes no sense because then what? 90 days, he's still fucking going there. So like, doesn't really matter.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. I mean, keeps him away for at least a few months. But yeah,
the more I think about it, the
like,
90-day non-compete clause, when like if you're breaking a contract. I understand it, you know, as a business. So
I just don't know
if that's what he does.
I mean, if it's still only a 90-day thing, he's still got maybe 2 months on the deal, and he come back and wrestle. But if it's a full year, if I'm Andrade, I probably look into it legally because that's absurd. I mean, because WWE fans gave Tony Khan all sorts of hell when he held Rey Fenix due to injury time, and yet they would be okay with WWE holding Andrade. That seems hypocritical to me. Especially for a whole year.
God forbid.
That a full year shit is crazy.
Yeah, Matt knows I don't like hypocrites for sure.
Erickson.
But again,
I don't like hypocrisy at all. Yeah.
A contract's a contract, and if you knowingly break that contract on purpose, whatever repercussions come, they come. Like that's on you.
Yeah, well, like you said, if he intentionally got popped on the wellness part of it, that's another story. It's like
that's on you.
And let's be honest, Andrade's been in. Yeah.
To say intentionally, you're doing the thing that you know you're going to get tested for. You know you shouldn't, like, whether you did it and you still did it.
Me and my wife got divorced. I don't want to be here no more. I'll go back to where I was. But even in AEW, he got in fist fights and stuff with guys in the back. It's like
so again, this sounds like an Andrade fucking problem.
It might be. I mean, I really don't know. I mean, hopefully, eventually, we'll get some truth on this. But as of right now, it's just kind of like, what happened here? So I don't blame either company yet. I definitely don't blame Tony Khan.
I still say though, a whole year is insane. Though a year, like he's not making you any money. Like, you fired him. Let him do his 90 and kick him loose. Like it is what it is.
Yeah,
a whole year. Why?
That's just petty.
I could see if you were still contracted to me.
Did he get PEDs or something?
Well, we don't know, but it was just some sort of drug violation. But it's funny because talk about no wellness violations, but yet WWE and all wrestlers in general, a lot of them are on steroids or used to be, maybe not so much as they used to be. It's kind of weird when you're like, okay, you can't be on the drugs, but yet, in a lot of cases they probably are. Let's be fair, but maybe not as much as they used to.
Look, 90 days, that's fine. But a year is insane. So like
that's a little much. Not saying the dude probably couldn't afford it. He's probably decently well off. But at the same time, it's not fair either. At the same time, I probably don't think. Mike said had Andrade signed with TNA, I bet WWE wouldn't have said anything since they're working together. That's kind of what I don't know. Maybe not.
I doubt that.
But that was kind of what did cross my mind. Like how much of that was because the AEW, I don't know. But if that was the case, you're right. But
because they outright let him go, like they fired him. Like you know what I'm saying? Like he broke policy. No matter what, I think this was still going to happen. I just I said, I don't hope it's a year because that's crazy. But again,
which is why
TKO's contracts, like you guys these are not your WWE contracts. These aren't the same contracts you guys were getting. So you got to make sure you read the fine. First of all, you should be reading the fine print in every contract you sign.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I mean, I don't know. Like, I just don't know if I like that TKO stuff. If they're adding all that too, what is that?
But I mean, you got to think about it. They got all these fucking fighters around. Like, they employ TKO isn't just the WWE thing. Like, we get that, right? Like, they're have MMA fighters and boxers and shit that they also have under contract. So this isn't.
It's a new game.
Special treatment just because what they do is entertainment, and these guys are fucking like. There's no difference here.
Well, see, but that's also where the confusion came from too, because as far as at least in my opinion, because obviously before when you got fired, you were free and clear. You may not have got paid, but you were free and clear. If your contract ran out and they didn't re-sign you, you had the 90-day non-compete. But firing, you were allowed to go, which is probably what Andrade thought. And then TKO probably dug into the weeds here, or whatever the new contract stated. So it became a whole ordeal. So I hate to hear this, but at the same time, hopefully cooler heads will prevail and he'll get to go back to work wherever he chooses to go to work. But sucks for the Kenny Omega angle that they set up on the 6th anniversary of Dynamite. That stinks. It's like you set that whole angle up and now you can't even follow up on it. So I guess you have to drop that angle, at least for the time being.
Again, he did what was required to get let go.
Yeah, if that's true.
Let's not skip past that shit. Like he got.
Well, do we know he did that on purpose though? I don't know if we know that.
I don't know if he did it on purpose. It doesn't matter. You still did the thing that it's not supposed to do, and you got caught. It's the same thing. Right. You rob a bank. You robbed the bank. Like you did it. Like,
well, yeah. Well, I mean, popping a drug wellness thing you could have eaten something wrong that just pop. You know what I'm saying? More likely he did it, but I'm just saying there's things that can happen that makes a drug pop. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not ready to put blame on him yet.
I need more context because I have no idea.
I just don't want to put blame on him yet.
Okay, so time frame. What happened?
He got popped in some random. I don't know if it's random or it's mandatory, whatever. He got popped for illegal substance. Nobody knows what that illegal substance was at all.
So he wasn't already thinking about leaving?
We don't know. But I mean,
and I don't know his contract status before the drug wellness
thing. The thing. It couldn't have been. He was already he was in a very prominent tag team on SmackDown with Ray Phoenix of all fucking.
Which was he even on television recently though? I don't know if
they just did the pay-per-view. Like he was at the paper. He was in that crazy ass, what was it, 6-person ladder match or whatever that they had.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
So he was in that, and it was right after that this shit happened. So he wasn't on TV for those 2 weeks, or those 2 shows. Yeah, so 2 weeks, and then he got fired the second week.
Okay.
So whatever he did took place from after that show.
So we all know random drug tests are not random. If they suspect something, you're getting a drug test, and we're going to call it random. So let's just say something happened. They gave him a drug test. He knew he was going to fail it. Did he get suspended or fired?
Fired.
He got fired.
Okay.
So this wasn't a little petty shit here.
Okay. So he gets fired, and then how soon is he on TV wrestling for somebody else?
Well then it might have been a few weeks, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's not gonna win that case. I mean, unless the judge is stupid.
Assuming it even goes to that, I don't know what the workout.
Now let me tell you, we got some stupid judges.
It would be
fair.
Yeah, true. But it would be different if you got like at your job. You're not under contract to appear on TV. You know, you can go get another job. But he's under contract.
Yeah, and
normal
jobs like we have usually don't have non-compete clauses. Like,
yeah.
even though like there used to be like this whole talk that you know I think the Democrats used to try to say like, well, if we get fired, you can't like from Wendy's, we can't go work at McDonald's for 90 days. That wasn't ever true. But
that was never a thing. That weird.
Was like what the, like anybody who's ever worked a job knows that's not. You get fired from Wendy's, go work at McDonald's tomorrow. Like, like seriously. But anyway, so yeah, we'll see what happens here with Andrade. But yeah, that's really sucks for sure. Also in the world of AEW, well, again, in this case, New Japan. So we're kind of going all over the place tonight a little bit when it comes to the world of pro wrestling. Konosuke Takeshita defeated Zack Sabre Jr. to become the new IWGP World Champion in New Japan Pro Wrestling. So yeah, I mean, his stardom continues to rise here as well as he wins the IWGP World Championship. Obviously, I think he's going to continue that feud with Okada on AEW television as well, and probably pushing him further and further toward a babyface run there too. And obviously, Okada is no stranger to the IWGP World Championship as well. That I don't know if they may have a title match where it's defended against Okada, and who knows, maybe Okada could win it too. But I mean, at least that feud will continue. But good for Takeshita and continuing his rise and stardom here. I think. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Can you pull that picture back up? The second one.
The other one.
Yeah.
Sure, that one. Yeah.
Yep. Takeshita's face does not seem like it should be on his body. Does that make sense to you?
I've often, I mean, I didn't want to be mean, but I'm just like, I mean, I got the perfect looks either. So
Here's the thing. I'm not saying Takeshi's in great shape. Let's get that out the way. Okay. I'm not body shaming the dude. I'm just saying his face doesn't seem like he should be like on one of those Japanese dramas. You know what I mean? He doesn't look like a wrestler in the sense of his face. That's all I'm saying. Like, hell of a wrestler. I actually enjoyed Takeshita. I like Takeshita, but it's just that it's throwing me off. You know what I'm saying? But congratulations to him, because that's a hell of a title to win, and it's in New Japan. Like, did he win the G1? The
G1 Climax. Yeah, he won that too.
Yeah,
which is the trophy you see in the first photo here. The G1 Climax trophy there is as well one of the biggest tournaments in New Japan. No doubt about
He's
it. But
still young, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe he's still in his 20s, if I'm not mistaken.
God damn.
So yeah, good on him there. And like I said, he's probably going to be one of AEW's premier stars sooner rather than later. Konosuke Takeshita, he is 30, so he's 30 years old. So he's a little older than I thought, but he's still got a good decade in him. What's that?
The other picture, he's 30.
Apparently so. Yeah.
Fuck out of my face.
How long ago was that picture taken?
I legit.
This was just this week. Yeah. Or last week. Last week, I think.
I would have assumed he was in his mid-20s.
Yeah, I know, right? I wouldn't have thought he was in his 30s yet, but early 30s. So very early, like just 30. So good on him there, no doubt about it. Mike said supposedly. Yeah, Mike said supposedly back when I hired in at our job, I was told if I ever quit or got fired, I'd have to wait a year before I worked for a competitor. Well, I mean, a medical thing could be a little different than, like, say, a fast food restaurant. But even so, I've seen people leave for like other medical companies in the area. Maybe not like a direct competitor, but so I don't know if that still stands now or not. But that was 25 years ago. You got hired on, you said. So we'll have to wait. I don't know, but let me know if you leave if you have to work somewhere else or something. So. Just so I know, but anyway. Coming up tomorrow as well in the world of pro wrestling, AEW Wrestle Dream takes place in St. Louis, Missouri at I believe 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern for their tailgate brawl. They've been kind of doing it like a pregame show, and I thought we'd do a little predictions for the show here. Here is the match card: 4 matches on the pre-show brawl and 8 matches on the main card, including Hangman Adam Page defending his world title against Samoa Joe, which we talked a little bit about last week about how me and Brandon weren't super thrilled.
Still fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the match would be great, but the build wasn't that great. Chris Statlander defending her AEW Women's World Championship against Toni Storm in a singles match, kind of getting her rematch there with Toni Storm one-on-one. Let me see if I can kind of change this up here a little bit so it's not quite so small. There we go. Then we got Darby Allin versus John Moxley in an I Quit match. We got Bro Dito defending their AEW World Tag Team Championships against Okada and the aforementioned Konosuke Takeshita. We got a TNT Championship match between Kyle Fletcher and Mark Briscoe. I believe it's the 5th meeting between these two. We got the Young Bucks in a $500,000 tag team match against Jurassic Express. Young Bucks are broke. They're still needing to get that money. We also got the Demand with Ricochet and the Gates of Agony versus the Hurt Syndicate with MVP, Bobby Lashley, and Shelton Benjamin. I feel like this trios match we've been doing over and over again. At some point we need to move on here. Anymore. Probably not. We also got Tekla versus Jamie Hayter, and of course, like I said, we got a bunch of pre-show matches as well. So a lot of wrestling. Yeah.
Who gives a shit about the pre-show?
Well, I tend to watch them just depending on who's wrestling. I'll probably check this one out because the matches may be good, but outside of that, there's not a whole lot of build for some. I mean, there's some storyline.
That just seems like gambling money right there.
Well, I mean, the FTR versus Jet Speed's got a story behind it. We also got, Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron versus Megan Bain and Penelope Ford, both which have storylines behind them.
What I'm trying to say is, if I'm trying to be a professional wrestler and you move me to the pre-show, I mean, I'm going to feel like crap.
Somebody's got to get the show started, though, man. I mean, if I'm a pro wrestler, at least me personally, I'd just be happy to be on the card. There's a lot of wrestlers who don't get the opportunity to wrestle on the show at all. So,
I get that.
So, yeah, in that regard, you got to be. Somebody's got to get the crowd going. You know what I mean?
I just was curious.
Yeah. But anyway, so thoughts on the card. Obviously, I mean, if you want my personal opinion, I think Chris Statlander will retain. Obviously, I think Hangman retains too. Darby Allin and John Moxley an I Quit match. Darby Allin's not going to say I quit. You're going to have to kill him. And we know Moxley at least tap like he did it All In, but I don't know if he'll say I quit either. So that one's going to be a difficult one. They're going to have to figure out a way to make that work narrative wise. Bro Dito probably. Well, I don't know. I could actually see Takeshita and Okada winning these titles. And
don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm just saying you could.
No.
It's a possibility.
No,
you don't think it'll work?
Then you get that bullshit buddy cop thing where like, or buddies like where they're a team and they're forced to
but they don't get along.
I fucking hate that.
Well, you can still do that. You can still do that without the belts too, technically, and not to mention Okada. Okada's U-Fight champion, and with Takeshita being IWGP title holder, Bro Dito could keep these belts, and I think it'd be fine. But yeah,
like, you could just have like, I mean, you don't want to. I don't know what the fuck you do because you don't want to pin Okada and you don't want to pin Takeshita. Takeshita literally just won the IWGP championship. I don't see.
What you do is you had Okada accidentally knocking Takeshita off the ring apron a couple weeks ago. I think you probably do the reverse, and one of them accidentally hits the other, and one of them gets pinned, and you have an out that way. Well, he cost us the match, and then they fight each other.
Okada's got to be the one to get pinned because, again, why would you want to pin the IWJ? You know, like that's look. Either that or
it's delicate. Yeah,
Okada walks out on fucking Takeshita, and he's the legal man and takes a count out.
That's a possibility too. I don't know if there's
because beating Bro Dito does. I promise you this: if they beat Bro Dito, you ain't gonna see him on fucking Dynamite no more.
That may be true. Is there potential? I don't know how far along he would be in like his injury recovery. Is there any potential for Buddy Matthews returning? I should say, and him getting involved here, maybe costing him the match. I don't know if that could happen or not. But that's maybe not. Kyle Fletcher. Well, I don't know. I think you put the TNT title on Mark Briscoe here. I really do. And then let Fletcher get up to the big boys.
Okay, time out. I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
Say what you want. Mark Briscoe should be wrestling Hangman Page.
Okay, I think eventually. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
What do you mean eventually? He beat MJF for that reason. Like,
get there.
You're right, Mark.
I think they will eventually. Yeah,
I can't explain it in a way that you. It doesn't make sense in the order of where things went. I'm just saying, like, I'm bitching about it because, like, I
think you got to have patience with the Mark Briscoe thing. I think they're going to slow build this. You know, I know you can say it maybe now, but I just think eventually they're going to do it slowly. They're going to build him and build him and build him into one of the next big stars. So at least that's my opinion.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, I don't know who wins it. Jungle Express versus Young Bucks. I'm guessing Jungle Express gets their win in the first match back. Probably. That's just my opinion. The Hurt Syndicate Demand. The Demand's been actually dominating the Hurt Syndicate as of late. So I can see maybe the Hurt Syndicate getting the comeuppance there a little bit. Tekla and Jamie Hayter could really honestly go either way, in my opinion. So yeah, that's kind of. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how much this card for it's probably not their best pay-per-view lineup ever. In my opinion, obviously, I think the matches will be fun like they always are. Some of the stories, not the greatest going in my opinion, especially the Hangman Joe stuff. This kind of like it was built a little bit out of jealousy on Joe's part a little bit. I don't know. It was a little weird. So, yeah, I mean, it's a show I'll watch, but yeah, there's been better cards all top to bottom. But like I said, it'll still be a fun show. Any more thoughts on it?
Mark Briscoe should win, but I doubt he will. I don't know.
I actually think he will. I think he will, but we'll see.
I don't know if you beat the Bucks. Like the Bucks.
The Bucks depends on what you want to do. They won a $500,000 or $100,000 match or whatever recently, and then they blew all that money in the casino, and they were out of money. So they're back to getting those weird intros they were getting because they have no sway anymore as the EVP. So they're having a little fun with it, but I don't know what you do here with the money part of it. You could have some fun with Jack Perry having the money for sure.
But it's not about that.
It's not really for them. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, what's Jack's motivation here? He's mad at the Bucks because they didn't check up on him or whatever when he was out. Wow, was he injured?
Yeah, well, he was off television. He might have been injured for a while, but it was a long hiatus. I don't know if it was all injury. I'm not totally sure, to be honest, but yeah, the whole Kenny Omega thing and Jack Perry too, which that one I get because Kenny Omega, was put in an ambulance. He got attacked by Jack Perry, so that made some sense. But yeah, Jack Perry just felt betrayed by the Bucks and stuff like that too. But yeah, it's a whole thing. But anywho, so yeah, it'll be an all right show, but it's probably not the best show in AEW's history. But we'll see how it goes when it comes to the show on Saturday, I suppose. So yeah, any other thoughts on pro wrestling?
I don't know. I hope Buddy Matthews does come back at some point. Shit, I forgot he was part of the fucking company. To be honest, I've seen more of him doing TikToks and shit with Rhea than anything.
Well, that's the thing with her being over in WWE. There's rumors that maybe he goes back over there too. So who knows if that ends up being a thing? I mean, the other members of the House of Black or whatever they were called, or the Hounds of Hell or whatever they were calling it there after Aleister Black left, they kind of moved on. I mean, Brodito or Brody King's got Brodito and. Yeah, Julia Hart's with the Triangle Madness. So yeah, go on.
Some of these AEW wrestlers left WWE, and for some reason, I feel like they've realized that the grass isn't as green as it was on the other side.
Well, that happens both ways. To be honest,
I think both of them are starting to. Their rosters are getting bloated again, and this is between both companies. So it's like you want this, you want that, but like there's no room here and there, and then whatever differences you have. Yeah, you decide, I'm gonna go back here, or I'm gonna go back there. That's business. Like that has nothing to do with what we see. Like the business side of wrestling should never be a part of a conversation as far as a podcast or people go when they talk about wrestling, because the only thing they should be concerned with is what they fucking see on the TV. And I get it. I understand that that's unavoidable now because we live in a time where everything is fucking put on the internet. So it is what it is. But I'm saying I wish there were some parts of some things that were left behind the fucking curtain.
You ever seen that meme that says, I missed the way I looked at the world before I understood how it worked?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that with movies and wrestling, but we talk a little bit about both sides here on the show. But yeah, at the same time, I kind of wish I didn't know that how the bread was made, so to speak, but it's the way it is. It's the way it is for sure. We got a few chats here. Mike said, supposedly back when I hired in, I was told if I ever quit. Oh, well, we already did that one. He said, if I ever leave my job, it'll be in a damn body bag thanks to these dang kids. Yeah, gotta pay the for the food and the toys and all that stuff, man. What can you do? Mike said, I also haven't had or watched AEW in a long time. Is there still a trios title? And if so, who has them? There is Samoa Joe, Powerhouse Hobbs, and Katsuyori Shibata, the Ops, they have the trios titles. There's also a Ring of Honor trios championship as well. I believe that's owned by Los Hombres or something. So
Los Ingobernables.
Yeah.
Why isn't because the Hurt Syndicate? Never mind. I can't. I'm not thinking about it anymore.
you and AEW have a love-hate relationship sometimes, I think.
It's because if I can make sense of it, I'd be fine. Like
I have no trouble with it,
ideas. But I'm giving you ideas on like what makes a storyline a cohesive, a natural direction for shit. Like I planned wrestling matches before. Like I get how this works. Like
and every company has this problem. No, let's not act like it's just an AEW problem. But
I'm not saying that. But at the same time, I can point out a lot of shit in either company. Fine, if you want to go that route. I can point out a lot of shit and stupid storylines in both fucking companies that doesn't make any fucking sense, but they put it on TV. Like, it
especially
just
this year in WWE too.
That we're going down this. It's just weird route of like, oh yeah, these two people know each other. Fucking put them in a ring. It doesn't make sense.
It's kind of a problem. It's not even solely restricted to pro wrestling. How many movies do we watch nowadays? Is like, well, that was crap. That made no damn sense. I mean, it's like writers have no idea how to tell a good storyline anymore sometimes. It really is.
It's creativity. There is no creativity. It's just
nobody has an original idea sometimes anymore.
Yeah.
Let's just put some stuff on a screen. They'll eat it up. They'll pay to show up. It's just kind of.
You watch action movies for the action. Fuck a storyline. It doesn't make any sense.
But no, see, I'm that weird guy.
But 90% of the action movie is fucking story. So like, how did we get here? This is the same.
But if I watch a movie, it's just like special effects and action with no narrative meaning to it. To me, it's like watching a fireworks show. It's like ooh but there's nothing else to it.
Comedies are the same way. If there's a comedy movie and you get your jokes in the first fucking trailer, which is the first 20 minutes of a movie, there's no point to watching the fucking movie.
Yeah, I hear that. Mike also said either Darby or Moxley will pass out, avoiding having to say "I quit." Basically, the Hart Austin finish. You could go that route. I mean, yeah, I could totally see that maybe working. Michael also says, Brandon, what old school manager do you feel you would fit perfectly with? That's a good one.
Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Give me the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. Let's go, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go. You know.
Ooh, no. Back when I was wrestling, I guess if I had to put myself with Paul Heyman, would have worked great for me. Legitimately, even early Paul E. Dangerously, like would have worked great for me. Or Fonz, because of what he did with Taz when he managed Taz.
I would put Matt with Captain Lou Albano.
Yes. Yes.
Matt's like, who the hell is that?
Or Brother Love. Or Brother Love.
Yeah, brother. You're muted, Matt.
Somebody that managed before I was born.
Yeah.
Probably, actually. Yeah, you're not wrong. So, yeah, cool. All right.
I think
All right,
I
let's
would
get into
have loved Bobby the Brain Heenan, though.
Yeah, that would have been a great one to go with. I mean,
Yeah.
just him on commentary, too, was chef's kiss, no doubt. All right, let's get into the movie section here. Let's keep the show rolling as we get into some other topics. Here we go. All right, so New York Comic-Con was last weekend, and we got a few movie news items, especially in the world of Marvel, I wanted to talk about real quick. First thing I wanted to talk about is, of course, we got a trailer for the upcoming Disney Plus series of Wonder Man. Thought we'd show it real quick, give our quick thoughts. I've not watched this shit, so I'm kind of curious to see what this is going to be like, because I'm not overly fond of this series just yet, so see if it'll wow me. Here we go.
The entertainment world is stunned today when internationally celebrated and reclusive filmmaker Von Kovac sprung out of retirement to sign on for a remake of Wonder Man. Mr. Von Kovac, could you tell us more?
Everyone is tired of superheroes. There is an opportunity to reimagine a whole genre of storytelling.
Have you thought about casting?
So, what's this? Big audition you were talking about.
It's a huge opportunity. I'm auditioning for Wonder Man.
Did you hear about Wonder Man? I need to be in this movie.
Sorry, you crazy.
I was born to play this character.
Are you serious? Boo, they are already talking to Leo.
You just gotta go out there and crush it.
What's wrong?
I'm trying to come up with a backstory for the character.
Well, trust the words. Just show up and say them.
That's not my process.
Well, your process can go blow a spider.
What?
Guy's killing it in there, bro.
Where have I seen him before?
Pretty sure he used to be a terrorist.
Oh, yeah.
You can slate whenever you're ready.
Simon Williams, reading for Wonder Man.
Listen to me, Simon. The callback is happening now. Just be normal.
Normal man. The breakdown is go method.
Come in. Mr. Kovac will meet you in the living room.
So you all here to meet Von Kovac? Mm-hmm. Hello, everyone. I want to explore the place between fiction and non-fiction.
That's tight.
We are going to make the last movie on Earth. No one will have the balls to make another. And action! Any news from Von Kovac?
There is news you'll be the first to know.
Unless you call me again, in which case I will never tell you.
Okay. Thoughts on this right quick? Yeah,
That looks like shit.
That's kind of where I'm at, actually.
It's a weird, like, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know much about the Wonder Man character, to be quite fair, but does he become super powered or anything in this, or is he just an actor playing a role? I mean, I don't know. I'm just not. Maybe I'm not as adept with the Wonder Man.
Oh God, is this another Disney series?
Yeah, it's another Disney. Now, like I said last week, the full trailer hadn't dropped yet. That's why I wanted to show it here tonight. But as you know, the the poster here kind of suggests on the Hollywood Reporter magazine, talks about how Hollywood is experiencing superhero fatigue. It's a time to hang up the capes. Kind of meta, talking to the audience like, are you tired of superhero movies? Things, and a lot of fans are. Now, I'm not one of those fans who are tired of superhero films or series or anything like that. I'm tired of bad written superhero movies and series and stuff. Give us good shit. People will show up and pay for it. Hopefully like Avengers and Spider-Man and stuff this year, and maybe Supergirl and all that stuff will actually do that. But right now, this right here was the last thing that Disney made before they decided to change up their strategy when it comes to their Marvel Studios brand and kind of starting to focus more on like stronger characters and storylines moving forward instead of just all these crazy characters out of that nobody knows and throwing them on screen. This is a perfect example of that. Nobody knows who Wonder Man is,
Nobody cares.
Yeah, and not only that, they decided to change the release date from December to January 15th, and they're releasing all 8 episodes at once. Like I said last week, this feels like Marvel wants to put it all out on their streaming service all at once at the same time, and then just hope everybody forgets about it. That's what it feels like. Anybody else got any other thoughts on that? Like, is that kind of way
they should hire James Gunn back again after shit happens?
Well, there's a lot of people who don't like him either at the moment, but we'll get to that in just a minute. So do you have any thoughts on this, Brandon?
I don't know. I mean, he's supposed to have powers. I don't
yeah, that's what I thought. Unless all of this is like we saw in the trailers, like the first episode or something. Like, like I don't know. I'm sure there's many more people who know the Wonder Man character more than I do. But his powers and abilities, let's see here. His primarily powers are based on his body being composed of ionic energy, granting him superhuman strength, durability, speed, and stamina. He can also fly and project blasts. So yeah, he's got powers, but maybe something happens in this series and he gets them. I mean, but if the whole series is him playing that character on screen for a movie set, how is anybody watching the MCU supposed to care? That like I said, they were taking big swings at one point.
I mean, it's an interesting take on a superhero like thing, I guess, to like you're not really a hero, but you play one on TV. So like you're
it was the character in DC that did that. Booster Gold kind of did that.
Booster Gold, but it actually had powers.
What was that one Disney movie? It's animated. The Incredibles syndrome. When everybody's everybody is.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but yeah, to me, it just feels like you put it in the death month of January, where nobody usually watches stuff in theaters, especially maybe TV you would, but I don't know. It just feels like they're going to get this out of the way and move on. Which, to be honest, he may never get mentioned again after they do the soft reboot anyway. But as of right now, let me see if I can blow this up again real quick here. But as of right now, this is the MCU Marvel slate for 2026, starting with Wonder Man. Then we got Daredevil Born Again Season 2 in March. The Punisher special presentation around sometime this spring as well. Both of those will lead directly into Spider-Man Brand New Day in July. X-Men 97 Season 2 will be coming out in the summer of 2026, which the first revival season was really good, so hopefully they'll continue that success. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man animated show that kind of takes place in its own universe adjacent to the MCU in fall. Vision Quest, which we're about to talk about a little bit more here in just a second, in the late part of the year here, and then of course rounding out the year with Avengers Doomsday. So again, like 8 projects coming up from the MCU over the next year. And most of those, like I said, you probably only got to really pay attention to Spider-Man and most Avengers Doomsday, unless you're really into the deep lore when it comes to the television side of stuff. So interested in any of that?
Not really.
No? You don't care about Spider-Man or Avengers at all, at least?
I mean,
Daredevil?
Not even in the slightest.
Wow. So are you experiencing superhero fatigue, Matt?
No. Matt is only going to go see the Doomsday movie.
Well, you're probably going to see Spider-Man. Come on.
Maybe.
You are. Come on. Don't bullshit.
No, I don't know if it's superhero fatigue per se. I just think like people want what movies used to be, a distraction, and some of them as of late haven't been.
Preaching.
They're either So I just think we're hitting that part of with entertainment. Like you're just tired of it being the thing that reminds you, oh yeah, this is shit.
And Wonder Man, I think, is going to remind everybody, yeah, this is garbage. Now, I have hope for most of these projects. I'm not a big fan of that Spider-Man series as much, but the other projects I'm excited for next year. But yeah, Wonder Man I think it's going to be the worst thing on the calendar, to be quite honest. Not to mention, on top of the MCU stuff, Sony is also going to be releasing their Spider-Man Noir series with Nicolas Cage next spring. So that'll be another Spider-Man heavy year for the most part for a lot of these characters for sure. And of course, sometime next year, we're also in the fall getting the Wolverine video game that we talked about a few weeks ago.
But we definitely know that this was going to be Spider-Man heavy after Iron Man died. I mean,
it was supposed to be
information.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, but just saying this year alone, there's like 4 projects with Spider-Man in it.
You know, I mean, when Iron Man died and Pepper kind of went like, we're going to be okay. Right now, I'm not really convinced that we're going to be okay.
Well, there was, again, the writing that they did for a few years there was terrible. I'm hoping they got their ducks in a row now after Wonder Man. Time will tell.
Let's make sure we get our geese in line.
We found out last week I'm bird blind, so yeah, we know that. Yes. Anyway, so yeah, no doubt. But yeah, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see how the Marvel side of things goes. Now, when it comes to Marvel, though, there was one other thing that at New York Comic-Con they did talk about, and that is, of course, the Vision Quest series, and that'll be coming to, like I just said, to Disney Plus in fall of 2026, which will see the return of Paul Bettany's Vision, and this will be the third installment in what they're calling the WandaVision trilogy that involves WandaVision, Agatha All Along, and now, of course, Vision Quest. And for those of you who don't, just a couple minor spoilers here. For those of you who don't know about what happened in like WandaVision, at the end of Avengers Endgame, obviously Vision, or no, I'm sorry, it was at the end of Infinity War that Vision died at the hands of Thanos. He took the Mind Stone out of his head. So, you know, in the beginning of WandaVision, Wanda is grieving the loss of Vision in his life. So she creates this like hex around the city, and she kind of recreates her life, what it would have been like had Vision survived and they had children. And so by the end of this series in WandaVision, the version that was created via Wanda's witch hex implanted his memories that he had with Wanda and the reincarnated body of Vision and the white Vision that was created by the government. And so this new series will be taking place, kind of telling the story of the white Vision coming to terms with all the memories that the old Vision implanted into him. So that's an interesting concept, I think, at least for a series.
Can we stop calling it the white Vision?
Well, that's kind of. Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. Colorblind, fair, but that's what do you call this one? The pink. Way to derail it. But anyway, I can't with you, man.
I broke Brandon.
I'm sorry, that shit was funny.
That was good. I'm not gonna lie to you, that was pretty good. But
you gotta think about it. What it sounds like when you say it, Eric. Like
I know, but that's what they're calling him. I mean, that is legitimately what he is.
I mean,
like, but why can't we just call him Vision? I guess, right?
That shit took me out.
The Vision. How about the Vision?
Imagine if they made a black Vision.
Oh my God!
White Vision.
Be like the white and the black Vision.
The Oreo. No, anyway, moving on. But it was also finally unveiled. Confirmed, which we knew for a little while here, that James Spader will be returning as Ultron in this Vision Quest series as well. And of course, James Spader is a great actor on all levels, for no doubt about it. I even enjoyed his role in The Office.
Vision Quest like back in time?
No, it takes place currently in the MCU. But I think what's going to end up happening here is, remember, Ultron is deeply ingrained in the internet. And in the digital world. So with Vision kind of getting these memories, he's going to get from the old Vision, who was technically created by Ultron in Age of Ultron. Obviously, Tony Stark got his algorithm in there with Jarvis and stuff as well. But if you remember this final scene from Age of Ultron, when the final Ultron bot has this conversation with Paul Bettany's Vision, it was very intellectually stimulating, in my opinion, because Paul Bettany's talking about like how I wasn't born. Well, I was literally born yesterday, things like that, talking about all this stuff. So I think it could be a really good dynamic between these two different characters to continue in the Vision Quest series. We're also going to be getting other versions of Tony Stark's AI, including Jarvis Edith, even dead, I'm the hero from Spider-Man. The glasses that Peter Parker wore, and Friday, that was also an AI from Tony Stark, getting portrayed in this series in human form. We already got Jarvis in the prequel series of Agent Carter with Peggy Carter and stuff, the young version of Jarvis that the AI was modeled after. That was the butler for Tony Stark's father. We're also going to be getting, like I said, Edith, Friday. The digital AI is also being presented in human form as well in this series. So again, it's kind of interesting how they're going to try to kind of bring it all, full circle here with the AI stuff, the Ultron stuff, and Vision. And we're also going to be getting the AI version of Dummy, the robot from Iron Man. His brain and his AI is going to be ingrained into this as well. So this could be a nice little comedic effect. It could be like a puppy dog AI or something like that. I don't know, but the dynamic that him and Tony had was hilarious stuff too.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but this is going to be interesting, at least in my opinion, to see where this ends up going. So thoughts on the Vision stuff, how this could maybe tie in overall. Obviously, in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, Wanda supposedly died or was at least buried in that mountain at the end of Doctor Strange. So could she play a role in this? Obviously, the Vision's going to have memories of Wanda. Now, Wanda had to grieve Vision. Maybe now Vision has to grieve Wanda. I don't know. Interesting stuff, though. This sounds more intriguing than anything else they've done on television as of late. Give it that.
I will say I'm glad that like Ultron is back because as a character, I mean, even in in the movie, he was Ultron's reasoning behind everything was, I mean, solid if you think about it from his standpoint. Like he was trying to help, but at the same time, he also knew by doing the help that what the repercussions were going to be. Like he was fully aware of all of that. But I liked Ultron as a villain, so it's just, I'm glad he's back.
And to be quite honest, I think Age of Ultron's a little underrated. That Avengers movie, it's considered the worst Avengers movie, but I actually think it's fun. I do. It is for the most part.
Really?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I mean, it's considered a step down, but I liked it. I'm not gonna lie, and I feel like the more you watch it, the better it becomes.
My favorite line that Ultron says is I think you're confusing peace with quiet.
Yeah, that's a good one. He had a lot of good lines. That's what I'm saying. Imagine those lines with Vision having a conversation or trying to spar in the mind or something to that effect. That could be good.
And AI going, there are no strings on me is terrifying.
Yeah, that part where he was all broken down and and he sings that song is I like Age of Ultron.
Yeah. I mean, and granted, a lot of people thought that version of Ultron wasn't the version of Ultron in the comics. Fine, but I thought in the context of the MCU, I thought the dynamic worked pretty well, all things considered. And then, of course, if we're leaning into something with and obviously in Age of Ultron, Tony Stark wanted to put a suit of armor around the world. What if we eventually get to see that come to fruition in his version of Doctor Doom? So, I mean, this could all...
The Doom bots.
Yeah, because in a sense, that's what he did with Ultron. Well, Ultron ended up doing that very thing, but
that's why I think this has potential. Again, it all comes down to the writing of this, but the potential is there. And if they've kind of also figured it out.
Yeah, now that I think about it, remember how I said we want to use things as an escape for things? AI is kind of running the shop right now.
There's so many AI videos like on Sora and have you seen the AI wrestling stuff? I'm like, all right, some of this is out of pocket.
I saw Martin Luther King in a wrestling ring, which that was fucking weird.
Ronald Reagan.
They did a thing with Chris Benoit, which was fucked up, by the way.
Oh no, you may have to send that one to me. I haven't seen that one.
But I had this conversation with Miranda. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say real quick, we could actually do like Matt or Mike's suggestion, like he put Matt with Hornswoggle, but the manager shouldn't be taller than the wrestler. So you could do stuff like this in AI.
See, Miranda has told me I should experiment with AI more, and I'm going to. And I promise you, I'm going to make that my priority to do Matt in a wrestling match against Hornswoggle with Little Dink as the referee.
Do it,
for sure.
Said. Dude, I would punt.
Do it. Dink. But anyway, back to the AI thing. The show is kind of with the AI, right? And AI is, and I found, and I'm not now. It's different in the sense of in a lot of the AI stuff, they use the voices and the faces of the people. I found a bunch of songs that were made using AI of actual songs, but just played as if they were made in the 1950s or the 1960s jazz music style. Or I'll send you one of them, Eric, and you can listen to it. But
Nice.
like AI is getting to a point to where even though these songs again are AI, obviously, it's getting to be a thing to where like we're growing up with a generation of kids who don't know the originals, but see the AI thing and take that as the original.
Right.
AI is getting to a point to where, and I said this the other day when I was talking to the Faceless Dragon. We were seeing this
Where's he
AI
at, by the way?
video, and I was like, probably sleep.
Yeah, probably.
That in another year, it's going to be really hard to tell the difference between real and AI.
That's
not
what
even
we're-
a year, Brandon.
Yeah, not even that. It's already pretty difficult.
Yeah.
And I know we're not talking news and politics yet, but I fear for the day where it's used to really push misinformation.
That
lies.
is going to happen.
And they're already trying to put out stuff like, well, you can't, this was AI generated, it wasn't real. I mean, you can tell now, but eventually it's going to get so good to where it's going to be used for nefarious means, and that's not going to be a good thing.
But that, I was just saying, I was tying that back into what I was saying earlier, what we were talking about, no original storylines, and no original storylines means like you're just going to get the shit that you see in real life now portrayed on the fucking screen in this fantasy world. And it's like, well, there's shit there too. Like,
well, shoot, did you see that? Apparently, it kind of calls in the movie a little bit. There's an AI actress that movie companies are trying to sign completely digitally AI. It's like we're already going down this rabbit hole, which every actor and actress in Hollywood is going to be 100% against this. But I mean, obviously, there's talk about using like AI to like recreate deceased actors and things like that.
Yeah,
there's going to have to be a be that's going to be had. You know what I mean?
Unless that money they make from that movie of that actor or actress
goes to the creator,
to the state or the family.
Well, yeah,
don't fucking do it.
Well, yeah, if the family's okay with like a deceased situation, I'm fine with it. Like I know Carrie Fisher appeared in some Star Wars stuff after she passed away, and her family was okay with like Paul Walker situation. If that happens in Fast and Furious or whatever too, we'll wait and see. But if you're just creating an actress out of whole cloth digitally who has no real life persona whatsoever attached to it, then it goes to the creator, I guess, which is weird.
Yeah, but then if that's the case, then the movie shouldn't be that expensive, and
you don't need actors and actresses no more.
Yeah,
eventually
ticket prices shouldn't be fucking through the roof or anything like that, right? So,
or at least
why
partially.
Star Wars not do more with her?
Well, the thing with Carrie Fisher was
her daughter was.
Yeah, she was in the sequel trilogy. Yeah,
yeah.
But again,
they could have done a lot of things with her.
Well, are you talking AI wise?
Storyline wise.
Well, by the time they were going to use her in episode 9, she passed on already. What they used in episode 9 was footage that they already had from
her daughter.
Oh, her daughter. Well, maybe they do in the future.
You could,
but she wasn't like a main star of the film. She was kind of a side character. But you could maybe change that.
Why a side character? You could have made it a main character because the main characters were shit in that series. So.
I wouldn't go that far. I just say the writing was bad. I would say the writing was pretty bad, but that's just me. But anyway,
bad writing.
All right, well, let's move on to our last movie news topic before we get into the rapid fire segment. This is interesting. I wanted to bring up here. Apparently, we talked a few weeks back about how Paramount was considering purchasing Warner Brothers. Well, they put in a bid to purchase Warner Brothers, and apparently they were told thanks, but no thanks, basically, because their offer was a little way too low, according to Warner Brothers. But this becomes intriguing to me on a couple levels. One is because of David Ellison, who is the new owner of Paramount. He ran Skydance Studios, and now he's purchased Paramount, and now he's looking to kind of consolidate with Warner Brothers as well. He's the one who made the bid over there with David Zaslav and Warner Brothers. But why that intrigues me about him, I'll get into it in just a second. But there was a big rumor going around this week that was put out by Cosmic Book News. And I want to stress rumor for the time being, because that is what it is at the moment. But the report stated with Superman reportedly bombing financially, which it didn't fully bomb, it made a small profit, like I think about $100 million, which isn't great. But for a new franchise, as it were, with the DCU, it's not a bad start. And they said that with Peacemaker season 2 flopping with fans, there are some fans who didn't like the finale, but a lot of people agree that Peacemaker season 2 was still pretty good. This person said they reached out to the insiders about the state of the DCU under James Gunn, who also did the Guardians of the Galaxy movies and, of course, all the DCU up until this point. And this report states the short of it is that James Gunn will be out as the head of DCU if Warner Brothers sales to David Ellison and Skydance Paramount, and that Mike DeLuca will be in charge of DC and do a completely new rebooted DCU if this sale goes through. So as I said a few weeks back, under this merger potentially happening, could this potentially mean big changes over on the DC side of things, despite the fact that we just got a reboot with the new James Gunn-led DCU? And under James Gunn, at least critically, the DCU in general has been pretty well received. Now, there's been some fans who didn't necessarily care about Superman or didn't think that the finale of season 2 of Peacemaker was that great. It was just more a character-based thing more than it was a action-based thing in the finale, in my personal opinion. But it still did a pretty decent job of setting up where they're going to be going in the DCU on like 2 or 3 different levels. So I think it still has potential for the future of the brand. But a lot of people just don't care for James Gunn either, especially those people who like the old Zack Snyder verse, as it were. So people don't want to see James Gunn succeed no matter what. And DCU definitely has some projects in 2026, much like MCU does with the Batman video game. We got Lanterns TV show coming up next, Supergirl movie, and a Clayface movie. But a lot of people were like, well, if Superman kind of had a hard time getting, a big hit at the box office, what's Supergirl and especially Clayface going to do at the box office? Because if Superman can't make money, how can Clayface? That's a fair point, in my personal opinion. I think Supergirl's got hope, and I think Lanterns especially has a lot of potential, depending on what they do and if they do it right. But DC has also announced that apparently on the animated side of things, they're going to be doing an adaptation, a 4-part series of Batman Nightfall, especially in the comics where this is I believe where Batman or Bane broke Batman's back, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to be getting that on the anime, which some of those original animated DC movies, by the way, are some of the best content that DC's put out. So if you've ever checked those out, they're great. So
I enjoyed watching him get his back broke.
Exactly. Well, in the Dark Knight Rises for sure, but this will be a more comic accurate version of that, I think, adaptation. But so I want, like I said, this is a rumor right now, and we'll have to wait and see if James Gunn is up. But I think really what's going to end up happening, even if it happens, James Gunn will still be allowed to continue this. That's just my personal opinion. But the reason why this becomes interesting to me is because, and I'm sure this might pique Miranda's interest, David Ellison, who owns Paramount, if he buys Warner Brothers, David Ellison is a big-time MAGA Trump supporter. Now, the current head over at Warner Brothers and James Gunn himself are left-wing. And some of that's shown through a little bit, even in some of James Gunn's work, especially in a few instances in Peacemaker Season 2, which has got some fans a little upset about. I won't get into a whole lot of spoiler territory here, but Brandon probably knows what Earth X stands for. There, a little bit of that was in Peacemaker Season 2. And that kind of rubbed some fans the wrong way because there was a couple lines in there by one of the characters that basically kind of equates today's United States potentially close to Nazi Germany. Again, that can rub people the wrong way.
It rubbed me the wrong way.
So there's going to be some people who, if Warner Brothers is purchased by David Ellison, that's then going to set up an interesting dynamic here in the United States when it comes to the movie studio market. Disney is the other big competitor, and we know that their agenda is left-wing. About everything they put out has some sort of an agenda in it, almost to the point where it's causing them financial harm at this point. They better get their act straight or people are going to stop watching Disney products. And then you would have on the other side of things a Warner Brothers company and teamed with Paramount that's owned by a right wing. So this could be very interesting if that's the way we end up going here in the United States, about whether people start choosing who and what movies to watch based on their political beliefs. Do you think that could be something that maybe be happening here in the future? Certainly seems like it could be a potential possibility. And with everybody sick and tired of being preached at one way, they may want to go the other way here with Warner Brothers. You know what I'm saying? So, but if that means DCU is rebooted, that would suck too, because we just got a reboot. People are going to get sick and tired of reboots over and over and over again. So
there's one person in this entire room that this is not going to piss off.
Who, you? Well,
yeah,
you just want to watch the world burn.
No,
Joker.
You know why? You know why this will not piss me off?
Why?
Because James Gunn did not put Robert Pattinson as Batman.
Well, that's a whole nother ball of wax. But
I've opened that can of worms.
Well, a lot of people wanted James Gunn to start fresh to begin with anyway, and he didn't. So
here's the thing that upsets me, and this is why DC, as far as movies and shit like that will never be where Marvel is because every time they get the ball rolling, somebody comes in and kicks that ball out of the fucking, and like now we got to go find a new ball. Like it's the same. It's like I'll put it in other terms. It's like with the Cleveland Browns. How many quarterbacks have they had over the last? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's the same thing over at Warner Brothers. When
it's a little different with the it's a little different with the Browns though, in the respect that in Warner Brothers DC case, it's the management and heads. It would be like if the owner was switched out in Cleveland all the time. That didn't happen. But I see your point.
The thing about the Browns is that they don't have a black snake. And Warner Brothers does.
Well, again, right now it's under a certain political ideology's leadership. It would be different
again,
if Paramount bought them. Right now, so.
We got to watch how we say certain things because when he said black,
I know what it.
Yeah,
it sounded bad, but what he means is they're race swapping. It's a political agenda thing. That's what Matt means for those of you listening.
I know what Matt meant. Like
right. You got to be careful though. Yeah, be careful, Matt.
What did I say?
Hey, I said white vision earlier, so
I know. So when it's twice now. It's like that's wild, right?
That's a little crazy, but yeah, I see what he's saying though. Yeah, you're right. But I mean,
it's not character accurate. That's
I mean, under DC alone though, that's what Harry Potter thing. But under DC alone, over the last few years, Walter Hamada, David Zaslav, now potentially this David. We've had multiple leadership at the top of Warner Brothers change and try to change DC to fit the way they wanted it to go under the same universe. Now, since DC just got rebooted. Finally, under James Gunn, potentially maybe they take what James Gunn did and change it to suit their way and continue moving forward and not reboot completely. That's a potential way of going about it too. But we tried that before too, and it also failed. So do you reboot again and then confuse fans further? I mean, it's like
we can't get past Superman and Batman. Like,
yeah, that too. Yeah, you thought Marvel had it rough. DC has been in the doldrums. Just when I start to think that DC maybe that part in Peacemaker 2 notwithstanding, it's starting to be on a better track. And a lot of people are sick and tired of watching James Gunn's Creature Commando, Superman, and now Peacemaker. Next year, a lot of the stuff is not James Gunn related outside of him just being the overall head. Lantern's going to be under different different like writer and directors and stuff. Supergirl same way, and Clayface will be completely different too. So it's not going to be just all James Gunn-isms, the entire series. The Superman stuff will probably be Gunn. But everything else is going to have different directors, different writers. Now he's going to oversee the whole thing. And then he comes out this week and says Supergirl is going to be kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm going, can we not do everything the same? Let's not do that. The one thing that should maybe be more like Guardians of the Galaxy would be lanterns. You know what I'm saying? Like, 100%. So I hope they do that right. But time will tell. So yeah, it's just a little frustrating. I'm hoping it'll be good, but you keep switching it out like this.
It's like a lack of creativity. Like it blows my mind. And the thing is, you guys have fucking source material. Just put that on the screen.
Yeah, it's not hard, or it doesn't feel like it. You've got source material to draw from. Marvel does it pretty well, putting its own spin on it, still putting on screen and be successful. For whatever reason, DC doesn't want to follow it. And I think James Gunn's adaptations are pretty comic accurate, but the problem is, outside of Superman, everything he's used so far, Peacemaker, all these characters in the Suicide Squad stuff, are deep pools that most people don't know who they are. Harley Quinn, fine. But, like King Shark, well, I love King Shark in the Suicide Squad movie. Most people don't know who that is.
No, fuck King Shark was until you saw him in Suicide Squad.
Yeah, or Ratcatcher, or things like that. And I think James Gunn even did say that he's been kind of directed by Warner Bros. To kind of focus on the main character, and that's what he needs to do. At least starting out, focus on the heavy hitters that will be successful. Even Marvel's learning that. They tried to do Wonder Man. Now they're coming back. Okay, we need to focus on the Avengers. So I think everybody needs to just consolidate a bit here and not go nuts. But that's just my opinion. So. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it'll get better here. But Mike said, in the opinion of each of you, who is the most useless, unneeded superhero in both DC and Marvel? I'll tell you who it is in DC. That's the Condiment Man.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
Ketchup and mustard man. That's basically what that was. And you heard me right. Marvel, I don't know as much. Maybe there who'd be the needless one. Can you think of anybody off the top of your head?
Yes. Tom Holland, Spider-Man.
No, stop it. Maybe like Spider Mite or Spider. I don't know.
Brandon, look at Brandon.
Yeah, well. But to reiterate here, just to wrap up this segment too, I want to stress that the James Gunn stuff with DC right now is rumor. As of right now, James Gunn is still the head of DC Studios. The DC was it with Peter Safran over there, and as of right now, they're still the head of it. They're going to running, and everything they got in the pipeline is still going to come out. So we'll see what happens next year, and if this purchase ends up taking place. If it does, that still doesn't mean James Gunn's going anywhere. He could. We'll have to wait and see what the new leadership would choose to do. So, but yeah, it was a big rumor going around this week, so I thought we'd at least address it. So. All right, let's get into the rapid fire segment real quick, and then we'll get out of the movie segment. So here we go. Okay, only 4 little topics here, and then we're done with movies. But the first one I thought was interesting because this is something I could definitely see him doing and something I think he could be successful with after Sonic the Hedgehog. Jim Carrey is now in talks to lead a live-action The Jetsons movie being directed by Jurassic World's Colin Trevorrow. Thoughts on him being George Jetson potentially in a live-action Jetsons movie?
I want to see this.
Yeah,
There you
because
go.
like, I love the live action Flintstones movie because I thought they were cool.
Yeah, 30-some years ago, but yeah, it was good.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it was cool to see like the cartoon becomes like I thought it was cool. I would love to see a Jetsons movie. Yeah, I think Jim could play a good George George Jefferson?
George
Jefferson.
You go moving on up.
Move it up. And the Jetsons were cool. That was a cool little war, like the Sky Towers, you know.
Yeah.
But I liked it. I liked it.
Got to get Astro right, you know, all that sort of stuff. Get the family filled out.
What was the maid's name?
Oh, Astro.
Oh gosh, it wasn't. Oh, I couldn't
What
tell
was
you off the top of my
the
head. You have to ask.
The robot
Hold on.
maid. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I know. Her picture's right there in the spaceship.
Yeah.
Maid name.
Yeah, she was the sassy fucking
Rosie.
Yeah,
Rosie.
Ah.
Just don't get Rosie O'Donnell to portray her. She was already in the Flintstones. We don't need that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah, she wasn't.
Yeah, it might beat me to it, Rosie. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good question. Who plays the other characters? I heard one theory that Scarlett Johansson ought to play Jane. But
Jane,
everybody wants to put Scarlett Johansson and everything. But
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it depends.
I mean, maybe.
But who's gonna play the kids? Like you gotta,
You got to get Elroy and
Elroy, right?
I can't remember the girl's
daughter's name. I can't remember.
Yeah, Mike's going. Judy. I should know that. That's my mom's name.
God.
Judy Jetson.
And Astro.
Yeah, so-
Astro.
and Astro.
Well, Astro is gonna be CGI for sure.
Yeah, it'd be like Scooby Doo in the James Gunn written Scooby Doo movies, probably. Yeah. Mike's all over the Jetsons. Apparently, he was a fan. I imagine.
But I love the Jetsons. Damn,
I did too.
James Gunn did Scooby Doo.
The live action Scooby, at least the first one.
He did.
Yeah.
Did that really? I didn't know that.
Again, has a propensity for making you care about animal characters. James Gunn, no doubt about it.
Makes me. I didn't realize that. I love those movies.
All the way from Scooby Doo, Rocket Raccoon, King Shark to Eagly.
Makes me feel like shit for talking shit about him now.
Yeah, well,
I mean, sound again, Eric.
Pretty good, huh? Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, Mike said he watched the show every afternoon on WTTV4 here in Indiana. Yeah, that's back before we had cable. That was the old WTTV4. I remember that channel. So yeah, this could be good. I don't know. I mean, if you get him a red haircut, and maybe give him a little twirl at the top, I could totally see him pulling it off. And again, I've still yet to see Sonic the Hedgehog 3, but Jim Carrey I think could definitely pull it off because him as a Dr. Robotnik was really Eggman. No doubt about it. We also got confirmation that in fact Jesus Christ will be recast in the Passion of the Christ sequel. Jim Caviezel will not be returning as now Finnish actor. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Jaakko Otonen has been chosen to portray Christ in the Resurrection of the Christ, Mel Gibson's upcoming 2-part sequel to the film. And a lot of people feel like maybe he could not pull off the look, but with a little AI work here, though, he kind of maybe could pull off the look. I'm not going to lie to you. So, and not only that, Jim Caviezel's aged a bit, so I can maybe see him kind of looking more like the younger version of Jim Caviezel's version of the Savior here. So we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. But apparently that rumor was indeed true, and Christ has been recast in those upcoming sequel films. We also got.
I've never seen the movies.
Well, there's only one so far.
Well, I've never seen the movie.
The Passion of Christ. It's a good film. It'll tear at your heartstrings a bit though. It's a hard watch.
Yeah,
it's very very brutal for sure. And what's crazy about it is, as brutal as the movie is, still not as brutal as his actual crucifixion, because the Bible talks about how he was unrecognizable. But the movie obviously can only go so far with a rated R rating. We also have apparently some talk out there. I don't know how confirmed it is, but a new Lion King movie is reportedly in development at Disney. Obviously, Mufasa, the live action version, the kind of the prequel to the live action version of the Lion King that Jon Favreau directed. Apparently, we're getting another one. Maybe this will be a sequel this time. Maybe Lion King 1.5 or whatever they did. The animated
man, like
you could do Simba's Pride. For sure. So it sounds like we're getting a trilogy of live action Lion Kings at some point here.
I need to go back and rewatch the Lion King. That was probably one of my favorite Disney movies.
And I thought the Jon Favreau live action version was well done too. I've yet to see Mufasa. It's kind of a prequel about how him and Scar and all that stuff. I haven't seen it, but
go see it.
Both. Well, I've got it. I just haven't watched it yet. But
I've watched. I don't think I've watched either one of those, Mufasa or.
Well, the live action original film by Jon Favreau was pretty much shot for shot the animated movie, just
really.
There's only one shot in that movie that is actually a real shot and not computer generated, and that is the sunrise at the very beginning of the film, the first shot. Everything else is CGI Lion King, but it looks real as hell. And it's great.
So it's literally the cartoon, just the live action form.
Live action, basically, with new voice actors and stuff. Yeah, there might have been a new song here and there added in, but yeah, it's
watch it.
It's not bad. It's really good. But yeah, Mufasa is on my to-do list. So we'll
I'm not going to spoil anything for you guys, but
that's kind of what it looked like.
It makes you change your opinion of Scar.
Yeah, Scar may have been done just a slightly different. Yeah, that's Mufasa in the. I believe it's either him or Simba, but I'm pretty sure it's Mufasa. So yeah, imagine that speaking and stuff like that too. So very well done. Looks real as all get outs for sure.
It's exactly like the cartoon.
And last but not least, Mortal Kombat 3. Despite the second film not being out yet, not coming out till May, it is officially in the works at Warner Brothers. So it looks like we're going to give you at least beginning a trilogy.
Cranking them out, huh?
Just cranking them out now. So they got fate. Like I said, when they changed the release date from what was it, October, November this year to May of next year, I said on that podcast that potentially maybe Warner Brothers is not looking at this as like a negative thing, but a positive thing. Maybe they think they've got a winner on their hands, putting it in that prime time summer slot, and this kind of confirms potentially my thoughts on it, that if you're already greenlighting a third film, despite the fact the second one's not even came out yet, that makes you kind of go, maybe they do got something on their hands, at least in their minds. Fans will be the ultimate judge.
Have the actual fucking tournament that they're supposed to have.
They're supposed to.
Goddamn thing. Like,
yeah, it's supposed to.
We have yet to see the real tournament.
I agree with that. Again, just write it a little better. I thought the first film's aesthetic and look and outworld looked outstanding. Keep that stuff up. Dial back Cole Young a bit and get some of these actual characters we know from the video games in there and stuff. So, and I think they're on the right track based on everything I've seen in the trailers, and hopefully we'll get more of that leading into next summer. And of course, last but not least, Shang Tsung. And last but not least, this film that we talked about last week, Good Fortune, is now in theaters, came out today, and IGN gave it an 8 out of 10, so it's a great review from IGN. So I just thought I'd throw that out there for any of you guys out there who are interested in the Keanu Reeves, Seth Rogen, Aziz Ansari comedy. It is out in theaters now, so go check it out.
It looks fucking funny. Like, it really did look funny.
So I'm looking for, if I don't get to see it in theaters, I will definitely be watching this when it comes on digital or streaming for sure. This was like a lot of fun, so good for them there. So yeah, that'll do it for movies. You guys got any other thoughts on that?
Nope.
Anything you?
I really want movies, and like with the Jetsons thing, I want them to do more of that if we're going to do it the right way. Like I said, like it's been a while since we got a good outside of the Scooby-Doo movies.
Speaking of like 80s type stuff too, next year we're getting He-Man and the Masters of the Universe.
Yeah.
And apparently there was, I forgot to pull it up, but there was some reports that the Mattel believes it's like the biggest like theatrical release they're going to ever have when it comes to their products. So Mattel toy line. So they think this is going to be a hit. So, and it comes out again in the primetime summer slump. So maybe some of that 80s nostalgia maybe starts coming back around a little more.
I mean,
it seems to be a gold mine.
Yeah. And there's a lot of stuff you can pull from to make live action of.
Hell, I wouldn't even mind seeing another reboot of the live action Flintstones, like you mentioned earlier. Even though I think John Goodman was a great Fred Flintstone.
Oh, man, he was.
Or Rick Moranis. Rick Moranis as Barney, yeah. I can't remember who played Wilma, but yeah, we don't need Rosie O'Donnell. You can keep her. But anyway,
We could,
but yeah,
you know,
if you
another
recast
movie-
it, I'd be fine with it.
You know, another one that I would love to see, even if you just remade it, even if we did a TV series again, like the old sitcom TV series, like, you know, Family Matters, Step by Step, stuff like that. Like,
Well, they
the one I
tried like
used
the
to
Fresh
love-
Prince of Bel Air recently, and it didn't go so well.
let's
But
not do
yeah,
that again.
yeah,
No, you remember the dinosaurs?
Oh yeah, not the mama. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that show. Yeah.
Man, bring that show
I
back.
I got those. I need to rewatch those. I haven't seen those since I was a kid.
Man, dude, great. They're so
Or
good.
like I don't know if it would work now, but Alf.
Oh, Miranda
that'd be
loved
fun.
Alf.
Yeah, Alf was guy.
Yes,
From
I
Planet,
did.
Alf
Planet Melmac, and he always ate cats like Jasper.
Yeah.
Mhm.
God, Alf was a good show too. Yeah.
Jasper is sitting watching the podcast and he is unamused.
He's a little offended right now.
He didn't know about that.
He ain't about that life. But Alf was
Have
great.
you
no doubt
seen anything about Roseanne having a new show?
about it. Not yet.
Why?
No. Is she?
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called, but
Really? Let me
She
see if I
was
can do a
talking
quick.
about
Isn't Tim Allen getting another show, or is he doing another show?
It's currently on. It's called Shifting Gears. It's I've seen the
Oh.
first season. It's really good. He just started the second season. It's got Kat Dennings from Thor, who played the one over said Meow Meow. She's also on
okay.
Two Broke Girls. It's also got Sean William Scott, who played Stifler. It's a good show. It's not too shabby. Yeah, and of course he's bringing in some of his old, cast and crew from like Home Improvement, Last Man Standing, and stuff too. Yeah, it says there's some videos out there of Roseanne talking about a new show, part prepper comedy, part divine chaos, and 100% Roseanne. She said,
Oh my!
this time she's bringing the first GodCom. Is what she's calling it. I don't know
Oh.
what that means. So interesting.
Okay,
I'm curious to see
okay,
what that's
okay.
about. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Thanks for putting that on my radar, though. So I hadn't heard about that. Yeah, I think she got royally screwed by, on her own show. It's like, and don't get me wrong, I
Yeah.
didn't think the Connors was terrible after she left, but at the same time, it would have been much better because that first season with her and some of the political stuff they had with her on the one side and her sister Jackie on the other, I thought could have been good if they'd have kept that dynamic, kind of like Last Man Standing did with Tim Allen on the right wing side of it, and his son-in-law was on the left wing. So they kind of had a nice balance there to kind of tackle some current day topics in a I think a professional manner in a way, kind of with a comedic twist to it. So I kind of enjoyed it, and it was done respectfully too. But the way she got treated by ABC and Disney too, that just stinks.
Oh,
Well, you
it's
got to think about it right there. You said it was ABC and Disney. Like, why wouldn't it?
Bingo.
You know, what I mean?
And
Yeah.
technically they cut Last Man Standing with Tim Allen too. Now they brought him back for Shifting Gears after Tim got picked
Miranda.
up on Fox, and it was a whole thing. But
Miranda, have you seen like all the shit numbers that Taylor Swift's new album's getting? Like nobody.
No.
Why would you look at that?
well, here's the thing though with that. 4 million downloads, is that really crap number? It may be for her.
It's shit numbers.
Yeah.
Aaron.
But to me, it's like that's still a lot. But whatever. But yeah, Mike said in the chat, the problem with the Fresh Prince of Bel Air reboot is they tried to make it a drama instead of a comedy with the same. Yeah, that would be a big
I
problem.
get that.
The problem with the thing is, it's not going to be the same without Will Smith or James Avery. The cast made that show, especially
Yeah.
Will.
Yeah,
So
Will.
again, and I would feel the same way without Family Matters if it doesn't have Jaleel White as Urkel.
Yeah,
You
at
know,
some point-
even though
yeah,
that show was
yeah.
even though that show was never meant to be centered around Urkel, it became that way.
It
Maybe
really wasn't.
Yeah, that first season wasn't. So.
maybe they sell the house and a new family moves in or something, but you can't just have the same shit happening over and over and over
Yeah.
again.
That's why a lot of these reboots
And
are
plus-
destined to fail. You got to do it right. But
Yeah.
yeah.
But you got to think about it too. In the originals, look, as much as the reason why we remember a lot of these, yeah, they were funny, but it was the real life moments that these kids were faced with at the same time. There was a fucking lesson to be learned in these shows.
Yeah,
Now,
and
it's not
yeah.
why they do it.
Yeah,
You know what I
Full
mean?
House, Family Matters, Fresh Prince always had some sort of like, fatherly moment or parental moment to teach the young kids watching
Exactly.
a good life lesson. They don't do that now. Maybe
No, they
some, but
teach
it's
the kids not to
Yeah.
tell their parents anything.
or you go on Netflix, they try to groom your children into doing certain things too. It's like
Mhm.
Yes.
that stuff's
It's
got to
not
stop.
the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
we grew, and I'll go back to talking about this because I had this conversation the other day too. I don't know if you guys ever watched it, but the original Teen Titans was a cartoon that was on Cartoon Network. I fucking loved, right? because
they butchered it.
It was Robin who was trying to,
and it was
stand
adults.
out from the shadow. Yeah, from the shadow of fucking Batman, trying to have his own team to separate himself from, not necessarily like separate himself from Batman, but he could stand on his own without Batman's help. He didn't need Batman to succeed. That's why Batman put him in that position to begin with.
Right.
Like you had Cyborg coming to terms with the fact that what his father did to him, and now he's 90% fucking robot, but he's still a genius. You had what happened to Beast Boy, and then it went from all of that to Teen Titans Go. It is literally fart jokes.
It's like, what was that old Billy and Mandy TV cartoon? Kind of what it looks like.
Man.
Oh,
I lost so many brain cells to Billy and Mandy.
Yeah, which again, it works for that. It didn't work for Teen Titans. That's just me.
But that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was brain rot, and it was just like.
And believe it or not,
Teen
Titans Go. Teen Titans Go is still on the air.
I know.
Still,
I know. So is SpongeBob.
Well, yeah, fair enough. So it's got an audience somewhere.
But the early seasons of SpongeBob were nothing like they are now.
No.
Again, SpongeBob was you learned something. There was a consequence for things. There was, you know what I'm saying? Not now. Like no entertainment now. There is no life lesson or well, there is, but like in the sense of like that's fucked up. Like it's not like it was for us growing up where we watched these shows and there was something to be gained. You had these moments with a son or a father figure helping, like a family dynamic, though.
They're also products of their time too. Like we just said, today's Hollywood studios wouldn't put these things out because back then Hollywood studios and entertainers actually believed in good, wholesome moral values and stuff too. That don't exist anymore. So to be quite honest with you, instead of watching a reboot, I'm just going to, and to be honest, I don't watch a lot of shows on, like I'll watch Shifting Gears or something like that. That's new. But for the most part, I'll just go back and watch those old shows from the 80s and 90s because they were better. Yeah. So why bother watching something new, And Mike also said in the chat, honestly, the episode where Will Smith's dad leaves again just hits him. Some of Will Smith's best work. Yeah, you remember that scene where James Avery, he's like, and Will's just like, why don't he want me, man? And then James Avery just gives him the hug. Absolutely.
You got to think about that.
And James Avery.
And I'm going to put myself in that situation. I was in that situation. So like, the father figure I had at the time was the one who was that James Avery for me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, how many other people were in that same boat in that time? And like, so there was a lesson to be learned there. Like, yeah.
I always appreciate James Avery's Uncle Phil also like confronting him, like he's not just like some toy you can just pick up whenever you want to hang out with him. I mean, it was great acting on both their parts, man. James Avery was underrated.
I was legit sad when he passed away because it was like that wasn't just Will Smith's Uncle Phil. That was everybody's Uncle Phil. You know what I mean? Like,
did you ever watch the reunion show?
Yeah.
Yeah, where they talk about it's really good too. And the whole thing with the mother, which is a whole nother story there for sure.
That's a whole other bag of worms.
That's a whole
before you guys move on, I just want to say,
go ahead.
Hearing you talk about how things used to be, how good they used to be, yada yada yada. The whole time period that sucked, they were still putting this content out with an agenda.
Yes, because everybody was home watching stuff. They didn't have nothing else to do.
Well, no, they were still trying to get their agenda pushed with the transgender and the sexuality in the textbooks, the movies, the everything. So now that things are going to get better, Mike, are you going to say you don't want to get political again? Because all jokes aside, this started in government.
Well, and like you've always said too, there comes a point where you just can't avoid it because it affects everything now, sadly.
Exactly, but it started in small increments all across
Yeah, it started with let's put Velcro straps on Johnny's shoes because we don't want to make him feel bad that he doesn't know how to tie his shoes.
Yeah.
Stuff like that just snowballed year after year, and now we're at the point
Exactly.
we're at. And until it's put a stop to, it's just going to continue to happen. And I'm hopeful, but yeah, you're absolutely right. At some point, life meets well,
It's like I shouldn't
fiction meets
have
reality.
to worry about what my kids are watching on Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you shouldn't have to.
Like
you should
I
be able to just like, all right, there you go.
Service. I cancel Netflix. We're done.
I don't blame you.
But it's stupid how.
Luckily, there are alternatives out there. I know the Daily Wire Plus.
How adults don't see the problem in it.
Yeah, it's a shame. Hopefully, more people will get their eyes open because at some point you can't avoid it, and I think we're at that point. To be quite honest with you, Mike did say that he remembers shows like Different Strokes in the '80s having very special episodes tackling serious topics. Yeah, I mean they tried to sparse them in, kind of here and there to where it didn't like overwhelm the show, and the show was still fun. But yeah, like maybe a couple times a season, they would definitely spark in that very serious topic to where to kind of, get a point across too, no doubt about it. So yeah. And if shows could only do that in a, mature and responsible way now, I'd be down for it. But unfortunately, a lot of people, or a lot of shows don't do that anymore, and they can't be trusted because they're trying to have alternate agendas, which is, again, that people always say, well, Aaron, why are you still into this stuff or so into politics stuff now? It's because it's got to a point where I can't avoid it no more. And unless you get in the fight, unfortunately, you're eventually just going to get run over by it. I hate to say it. You really are. And I don't want it to be that way for anyone. So for sure. All right. But we'll get more into the news and politics just a little bit, but before we do that, let's jump into the world of sports. You guys ready for that? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Let's rock. Sorry, Brand. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Go on.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. What you said you had something to what?
I had something to say. If I'm Matt's first win, I'm just gonna stop playing football. I just want you to know that.
Fantasy football. I got you. Yeah, I hear you. Well, don't feel bad. Who do I play this? Oh, I play Chris Crow. So Matt, I'm gonna try to help you out, get you out of that basement there. I'll try to put a loss on Chris. You're muted, by the way. Muted, Matt. He is muted. He's muted.
Oh, here's the thing. This has become a game of who's Matt's first fucking win, right?
Yeah,
and like
I'm afraid of that.
Well, Miranda was more worried about. She was more worried when she played Matt. She wasn't really worried about her team. She was just more worried about beating Matt. You know what I'm saying? Like she was like, I don't want to be the first loss to him, and it was looking close at one point until that last game, and she was like, "Oh, thank God."
Well, that's the thing. I got Chris this week. I believe I got Miranda the week after that, and then after that, I get Matt for the only time this season, unless we make the playoffs together. Which right now is not looking good for Matt. But I was telling Nate this the other day. I was like,
Matt will not.
You just don't want to be the first one to lose to Matt. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You just don't want to be that. As we're joined tonight by the faceless smiley face dragon, apparently here. Is that Lamar with a smiley face on it, brother? Just in time for football. Just in time for football. We're talking fantasy here. You look like you may still going to lose to Nate this week, buddy. You're having a rough week.
Oh, I'm going to lose so hard.
How hard are you going to lose?
Yeah.
I might as well put my out players on my roster because that's how bad it's going to be.
Well, Aaron started 3 guys on Thursday night. I think came away with what, 9 points, 8 or 9 points?
4 points.
The one I should have started, I didn't. So there's that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Your defense has 0, and he's without Lamar Jackson. So yeah, I feel bad for him. But at the same time, look at your opponent Nate's bench. His entire bench is injured. He's literally dealing with what he has right now. He's not thrilled about it. But I told him, I was like, I think you're still sitting okay. I feel bad for you, Aaron.
I mean, if somehow I pull off a win like last week, which I won by the skin of my teeth, then too, I will just be the luckiest person in fantasy. That's all I will have to say.
Let me tell you something. Aaron, you have no idea how close you came to losing to me. Because All I had to do was have one Tennessee Titans wide receiver do something.
You expected that to happen?
It was about to happen.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But hey, like we were just saying before you got on here, you just don't want to be the first person to lose to Matt, and you don't have to do that. So that's a plus because then you wouldn't live it down. I say that as a guy who plays Matt in 2 weeks. So yeah.
Oh, that whole day I was like chewing on my fingernails, just being like, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose. Oh my gosh. I was stressing.
I feel bad for Matt too, because it's like 0-6. It's
I don't.
man.
I don't at all.
And that's why you're going to lose this weekend, Brandon, because you don't care. No sympathy.
The one time I should have played a player who hasn't done shit. Mind you, he has not played. And then I'm like, nah, why would I put him in? Makes no sense. And then he has a 30-point whatever.
He has a 30-point what?
He has a 30-point game. And he's
30
on my
lead.
bench.
Man.
Yeah, but 30-point lead can disappear like that on Sunday. So don't.
Oh, it sure does.
Yeah, so
worry,
calm down.
Because let me tell you something. Yeah. I have been down by 50 or more points by multiple people this year within the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, well, at least you didn't play Rico Dowdle, freaking Cam Scattaboo, and I can't remember who the other guy was. 30. I got whooped last week. But anyway, so anyhow, but
Rico Dowdle was going to have a game like that.
But who's in first right now?
You're not first in the picks anymore, though. We'll get to that in just a second. But anyway,
let's get.
I'm happy for Miranda though. She's been trying good. She's trying real hard, so that's awesome. Hey, Miranda, you won a title once. Yeah, you won a title before. So
yeah, she did her first year.
Yeah. So
how many titles has Brandon won?
I mean,
hey, Matt, don't you eat a dick? All right.
Yeah, as bad as Matt's been this year, he has won a championship before. Miranda and Nate didn't play that year, as we will never forget. 2020 has a huge asterisk.
Hey, neither did I.
Yeah. Aaron's rookie rose is off the. It's no longer.
Maybe rookie of the year 2 times.
The thorn is off the rose, or whatever they call it. Anyway.
Yeah.
I think I came to the realization this week that Aaron is actually going to be a formidable adversary for me.
Wow.
He beat you last week, so
no, anyway. That should be that's a sign of respect, Aaron.
He might be your last week opponent. We'll have to wait and see how that shakes out in the schedule. But anyway, when it comes to real life sports, though, we'll get a little bit more into that as we go along here. Yeah, Mike also said in the chat he didn't play in 2020 either. So there you go. So man, I don't know what we did to let Matt win that year, but anyhow, it happened. Hey, all kidding aside, you earned that year somehow. Anyway,
no, you didn't.
Hurt me that year.
Exactly. But the Indiana Hoosiers are now 6-0 as they defeat Oregon, the number 3 ranked team, as IU was ranked number 7 going into that game, and they beat them up there in Eugene. And IU is now 6-0 and ranked number 3 in the nation, which we're getting into the rankings in just a second. The Indiana Hoosiers have defeated the Oregon Ducks in Eugene. Prior to the win, Indiana was 0-46. Let me repeat that. 0-46 on the road versus top 5 teams. Kurt Cignetti's team just delivered the program its best road win ever. And I believe there was even another stat that was like it was first top 3 team win on the road ever or something like that. I can't remember. But Oregon's 23-game winning streak, let's see, game streak. Oh, they worded that funny. 18-game home win streak. I don't know. Anyway, it's over. Whatever it is, it's not whatever that streak was. It's done because IU went up there and put a beating on them. But anyway, IU and Kurt Cignetti have agreed to a new 8-year, $11.6 million contract through 2033. So Penn State, those of you fans up there were hoping to get Cignetti, that's not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, go get Deion Sanders.
You going to get Prime over there in Penn State?
Oh God.
But that does not mean Cignetti will stay for the entire 8-year length of this contract, but at least does re-up him here for the next 8 years. Hopefully he does end up staying here, no doubt about it. But that on top of that, we've got Ohio State defeated who is that? Fighting Illini, Illinois last weekend as well. So both teams are 6-0 in the Big Ten. And based on the overall rankings coming into this weekend, as Micah mentioned in the chat here, he's got a few chats. He said that number 2 Miami went down tonight at home to an unranked Louisville team. So IU and Ohio State, if they both get wins this weekend, they could both be potentially the top 2 teams in the nation it feels like potentially because in the Big Ten scheduling, Ohio State and IU do not play each other in the regular season, but it feels like we're on a collision course somewhere potentially in the National Football Championship tournament. Thoughts on that, Brandon?
Big Ten championship.
Y'all gonna try to get y'all win back?
Oh
Is
yeah,
that
Big Ten championship too. You're right. Yeah, that could be.
Y'all gonna try to get y'all win back? Is that what you're trying to say?
IU's only lost to Notre Dame and Ohio State.
All I've got to say is just don't have Ryan Day get caught with his pants down. That's all I'm saying.
He's got nipple rings. He ain't worried about his pants being down.
Oh man,
I don't want to get into that. But yeah, so
wow. Listen, Ohio State is they're the reigning defending champs for a reason. We are 6-0 for a reason. So I'm not worried about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm really not worried about it.
Well, I mean, sounds like maybe sooner rather than later, IU and Ohio State are going to meet up at some point this year. So that will be, like I said, IU's never lost in Kurt Cignetti's tenure outside of the two teams who went to the championship game last year, Notre Dame and Ohio State, who ended up winning the whole thing. So I'll give you your credit, but you got to figure at some point maybe IU does get that win over Ohio State, but that's going to be a big deal.
It won't
you
be.
don't think so? I will say this: I think IU's team this year may be better than last year's. As crazy as that is.
I can say the same thing about Ohio State. You see them boys up front? Them some big boys, dude.
The big old boys, huh?
I say BYU wins it.
BLU? Oh,
BYU
is crazy.
Is that
BYU?
I don't even know.
Yeah, they're right there.
Number 15.
Yeah.
I mean, Notre Dame's sitting there at 13. I mean, what is it? The top.
BYU.
How many teams get in the tournament? Is it like 10? I think 10 or 12.
Yeah,
something like that.
I think it's 12.
Yeah, 12. So yeah, I mean, it's anybody's game here. Comes to the national championship here, so it'll be interesting to see here for sure.
Damn, I didn't know Ole Miss was 5.
I just want to point out that right now Notre Dame is not in the top 12. Just want to point that out.
Well, not right now, but
I just wanted to point that out for our listeners.
Yeah, for one listener in particular, you think maybe watching.
Alabama,
stop it.
Alabama
will punch you on Monday.
Alabama came up pretty high. Jesus.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Speaking back to the fantasy thing real quick, Mike said, didn't Brandon lose to Matt 2 or 3 times last year?
Yes, he did.
that side doesn't at all. Man, that notwithstanding,
Miami was ranked too.
Yeah, well, they may not be now. But anyway, Mike said, I win, then lose, then win, then lose in fantasy. I really am trying, despite not really being into it much this year. You've had a lot on your mind this year, so hopefully,
Mike.
Yeah, but hopefully you'll still feel like playing. Mike said, serious question: does Ohio State play this weekend?
Yep.
I don't know. Did I? Okay.
Play Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Okay. And IU plays Michigan State, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Oh, poor Wisconsin.
Yeah. Well,
they're 2-3.
There you go. So let's see, big things happening in the Big 10, or the Big 20, however you want to call it. But yeah, so two of the top teams in the nation, potentially the top 2 after Miami goes down tonight. So interesting to see how those rankings will shake out. But if you're a Colts fan, it's kind of getting that Predator moment right here. Dylan, you son of a bee. So yeah, it's a good time to be a sports fan in Indiana right now. So hopefully this keeps up and moving forward. So no doubt. In other news in the NFL, the Tennessee Titans are the first team in the league this year to fire their head coach, and Brian Callahan is gone. So poor Tennessee. They won a game basically on a fluke.
I looked at that news on my phone and I just scrolled upwards.
They need to fire the
whole squad
organization.
Well, it's just interesting to note. I think they said like the last 4 number 1 overall picks that are quarterbacks have all lost their head coach after the first season or less. So sucks to, but so far it's worked out for those other quarterbacks. Hopefully Cam Ward will be able to do better with their new management.
This doesn't seem to be a Titans head coach problem. This seems to be somebody above him's problem.
Well, yeah, because here's the record of Mike Vrabel, the last head coach for the Tennessee Titans, 2 AFC South titles, and they fired him. Even though his record was about, 50-50-ish, a little bit better than. Mm-hmm. So maybe they were wanting more than that. I get it. But he won you 2 AFC titles and you fired him. He goes to New England, and now New England's on the uptick. So again, some of this, like you said, is higher up in the Tennessee ownership from the sounds of things, the general managers and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I don't know.
Let me tell you something. Mike Vrabel in New England scares me.
Well, to be honest, I feel like that's where he should have been when he took the Titans job.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. You know, there's a whole thing there with McDaniels and Belichick and all that stuff. So
I don't like Mike Vrabel coaching that team.
Well, just for the AFC in general. Yeah, that's way bad. So I get why they can't Brian Callahan. I get it.
Yeah, 4-19 is nuts.
To be honest, though, as a Colts fan, you love to see it. I don't want them to get any better.
Yeah,
That's just
I don't give a shit. Not my problem. But that's
stuff you like to see. Stuff you like to see before we get into the not so fun stuff. Last week, the Steelers beat the Browns 23-9. So that's great. I'm sure Miranda was thrilled with that. But then came last night. Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers put on a show.
Yeah,
the two old guys.
Despite what you want to say, those two old guys were slinging that fucking ball.
Yeah, yeah, they were.
Like,
but you kind of just felt like who was going to have the ball last was going to win. It's kind of what happened. And Flacco just got the better end of the stick with the clock,
it's
unfortunately.
really cool.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Flacco did me dirty?
Yes.
That son of a bitch.
Yep, he did.
Yeah. So he'll probably play your Ravens at some point too. So watch out.
Well, also, like, where the fuck were the defense?
Good point. On both sides of the ball.
Yeah, that's a good question. 0 points. I mean, at least it wasn't in the negatives, but oh my gosh.
Did you have TJ Watt too?
Yeah, 0 points.
Yeah, TJ. Listen, that offensive line, they were doubling him up the whole fucking night. TJ wasn't.
They should. Yeah.
Like, it wasn't for a lack of trying, but those two, they put the two biggest boys they had and was like, "This is your job." And
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah.
I hate to say it, Jalen Ramsey, for all the good Jalen Ramsey is and does, Jamar Chase is not somebody you could just keep a hold of because, like, that motherfucker was gone. Like, and if
that motherfucker needs to sit his ass down.
Matt's like, nope, it's perfect for me. But
when Jalen did and was able to control him, T. Higgins, him and Porter fought all night. Now Porter hung with T. Higgins a lot. Don't get me wrong, but like when Jamar Chase wasn't the option, T. Higgins still got that son bitch. So I can't. It was.
That's why I was always an advocate for Colts getting T. Higgins at one point, but it was an injury thing with him, and but he's been doing okay the last few weeks. So
I'm gonna say this too. DK Metcalf is a problem. Like, there's
I didn't think that was going to work when they got DK Metcalf. They got Aaron Rodgers. I'm going, this isn't going to work. They proved me wrong. Both those guys have played great football.
Problem.
And I hate to say it, the Colts play Pittsburgh in like 3 or 4 weeks time. Maybe 3 weeks. I'm not looking forward to it.
You got to keep up with DK speed, but not only DK speed. DK is a very strong and physical receiver, and like it ain't shit for him to catch the ball and run the DB over. Like it happened. So yeah, DK Metcalf is a problem. And then again, Pittsburgh's tight ends. There were some big fucking dudes at tight end.
Johnson.
Massive fucking dudes.
Good and game. I'm not gonna lie.
He'll run it straight multiple times, and he'll run you over and keep going, even if there's 4 or 5 guys holding on to him. He's also a problem.
Which is why I probably would not play. Was it Gainwell? Kenneth Gainwell.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, Kenneth Gainwell.
Sorry, Aaron, but bench that guy. It's just me. As long as Warren's playing, bench him.
Well, apparently Ray Lewis is urging the NFL to investigate the referees after the Steelers' controversial loss to the Bengals.
Yeah, there was 2 fucking catches that were like, I don't understand those.
They should have reviewed the one they said that Travis Kelce caught that clearly hit the ground. Why don't you review that one? You know, I'm sure there was this was legit too, but the refs got to be.
There was the one interception they gave Aaron Rodgers. The one I could see that one was clear as fucking day, but it was also weird because he bobbled the shit out of it. There was also a catch that was like that, a Jamar Chase catch that clearly looked like it hit the fucking ground, but whatever. But that other interception they gave Aaron Rodgers was fucked because like the guy looks like he lands out of bounds first, and it shouldn't have been an interception. But like from a certain angle, the one they were looking at looks like his knee hit first. His elbow hits the outside before his knee hit the ground. But it was the way the camera was, it was fucking weird.
Yeah, it's crazy. I will say this though. The good game, especially for a Thursday game. Sometimes them Thursday games are stinkers. This was a good one though, and I ain't gonna lie, I still like those white tiger uniforms though. Those are pretty dope.
Yeah,
No doubt about it. And or as Mike called it, the icy hot bowl between Franco and Rogers. That fits. I'm not gonna lie to you, it fits. But they both balled out. I ain't gonna lie to you. So like, hope to see more of that from both guys.
There's some old dudes that I think it's really cool that legends like them get the opportunity to still play.
Well, and Flacco was asked about that.
Go to the Hall of Fame.
Well, Flacco was asked, like, well, why do you keep playing? He's like, because not many people get a chance to play in the NFL. Yeah, I'm like 40, but this is like a once in a lifetime thing. I want to do it as much as I can while I can. And, so he's got the right mentality about it. So let him retire when he wants to retire. I'm sure it'll be sooner rather than later, but he's having a career renaissance and he's had some success in certain teams. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out with us here in Indy, no doubt. Speaking of Indianapolis, though, they win 31-27 over the Arizona Cardinals in a game where literally before the game started, the Colts lost one of their star corners because their tight end
Brandon, have you seen this?
Drew Ogletree runs into Travarius Ward.
Travarius Ward
just like
collides with a teammate. Ward is ruled out with a concussion.
So literally before the game even starts, they lose.
I'm getting the XP.
Pre-game warm-ups. So the secondary was going to give up a lot of yards no matter what happened here with Kenny Moore already out, our star corner. Luckily, he'll be back this week. Kenny Moore will be, so that'll at least be a boost to the secondary going against the Chargers. But yeah, so Jacoby Brissett come in and had a good game against the Colts, but the Colts come out on top 31-27. So if not for a Adonai Mitchell touchdown being called back and a penalty, Colts could be 6-0 right now as the only undefeated team in the NFL. As of right now, they are tied for the best record in the NFL with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 5-1. But speaking of getting hurt before in pregame, by the way, this poor guy, Anthony Richardson, apparently before the game started was doing like band workouts, whether he's doing bicep curls or stretches or whatever. Apparently the band snapped and hit him in the face and broke his orbital bone, and he's been placed on IR. Nice. So this guy's not even on the football field. He still get hurt at this point. So it's like, I'm fully convinced that somewhere down the line that Anthony Richardson must have desecrated some ancient Indian burial ground somewhere. Because I can't put my finger on it. Somebody may have to sit this poor kid down and just say, sir, this might just not be for you. I don't know. I mean, I still maybe he'll get maybe another chance somewhere else, or maybe the Colts will give him another chance after maybe he sticks around, learns from Daniel Jones. But I ain't gonna lie. Daniel Jones keeps playing like he is, and the Colts make the playoffs or something, or wins the division. They're re-upping Daniel Jones. He'll get a longer-term contract. It's going to happen. Yeah. So I don't know what they do with Anthony Richardson at that point, but man, to get hurt, and supposedly this injury happened in the locker room. He wasn't even on the field. So it's like, what? What
maybe football not for you. Maybe it's not for you. Maybe because you've pissed off some leprechaun or somebody. Something there's a voodoo doll involved.
You peed in somebody's Lucky Charms somewhere.
You did something. That is the most random.
Yeah.
Random
I get it happens, but.
Yeah, but to break your orbital socket,
the Colts are going to have to eventually think about letting go of this guy.
Well, they're going to try to trade him before they let him go. But yeah, I mean,
let him go.
Yeah, as Mike said in the chat, Richardson needs a head-to-toe protective suit wrapped in bubble wrap. Yeah,
Jesus.
So that's kind of where we're going with this guy, unfortunately. And I had such high hopes, and I ain't gonna lie, the Colts made the right decision so far this season. It's proven to be the case. But I still wish great for the kid. I hope he eventually gets there. But right now, it's not looking good for him, no doubt about it. So as of right now, the Colts sit atop the AFC before this weekend, or at least definitely now that Pittsburgh lost. I hate to say it, man. I don't mean to rub it in, but Pittsburgh are with the Chargers now at 4-2, with the Colts at 5-1. New England and Buffalo and Jacksonville and Denver all there at 4-2 as well. But if the Colts win this weekend, they keep that one-game advantage, or at least, they'll keep that one-game advantage. And of course, the Colts play the Chargers this weekend and Pittsburgh in 2 or 3 weeks' time. So those top two teams behind Indy are going to face Indy themselves. So we'll see how this ends up shaking out. But as of right now, the AFC is looking good for Indy. So that being said, that brings us to the Week 7 NFL picks and predictions. We're looking forward to this. Last week, we did better than we did the week before. I think it was, let's see, Matt and Brandon tied for the best record this week. I think both getting 10 wins apiece, missing 5 games. But because of that, Miranda drops down a little bit from first down to second, and my buddy Dan drops from second to last to third to last. So he's making some, kind of surprise picks and stuff. And he's making his way up the ranks. So Brandon drops a little bit. Dan coming up from behind here. So, good. Got about 3 games behind Matt and 5 games out of the second and third spot. So, we're getting some movers and shakers here in our weekly pick'ems here. So, overall, as a podcast, we're picking 57 to 36 overall. But Brandon's, clearing the field here, 60 wins to 33 losses. So, he's making everybody look silly right now by 3 games. So, good on him there. So, we all did not start off the week very well. We all lost that first Thursday night game. We all took Pittsburgh. We all took Pittsburgh. So we got that wrong. Not starting off great, but with the Ravens and Bills on bye, I guess we get into the games here. So what man?
Who picked the Eagles last week to win though?
Everybody but you. We know.
That's correct. Okay.
Yes, you got the Giants. And it's funny after last week how the Giants he was the only one to take him, and then the Panthers and I believe the Falcons, not many people had faith in. This week it's a whole different story in those teams. Everybody took the Panthers, they took the Falcons, and they took the Giants. So it's crazy how that one week can change some stuff. But we got 5-2. We're taking the Rams over the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville's second home away from home in London. It looks like the Rams. We predict now. Miranda and Mike took the Jaguars. Any particular reason you took the Jaguars, Miranda? Anything that?
Nope. No? I don't have a method. None of it.
Well, you're a secret AEW fan, and you like to support Tony Khan's father. That's what it is.
That's wild.
That's definitely what it is.
No, here's the thing. For me, that pick was either way. Honestly.
Yeah. There's a few here this week that way for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what makes these so
Jackson
difficult.
would be happy if Jacksonville won.
Fair enough. That's a good reason. I think the Rams have one of the best defenses in the league, personally, consistently, at least. There's not a whole lot of great ones out there, but and usually the Colts are too, except for last week when I played the Colts defense in fantasy. For whatever reason, they stunk it when I tried to use them. But anyway, notwithstanding. Say,
I'm glad the Ravens are off this week, so I didn't have to almost pick them to win.
I hear you there. And, of course,
where did Aaron go?
I don't know. He dropped off. Maybe he had to leave for a kid's sake or whatever. Maybe he'll come back and defend his Ravens a little bit. But yeah. But we also picked 5-2 Philadelphia over Minnesota. I took the Vikings and Aaron took the Vikings and everybody else took the Eagles. The reason why I'm taking the Vikings is because, quite frankly, they're playing better than the Eagles right now. The Eagles have dropped 2 in a row and they're on the road in Minnesota.
That's what I was thinking though about a bounce back game. I honestly was this may be that.
Yeah. Well, Carson Wentz, who used to play for Philly, by the way, is the quarterback in Minnesota right now due to the injury to J.J. McCarthy. So that could play into something too. So there's that notwithstanding. But yeah, to me, it's just until the Eagles get this corrected, I have to go with the hotter team right now, and I think it's Minnesota. But you could be wrong. This could absolutely go either way. Mike off said in the chat, he said, I honestly didn't realize the game was in England, but I stand by my pick of Jacksonville over the Rams. So there you go. It's a 9:30 a.m. game here on the East Coast in the United States. So but speaking of England, New England, we're taking them 6-1 over Tennessee. My buddy Dan's going the lone wolf with the Tennessee Titans over New England and Tennessee. But as we mentioned, under a new head coach, if he gets it though, he's going to look like the genius. But I think the rest of us are kind of taking New England over the Tennessee Titans as New England starting to look like
Jackson Dart has been playing, or not Jackson Dart.
Drake May. Yeah.
Drake May's been fucking playing.
Still
Mahomes, and I should have fucking played him.
I hear that. Now I'm still manifesting a Travion Henderson, more usage there of the running back position in New England, but probably not going to do that. They're leaning on Drake May there and the receivers for sure. We also got, like I said, 5-3 Carolina over the hapless Jets. So it looks like Brandon and Dan are the only ones who took the Jets. Reason being for that, Brandon? Question?
Because the Panthers going Panther. And
you don't know,
Yeah, I really don't. They blew out the Falcons in a game, but then the Falcons beat the shit out. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I mean, I really do. I just what is isn't the Jets? Are they winless right now?
Probably. They might have
they're no, they're 0-6, so they've not won a game yet. So you think this is the one against the
maybe.
Carolina Panthers? I mean, it depends on which Carolina team shows up. I mean, Carolina's been very scrappy at times, and they've been kind of hot and cold a little bit. But if they show up, I think the Panthers roll here because Rico Dowdle. Where was that when you were in Dallas, bro? Like, I mean, you just put it to the Cowboys last week. Holy crap! Mike said, "I think the Jets are going to Jet." You know, if you're a Jet,
that's true.
West Side Story. But anyway, that's deep pull there. But anyway. That could be, but I still think the Jets are better than their record, though. Like they've lost some games early, especially that they could have won, and for whatever reason, it just hasn't clicked. So yeah, like you said, Jets go to Jet. We go 4-3 Miami over the Cleveland Browns. This is more split. Again, the Browns have been scrappy, and Miami, Tua Tagovailoa even kind of sounding off against the ownership and leadership of the Miami Dolphins as of late. He kind of walked back a little bit.
Fellow players, which is why I think they're not going to play. They don't respect Tua as it is, and I think this is that game. They're going to play football because they're going to get fined otherwise, but it's not going to be there. That effort, that leadership that needed is not going to be there. And I think the Browns. Yeah.
I mean, they go Brown, but as of right now, you roll with Dylan Gabriel, and he's showing at least some signs of life. So, I mean, and you still got Myles Garrett back there chasing Tua around. So, yeah, I mean, I still feel like Miami is just due for an implosion. Mike McDaniel may not last the season.
Some of those blocks are going to be
it'll be rough.
I picked the Dolphins.
Yeah, why?
Why not?
Because the Browns, I think, are probably. I mean, they're both not great. But
have you watched Dylan Gabriel play this year?
Well, I mean, he's better than
you watched Tua play this year.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm gonna go pee while you guys argue about the Dolphins.
Right on. So yeah,
there's listen. After what Tua said in that press conference, putting a lot of things that should have stayed in a locker room out publicly, a lot of his linemen are just going to be like, "No, you got it."
Yeah,
like they're not going to put much effort into stopping fucking Myles Garrett or anybody else on that defensive line. Like there was a big faux pas to call him out like that is crazy.
It's crazy work. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if that was the right move to go about things for your long-term success, but at the same time, I mean, apparently 4 out of 3 of us take the Dolphins, but those of us who had the best records took the Browns. So take that for what you will. Just going to say that right now. if Matt's trying to talk, he's muted again. But anyway,
it is what it is, bro. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
I will take that for what I will.
Yeah, exactly. Just go put that out there. But anyway, I can't put Mike in that regard because he didn't play 1 week, so he might be right up there with us. But either way, right now he's not. So anyway, we'll go with it. We're also taking the Chicago Bears over the New Orleans Saints in Chicago, 6-1. Aaron's the lone wolf there, probably trying to just got to be different. That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing him and Dan are just trying to make up spots. Mike seems to still sort of stick with what he thinks is going to happen, but I think Dan and Aaron kind of like to get those like wild cards in there sometimes, as Aaron does in the next matchup too. Again, last week Brandon was the only one who took the Chiefs. Now everybody's taking the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are back. I really do. Of course, it doesn't hurt that the refs are giving Travis Kelce catches when he shouldn't be getting them. But
that's also true.
They're also playing the terrible Raiders this week. This is a bye week for the Chiefs. It should be.
It's
in
just
Kansas City
week for the Chiefs,
at least. So you Chiefs fans out there, you should enjoy.
The Raiders got that great tight end and a running back.
Well, they're not. Well, Bowers is out. No, he's not been playing. He's been out like multiple weeks, and I think he's supposed to be out again this week. So, and I'm not. And Genty's got a great back, but he's just not. He's still a rookie. He's going to take time, but he's not put together what we hoped, especially those people who took the first round.
But again, think about any other program he would be in right now. Do you think we'd be saying that same thing? I don't think so.
You wouldn't think.
If he was with a better program than the Raiders?
Maybe. Now, Pete Carroll loves to run the ball, but yeah, it's just not manifested yet. So whatever it is, it's not clicking. What is clicking, though, is the Indianapolis Colts so far. They are going to the Los Angeles Chargers, and we've taken them in a clean sweep 7-0 over the Chargers. However, I will say I think this is going to be one of the Colts' tougher tests because they could potentially get Joe Alt back on the offensive line. They are going to get Quentin Johnston back at the receiver spot, who's been playing out of his mind. And with the depleted secondary with Kenny Moore coming back from injury, this could still be a tough week for the Colts. So this could be one I could actually see the Colts losing. I'm not going to lie to you. And if you, again,
listen, Justin Herbert I'll take a bad quarterback.
Like, no.
I'm not going to stop picking the Colts until they show me.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that they may have the edge there because
Colts
Chargers have had a bit of
they
tough
lose.
run in the last few weeks. But put it together, I think the Chargers are a good team, no doubt, especially with Jim Harbaugh there at the head coaching spot, no doubt. And like I said earlier, 4 out of 3, we're now taking the Giants. I'm telling you, Jackson Dart, Cam Scatterbo. Just imagine if the Giants had Malik Neighbors still, but he's done for the season.
God, dude, again, every
You keep
time
forgetting
I
that.
I feel fucking bad for him. Like
I know, but again, if this is successful the rest of this year, he comes back next year, revitalized, ready to play with this team. That team has the sky's the limit. If what we've been seeing lately is the true Giants, and so far, even without him, man, they've been playing good ball, and they beat the Super Bowl champs last week. Now they got to travel to Denver at Mile High and play that good defense. So we're going to see how good that offense is with Jackson Dart and Scatterbo this week. But yeah, this is more of a split, but 4-3, we're taking the Giants here. We got Green Bay at Arizona, 5-2. We're taking Green Bay. Matt and Aaron took Arizona. Just trying to be different, Matt. As he nods muted. He's got a problem with his mute tonight.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. But anyway, I think this game could be closer than what it looks if Jacoby Brissett plays.
I like Jacoby Brissett even when he was in Indianapolis.
No, I mean, he's an underrated player.
Very underrated.
He played better than Kyler Murray, in my opinion, last week.
That's
a lot of ways.
I kind of felt.
So the Green Bay, I think Green Bay still gets this, even though it is on the road for them.
I would love it.
But that Green Bay defense has not been playing good lately. So
yeah.
Arizona's another team that kind of looks like they might be trying to rebuild a little bit.
Arizona?
Yes.
Maybe a little bit. I think they do need to move on from Kyler at some point.
I was about to say the same thing. Do you think they should move on from Kyler, though?
I think so. Maybe even I don't know how long. I don't think the coach has been there very long. But yeah, maybe Kyler needs to go. I'm not going to. And if Jacoby continues to play like he is while Kyler's hurt, that may happen just based on talent. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah,
I mean, they got talent on the other they got talent on their team. It's just like it's not. I feel like it is a Kyler Murray, and like Kyler Murray's not a bad quarterback, but he makes terrible fucking decisions. Like,
yeah,
he does. Like, you know what I mean? And I think they need somebody.
He doesn't throw to Marvin Harrison Jr. when he's wide open. Like, I don't understand why he's not. I mean, just not seeing the field. I don't know.
They need like a bigger, more physical back too. Like, I really think Arizona. Like,
well, James Conner not getting hurt, it would have been the guy, but yeah, just they've had a few injuries there at that position, and then of course DeMarcado or whatever again dropping the ball before it goes into the end zone. So yeah, there's stuff like that. So again, they lose that fluke to Tennessee, crazy way there too. So yeah, but yeah, I'm going Green Bay. But yeah, this who knows? Maybe it could go either way. We're taking the Cowboys 5-2 over the Washington Commanders. Who'd have thought that at the beginning of this season with the way the Washington Commanders ended last year? But Commanders a little banged up with a couple of their players right now, Jane Daniels, but he's starting to feel it again too. But the Dallas Cowboys, as much as their defense sucks, playing at home against the Commanders, the Dak Prescott offense right now is clicking, even without CeeDee Lamb, and they're supposed to get CeeDee Lamb back this week. So
I was thinking this the other day. We can shit on the Cowboys, and I'll openly shit on the Cowboys. No disrespect, but
to Slara or
I can't. Hold on, let me say this. It's not that I'm shitting on the Cowboys. That's wrong. I could shit on the decisions that Jerry Jones has made as the owner of the Cowboys. I'll say that.
I think most Cowboys would even agree with you on that one.
But Dak Prescott has probably been playing some of his best fucking football in a long time. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think Dak is bad.
No, Dak's
his
not bad.
Quarterback play this season
has
been great.
Well, he's got a solid number 2 now in George Pickens. For whatever reason, that didn't work in Pittsburgh, but it's working in Dallas. He could be a number 1 in Dallas. Now, if you keep CD, them together, then you can put in Javonte Williams, and then Jake Ferguson's playing out of his mind.
Which brings me to my next question. Why in the hell did the Steelers release him?
Attitude.
Is that just it?
Same thing with Schuster.
Yeah, they got a lot of it, from what I understand.
Yeah.
God,
it was his attitude.
Get over the egos, dude.
But sometimes that chain of scenery, man.
On the field. Yeah, it was the shit that he was doing on the field. And,
I mean, and good on Pittsburgh to not put up with it. I'll give them that. But unfortunately, they missed that. But hell, they got DK, and it's working for them too.
I'm gonna say they missed out, but not really. They got.
Imagine if they had DK and George Pickens at the same time playing at George Pickens' level now.
Yeah.
Boy,
they got decent receivers other than DK. I mean, Calvin Austin's still a hell of a.
Yeah, he's a nice little slot guy. Yeah.
But the attitude, and I think like you're right. Like, don't put up with shit like that. Like I can see, because you don't want it to infect the whole locker room. So you can't let one guy keep getting away with things just because he's good. Like that, that's still bad for business. And but I'm 100% happy. Hey, you go somewhere else, and that structure works for you. Fine, so be it. And I have a great year, and he is having a good year. But again, a lot of that is due to Dak Prescott playing really good fucking football.
Yeah.
And
yeah, absolutely it is.
So like I said, I can shit on, the owner of the team, but like the team itself, I can't, like, kind of hard not to pick them when they've been playing as well as they've been playing, like, honestly.
Yeah. Just a side note real quick. Aaron said he lost internet connection. He's trying to get it back. So hopefully he'll be back soon. But we also got on Sunday Night Football, the Atlanta Falcons travel to the San Francisco 49ers. Again, we're all taking Atlanta now after that big win they got over there on Monday Night Football, which I missed. And I don't know. I mean, we all missed that one. But Atlanta over San Francisco. San Francisco's still playing well despite their litany of injuries, I should say. But the Atlanta Falcons are again, with Michael Penix Jr. is playing some good ball right now. The IU prospect. So I'm happy to see that. Of course, Drake May and even Kyle Pitts is benefiting, but Bijan Robinson has been an absolute steal for me in fantasy football, no doubt about it.
Yay, Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts. Yeah, exactly. Have you been playing him at all or no?
Yes, I have. On my shit fantasy team.
Hey, you gotta have a time and interrupt there too. So yeah, so hopefully that team will continue to evolve. But yeah, they're looking pretty good in the
Kristen, I'm 0-6.
Exactly. I love your shirt, how it says the B team, by the way. That's perfect for your fantasy team. But anyhow, perfect. But anyway, on Monday Night Football, we got yet again another doubleheader, which a lot of doubleheaders on Monday Night Football this year. I don't know how I feel about it personally. I don't mind them if they're kind of late, like some of the 10 o'clock games. I can actually sit and watch both pretty much all the way through. But split screen's been fun. But this week we got Tampa Bay at Detroit, which I think is going to be a really great game. This was split 4-3 again. We're all taking Tampa Bay over Detroit. I mean, Miranda, Matt, and Mike took Detroit for good reason. They're at home and they play better at home. But even though the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are dealing with a lot of injuries, especially at receiver, it looks like they're going to get Mike Evans back, but they're going to be without Chris Godwin and Ibukum. But at the same time, it just doesn't seem to matter who Baker Mayfield's throwing to. It seems like he's going to put up points. And until the top record team that's tied with the Colts right now in the NFL, the Bucs, lose, I'm going to continue to take them. But yeah, playing in Detroit's not going to be easy. So I think this could be a big fun game for sure. What do you think?
This game is another one that could have went either way, honestly. Yeah. But I went with Baker because I have turned into a huge Baker fan from watching him go through the shit show that he went through in Cleveland, then going to that nightmare in Carolina, and then leaving there, and then he went one other place before he went to Tampa, didn't he? Or was it from Carolina to Tampa?
I think it was Carolina to Tampa. He might have went to I don't want to say
Seattle. Didn't he go to I thought he was in Las Vegas.
He went somewhere that didn't last long at all, but it was mostly Cleveland, and then and then
but then watch him go to Tampa after Brady leaves Tampa, and then do what he's been doing. Like,
made that transition a lot smoother than many thought, for sure. Tampa Bay's probably think we're never gonna have another quarterback again after Brady leaves, but but if Baker keeps playing like this and that team plays playing as a whole, if they get healthy on the receiver side of the ball, they have a potential to go to the Super Bowl this year. They really do. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if it's Colts, God willing, against Bucks in Super Bowl, that's going to be tough. I'm not going to sleep well that week of. I'll tell you right now, because I'll be nervous as all hell. But anyway, that's a long way off, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse, as it were. But anyway, Mike sent in a chat real quick I wanted to get to because he's getting ready to leave here. He did say, why couldn't Mark Sanchez have had his back alley knife fight when we went to see him and the Jets play the Colts in the playoffs? No kidding. That way, maybe we could have won that game. It ended up being Peyton's last game as a Colt. So yeah, F around and find out, Sanchez. It sounds what it's looking out here. Then we got Mike said, I hate to bail, guys, but I need to crash. Both me and the wife have fevers and feel like crap. Main reason I've stayed up as a 3-year-old is being stubborn. Good night, everyone. Hope to join again next week. Well, thanks for joining us, Mike. I hope you and your wife feel better. Hope the kids don't get it as well. And we'll hope to see you again next week. Thanks for joining the show, buddy. As always, we appreciate your input and things like that. We ain't got much to go on football anyway. So yeah, good night, buddy. And last but not least, we got the Houston Texans at the Seattle Seahawks. 5-2, we're taking Seattle over Houston, mostly for the reasons why I did is because Houston's hot and cold right now. They're starting to look like they're figuring it out on offense. However, they're traveling all the way to Seattle, and Seattle's not an easy place to play. I'm taking them over the Houston Texans. What do you guys think? Brandon took Houston, him and Dan. Just a CJ Stroud, Ohio State thing, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit. But no, also, I mean, I don't know. I feel like they are starting to right the ship a little bit more over there. So I'm just hoping that continues with them. And yeah, I'm a huge, believer in Stroud and
I ain't gonna lie, this could be a sneaky good game, depending on which Texans team shows up. But I'm not gonna lie, as a fantasy fan, I'm gonna hope that Nico Collins has a good night because he's one of my receivers. But at the same time, and I got CJ Stroud too on the team. I was hoping he'd be my starting quarterback, but it's not been the greatest to see CJ, but he's had a few decent weeks. So I'm hoping to see some more improvement, and maybe I'll put him in my lineup when Justin Herbert goes on by for sure. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But yeah, overall, I think it could be a good week of football. I think it's got some solid picks here. So I'm looking forward to see how this all shakes out, no doubt about it. So any other thoughts on the world of the NFL?
Yeah, I want to hope I get my win streak in one of these fucking things, okay? Because if I lose to Matt, I'm just gonna be depressed. Like this is gonna be a down week. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's going to be a thing. Let's go. And I'm about to do something I've never done on the show before. I'm going to leave you guys here to talk for a second because I got to go pee too real quick. Don't normally happen, but I'm going to do that real fast. I'm going to leave you guys to talk for a couple minutes, and then I will be right back. So talk amongst yourselves if you don't mind. Are you cool with that?
Yeah. Matt, listen to me. Yeah. If you do beat me, don't text me. Don't call me. Like, don't talk to me. You got to give me some time to adjust. Yourself. All right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to give me like a day or two before you speak to me.
I'm not dealing with him if he loses to you this week. So you're gonna have to come get him
on the couch for a month
or something. Like,
wow, a month, Matt. That's a little excessive. I only lost.
Get over it. You get over it. So
I bet not lose to you.
I'm afraid I'm going to lose Rocky.
Let me tell you something.
Rocky's team
I feel bad for both of you because when one of you finishes last, you have to pay 3 times.
Yeah,
so it's not really fair for you too.
I said it in my name, okay? My team name.
Yeah. I paid $90 for this shit. I saw that and I lost my shit. I was like, that must be Brandon's team.
I'll tell you what, babe. If you lose it this year and you have to pay $90 again, I'll just won't play.
Brandon,
that way you won't have to lose. No, that way you don't have to lose to your wife too.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Brandon's got too good of a team this year.
You hear that, Miranda? I got too good of a team this year. Okay,
Brandon's got too good.
Listen,
I
beat you. No, you beat me. Did you beat me?
I beat you.
You were my only loss. Okay? Yeah.
Well, get used to it because it's gonna happen again. All right.
What you guys don't
I cannot lose.
I beat Brandon. I beat Brandon.
Yeah.
So
talking to Eric. Ain't nobody talking to you right now. Okay.
I'm talking to me. The fans want to know. I mean, you were
so
one, so I come along.
I was telling Brandon. So the guys and Ash on Badlands, she's the only girl in their league, but they're all very new to it. And I feel like I know more about fantasy football than they do. And that's the only subject ever that I will ever be smarter than them about.
That's pretty cool. No doubt about it.
I don't want to lose to Matt. I can lose to anybody else and it's fine. But if I lose to him.
Poor Matt.
Brandon. What Brandon doesn't realize.
Don't do that, Eric. Don't do that. I hate when you do the sympathy shit for Matt. Because this motherfucker will be in every group chat.
You know what? You're right. You know what? You're right. At the same time.
Yeah, we got.
It's me trying to be. I'm trying to be a nice guy. Okay.
He will text me just to talk shit, and it's like I need a day or two, man. Let me settle in with my loss.
Does he do what he does to me? Like, we got the private chat for the podcast. I've got a personal chat with me and Matt, and then we've also got a fantasy chat. So he texts me in every chat.
And then he'll text the fantasy chat
Yeah.
itself, so we can get everybody involved.
Oh yeah, everyone
Yeah,
has to be
like-
involved in the loss.
Like-
Matt, Matt, you know I love you, dude. Like we
Yeah,
talk,
same.
you know, in our other chats
But-
or whatever, and we bullshit. But it's like when you have one over on any of us, we don't hear the fucking end of it from you. You know what I
No.
mean? It's these.
What Brandon doesn't realize is that I talk shit to everybody except Miranda.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why I don't talk shit to Miranda.
Go get that
Why?
number
What is that
six.
reason?
Miranda, because I got my ass kicked so bad from you one year that it
Oh.
still hurts. Miranda had Antonio Brown and like 2 other wide receivers. Miranda had 148 fantasy points, and it was night 1.
Thursday night.
Yeah, it was Thursday
Yeah.
night.
I did that to
It
Chris
wasn't
one
even.
time too.
It wasn't even Saturday.
Oh yeah, she did you and Chris dirty. That's fucked
Yeah,
up.
it was bad.
That's okay. That's okay. Chris ended up doing it to somebody else too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is
Brandon.
right.
that
Brandon,
year
Yeah.
the wide receivers were
was.
insane on Pittsburgh.
That's how I felt last week, really, even though it was on Sunday. I got beat. I was down. I was
Yeah.
down by 100 points when 3 guys scored over like 32.
Yeah,
Like,
there
so
was
there's nothing you could do.
sweet.
Yeah, there was
So,
some.
Miranda,
Yeah, there was
that
some
is
really
why I
good
don't
games. Though.
talk shit to you when I play you.
Mm.
Because
And-
it still hurts.
And Aaron
Hey.
Rodgers got little over 30 last night. If they wouldn't have freaking gave him 2 interceptions, he would have had more.
Mhm.
Fuckers.
That's
There
what
you
I'm
go.
saying. Like these last couple of weeks, like football, both college football and NFL football. College though, it's like it starts off close, and then the better team just steamrolls the other team. But in pros, like you get these high scoring back and forth fucking battles, and it's great for fantasy football if those players are on your team. But it's just great to watch, like when like a real shootout where like they march down the field, score 7, kickoff, then they just march down the field and score 7. Like that's the best football. Like when it's like that competitive.
But
You know what I mean? Like-
again, where's the defense? They were
I
just
don't know.
marching down the field.
By
Don't
the
feel
way,
bad. I
for
felt
those
that
who
way
are-
watching the Cardinals last
We
week
need
too.
one team's defense to work a little bit.
For those who are interested, South is not perfect. Their
What does that
perfect season ended tonight.
Oh,
Talking about Bloomington South.
They got beat by Center Grove.
I was like, we're not. No one's going to care about what.
Well,
high
they're
school-
perfect. They're undefeated.
yeah, like I mean, unless you literally live around here, nobody watching this show is
Yeah.
going to care.
Eric, they were undefeated.
Well, good for them. Not no more. So,
Not no more.
well, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah.
Side note of side notes. I just got to tell you this because I told Miranda this last night too. Miranda bought us cotton sheets, and these are some of the softest, most comfortable sheets I have laid in a long fucking time. All right, I just want you to know. I don't know why
So
that should brought to my attention, but I was rubbing it and I was like, "Yo, this is some soft ass shit right here."
now there's a whole reason why I got 100% cotton sheets. And I think we should start a little segment on the show, and we'll explain why we got sheets that are now not polyester.
Okay.
Oh god.
But I didn't know Brandon was going to bring this up tonight. So polyester is really,
Oh.
really bad for you. Like it's just not good.
We
But
go-
everything
what's the-
soft is usually polyester.
What's the segment going to be? Stuff that's not good for you, type thing. Like, I'm
Well,
trying to
I
think
don't
of
know. Either that or alternatives to things like just
Yeah. Well,
stuff
get what
that
you're
we
saying.
use. Like
yeah.
we
Well, if you
just
got
started
ideas,
a-
send 'em.
we just started
well,
another new vitamin that is probably going to be pretty beneficial. So just
Right on.
sharing that shit.
Well, I mean, if you got ideas to send to me, I could come up with some. Or you guys save some images or something, just bring them up when we get to a part of the show. We can do it. It's fine.
All
Whatever you
right,
guys wanna do.
I can do that. I got
So
no
yeah,
idea.
I mean, either way, either send it to me or just do it yourself, and I'll be like, all right, it's your time, your guys' turn. I think you guys have the ability to
I
share
think
stuff over there.
I think we
Yeah.
should start a new segment. It's called
Yeah.
How to Lose at Matt at Fantasy Football.
How to lose.
Hosted by Brandon.
Yeah,
Hosted by Brandon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
If it comes to
Also,
who,
No, nobody
Yeah.
wants to talk about things.
you also know you're old when you're talking about sheets.
you know you've hit
All right.
you've hit adulthood when like furniture and new towels, that sort of stuff makes you happy. Yeah.
Hey,
okay.
hey, Aaron, smartass.
Hey,
Did you not just hear me? You don't have to be old to fucking care about your health.
Hey, I like my soft sheets.
They're
By the way,
soft.
just letting you know,
Brandon
Aaron,
just said they were the most comfortable sheets ever.
just letting you know, Aaron.
they
You
are.
know that guy, that really rude fucker that hid your card at work? That was me.
Oh,
What?
Jesus Christ.
Just letting you know.
Is he's about to jump through the screen and punch you? Like, what did you do?
Yeah.
He will. He'll come find me.
Oh my
He hit his
God.
cart one day at work. And,
cart.
And
Let you say his
Yeah.
car.
When I heard Aaron was looking for it, 30 minutes.
He went outside.
What?
Cut his car keys.
Yeah. Let you keyed his car or something. Jeez, bro.
Me and Isaiah just were dying. We thought it was great.
Oh my gosh. You wild and crazy guy, man. I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
what.
Crazy guy. All right, you guys getting ready to go into the last segment here? We'll get out of here.
Yep.
I ain't got a whole lot tonight, so we can get to politics before we end the show. So, all right, let's get her going. Here we go.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
All right, so in the world of news and politics, there was a little bit of breaking news before the podcast started. Donald Trump has now commuted the sentence for former United States or New York Congressman George Santos. So Miranda, since you're clapping, you apparently know more about this than me because I forgot what this is about. So I didn't have time to
Well,
research.
I'm going to be real honest. I didn't start following until after George started.
Oh,
Matt,
I can just put it on myself.
Matt, you're not muted.
Matt, mute your head. Matt.
You can make
No
copper
shot.
armor now.
I'm going to mute his ass. Good Lord. This is why he was muting
Yeah.
himself earlier. He was talking on his game. Anyway, go on, Miranda.
I didn't start really following until after he started talking about going to prison.
Right.
But I know he was mad and he knows
Well,
a lot of shit.
Uh-huh.
And like, just watch. That's all I can say.
All I remember is it seems like his sentence was much too harsh for the crime.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And
there's going to be a lot of
he
people
really
who
thought he was going to die in prison because of how harsh they were
Yeah.
treating him.
It's like solitary confinement. Like we're talking like torture types of situations.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, what was the crime? Do you remember the crime?
No,
Like I said, I didn't have a chance to
read.
research it and remember what it was.
Yeah, I didn't know this was going to happen.
Yeah, this was kind of a late breaking thing, so I didn't have time to really refresh my memory, as it were. Because obviously, there's so much stuff in the world of politics; it's hard to remember everything. But yeah, Donald Trump, though, I guess today before the show started, last minute thing, I guess he commuted his sentence. That was a 7-year sentence that he only ended up serving a few. I can't remember how many months, but it was within months of his term or his sentence here. And he's been let go. He's free to go. So. Yeah, this is the statement that Donald Trump put out. Very long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. But yeah, so I mean, you know, president's discretion.
My mom was watching. Mom, if you're still watching, if you remember what he was going to prison for, put it in the comments.
From what I remember, it was not, you know, anything that should have been 7 years and under these circumstances.
Mhm.
That's the thing, and I think that's why he got commuted, because it's like it was way too harsh. And let's be honest, a lot of the stuff like January 6ers, way too harsh. Obviously, the ones who broke the law and broke windows and, you know, all that sort of stuff, fine. But there were a lot of people there who were just walking the hallways. They got thrown in jail in like gulag type scenarios. That sort of thing is too much. So, yeah.
Or the elderly woman that was just walking on the street who got arrested.
Exactly. So, is Matt ready?
I won't whoop your guys' house.
Matt's not ready to come back. anyway, that's some late breaking news. So that was the last minute addition there for the world of politics. So we'll get into our regularly scheduled bits of news that I had prepared here. But that's interesting to see.
So is this guy a good guy or a bad guy?
From what I understand, he's a good guy. So yeah, again, but the left is going to say opposite of that clearly, and they're going to say Trump's playing favoritism, and everything he does is for nefarious reasons, according to the left. So, but yeah, there's that. So, like I said, I'll have to look at it.
So, how many years has he served already?
So
Just
it's only
a
few months, out of 7 years. So, but again, it was a situation basically. Well, you got a lot of background noise there, Aaron. But but yeah, he had a lot of long-term sentence, but yeah, again, it didn't fit the crime. Let's put it that way. So that's kind of where we're going with it for now. So yeah, but if
it was wire fraud and aggravated identity theft, among other federal charges.
Oh yeah, I think he said something along the lines that some of his family contributed to his campaign or something, and they didn't, or something like that. So again, 7 years, solitary confinement type. That's harsh. But that's the Biden DOJ for you. That's what that is. So yeah, in that regard, it shouldn't have been that long, and it definitely shouldn't have been under them circumstances. So, in my opinion, it's probably a good decision by Donald Trump, no doubt. All right, and Brandon will be back here shortly. Starting off the main topics I had prepared tonight, though, Joe Biden is now undergoing radiation treatments for his cancer, and unlike leftists who celebrate when conservatives are injured or dying, let me be the first to wish Joe Biden well in his cancer treatments here, despite the fact that he claimed this week that it was his peace plan that Donald Trump implemented with Israel and Hamas. You don't get to take credit, Joe, for the good that happens after you leave office, yet deny responsibility when bad things happen while you're still in office. Does this ring any bells? The Afghanistan withdrawal. Biden famously claimed that his disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal was Trump's plan gone awry. In both cases, Joe Biden has no leg to stand on. Afghanistan still happened during Biden's term. So if it was Trump's plan, Biden could have changed it. He didn't. So it's probably Biden's plan. Let's be fair here. And Biden was unable to stop the war with Israel and Hamas while he was still in office. So if Trump used his plan, why didn't Joe do it? Oh, that's right, because he couldn't get the deal done. So stop gaslighting, Joe. That notwithstanding, like I said, I do wish you well in your cancer treatment. I don't wish for any pain on anybody. Unlike some Democrats out there, the right can actually, wish someone well, despite the fact that they don't agree with them politically. So that's kind of where I stand on that. Of course, Joe Biden then later this week gave Donald Trump credit after he got backlash for not giving him credit for the Israel and Hamas ceasefire, along with the Clintons, Bill and Hillary both. Here's the tweet that President Biden sent out. He did even go on to commend President Trump and his team for their work to get a renewed ceasefire deal over the finish line. So unlike many Democrats out there, at least the Clintons and Joe Biden actually mentioned Trump and gave him credit for the peace deal that is in place, including some Democrats like Bill Maher, who has been one of Donald Trump's harshest critics, said during his Club Random podcast when he was hosting William H. Macy, he went on to talk about how Trump, regardless of whether the fact that he didn't vote for him or likes him, you got to give him credit when he's successful.
I always say this, you cannot ever deny success. You just have to give your respect, even if it's not your thing. Don't have the humility to give it up for enormous success on any level.
I agree.
Trump, not my choice, didn't vote for him, but somehow,
a lot of people did.
And he's, I can't deny the success.
I can't either.
Yeah.
And he's the president.
And he's the president. I always say this, you cannot ever deny success. You just have to give your respect, even if it's not your thing. Don't have the humility to give it up for enormous.
Oh, okay. Start to repeat. But anyway, but Bill Maher's giving him credit. So you got to now give Bill Maher an hour. He'll go back to talking about how Trump's trying to, commit a slow-moving coup. So Bill Maher has his good moments and his bad. He's kind of schizophrenic in a way when it comes to that sort of thing. Good Bill, bad Bill. This is good Bill. So because he's not acting like a complete psychopath. So at least it's good to hear him give him credit here where credit is due. Unlike all of these Democrats, let me see if I can blow this up a little more here. These Democrats, all of them who may have, said that the ceasefire deal and the hostages being released is a good thing, but none of them, including Elizabeth Elizabeth Warren, Abigail Spanberger, who is running for governor in Virginia, who won't denounce Jay Jones, as we talked about last week, Governor Kathy Hochul, Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, Chris Coons, Mark Warner, Sri Thanadir, Ron Wyden, Eric Swalwell, Rich Torres, and Debbie Wasserman. They all, were so happy about the hostages and the ceasefire, but none of them, not a single one of them, gave Donald Trump the credit. So yeah, again, give the man his flowers when it's deserved. That's all I ask. Be consistent, but they're Democrats. They're not going to do that. This is not their speed for sure. So yeah, so that's that. Any thoughts on these guys giving Trump his due, or just kind of not surprised, to be quite honest?
Not surprised. I mean, like it's PR. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah, good job." It's saving face.
They don't mean it.
No,
even Barack got some backlash for not giving him credit, as he should have, but he didn't change his tune.
Yeah,
so
it
yeah,
doesn't matter. And the ones
Barack
that you read off, the ones that you read off, like all those names that you read off of the people who didn't give him the credit, but were happy with what happened, I guess. It's the same names you hear every fucking time in the news that involves anything Trump does. It's always those fucking names. So
yeah, I don't know how many times I've seen videos from Eric Swalwell. Oh, look, Trump's economy or this or that or the Republicans in office, always putting out these TikTok videos acting like he's so smart, but he's not. I mean, everything he says is a flat out lie. Adam Schiff is another one. Again, these are like your far leftists. But here's the thing, though. All these people, they may be far leftists, but this is your common core Democrat run-of-the-mill party. The left, there is no, middle ground when it comes to the left anymore. It's radical left, and then there's right and far right. There's no, what do you call it? I can't remember the modern. Well, not the. It's not medium, but anyway, it's like what do you call like a leftist who is not completely like lunatic? I can't remember the name of it.
Is it moderate left?
Moderate. Thank you. There's no moderate. Thank you. I knew it would start with an M. But anyway, so there's no middle ground there when it comes to left. It's all now. There are moderate voters. I know a lot of them, but there are not moderate politicians on the left. That's all radical. So I hate to tell you, if you're a moderate voter and you're voting for Democrat at all, you're voting for the radical policies. So those of you Bill Maher watchers who like Bill Maher because he's moderate or he likes the Democratic Party for some of the things that they want to do policy-wise, but you also understand that what the actual politicians want is the radical stuff. It's not the stuff that you moderates would like to have. So they're going too far with it. So just keep that in mind if you're actually a Democrat who's on the fence for sure. This week, despite regardless of whether this peace deal holds or not with the Israel-Hamas 20-point plan or whatnot, Donald Trump got the hostages held by Hamas back home on Monday. So yeah, these pictures you see here are the pictures of the hostages. So if nothing else, this should absolutely be celebrated. And of course, we got some video of these hostages being reunited with their families.
Early hours of Monday morning marked the beginning of a historic hostage for prisoner exchange between Israel and Hamas, phase one of President Trump's 20-point peace plan.
After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families.
On the same day, Israel released around 2,000 Gazans, including 250 Palestinian security prisoners. Thousands of Israelis lined up the streets to welcome their compatriots home, and emotional scenes unfolded all over the country as the freed hostages reunited with their families.
So, again, if you don't like Donald Trump, at least give the man his flowers here. I mean, I don't know how many more times and how else I can say it. I mean, the man, you may think he's Hitler. Does this look like Hitler to you? I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to be like, what do you think now? I'm trying to appeal to your heart. Like, can you just be honest with yourself? I mean, like John Fetterman this week come out, the Pennsylvania senator, come out and talked about how he knows people who are Trump supporters, and Trump himself is not a fascist, and they're not trying to tear up the Constitution. You know, all the stuff you hear in the media. Can you at least admit that Donald Trump is not Hitler? This should not be something we should still have to discuss. I'm appealing to your good-hearted nature here. You may not like his policies. You may not like the man for some of the things he said and done in his personal life. But can we stop with this insane rhetoric that he is a fascist dictator Hitler when he's doing good for the world? I mean, this is not hard to see. I mean, no man's perfect. Nobody. I mean, but I don't know. I just get so sick and tired of hearing this day in and day out. And all it is nonsense and lies. And if you believe it, you've really got to pull your head out of your ass at this point, because you're living in a crazy echo chamber. We've also got Alyssa Farah Griffin on The View. Last January, she stated that if Donald Trump were to get the Hamas hostages released, the Israeli hostages released, that she would wear a MAGA hat on the show.
My point when I say I'm not going to be apocalyptic, it's not changing a tune. It's not making every single thing a 5-alarm fire. Yeah. If he does good, if he gets the Israeli hostages out, I promise I will wear a MAGA hat for one day on the show and say, thank you for doing it. Yeah. She'll knock it right off my head.
Well, we're waiting. Because as of this podcast this week, even though she said this back in January, she has not, in fact, wore the said MAGA hat on The View. It has not happened yet. So, you going to be true to your word, Alyssa Farah Griffin? Or are you going to continue? She probably doesn't even remember she said this. Let's be quite honest. But even though people have been tweeting it at her like crazy.
It's fake news.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, so it's not going to happen. So don't hold your breath. But if it does, we'll bring it to you right here on the show, because that'll be a glorious moment. No doubt about it. Now, again, let's see. As for the peace plan, Hamas, promised that they were going to disarm, and they're already killing Palestinians in Gaza. So now they're not attacking Israel, from what I understand. So the peace deal is still intact there, but they're attacking their own people and killing them live on stream so people can see them throughout the world. And Trump wasn't thrilled with this. Here's what he had to say about it.
On Gaza, how long will it take Hamas to disarm, and can you guarantee that is going to happen?
Well, they're going to disarm, and because they said they were going to disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them.
How will you do that?
I don't have to explain that to you. But if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. They know I'm not playing games.
So, yeah. I don't know exactly what that means, but I think you can infer what it means. So we'll see how this goes. I guess time will indeed tell, or if this ends up holding true and they end up disarming. They've already come out, like Hamas has already stated, like they want to be the military arm of whatever this new Gazan structure is going to be with their new government or whatever it is due to this deal. But I don't think that that's going to probably work out. So they're going to have to disarm. So we'll see how this ends up going here. But as of right now, at least for now, the ceasefire at least appears to be holding. If they could just stop killing their own people, that would be a good thing, in my opinion. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes. We also, this week on October 14th, got Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day. That was, signed. I think it was an executive order that Trump signed to honor the late, great Charlie Kirk. On what would be his 32nd birthday, he was in fact awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So yeah, good to see this here. And apparently it's the first Presidential Medal of Freedom that had the Christian cross embedded on the back of it as well. So that was really cool to see. But very somber moment here with Erica Kirk receiving it on her late husband's behalf. I still think that Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day should be a yearly thing. But that's just me. So October 14th was a day that was a little somber. And Trump, I'm sure, is exhausted here. Just got back from Israel and Egypt, literally, but he wasn't going to miss this on his friend's birthday for sure. So good to see that, and I'm happy to see it. Speaking of, there's Charlie Kirk there. But speaking of, that's a little bit later. Anyway, Dominion. Miranda mentioned last week that Dominion voting was bought out by a Republican from Missouri. His name is Scott Leinendecker. I think it's how you say his name. Have you heard more about this? I know the left is losing their minds over it, but
I haven't heard anything all week. I've been so busy.
Okay. Well, this here talks basically what we kind of talked about last week about how Leinendecker has longstanding ties to Republican leadership in Missouri, of course, but he's also well known to be open, honest, and transparent. And he was even, very instrumental in trying to figure out what happened in the 2020 election and things like that. So, of course, liberals lost their minds about this once this news actually broke out across the airwaves and got more mainstream. But Democrats are now demanding paper ballots because they're afraid that a Republican who bought the voting systems is going to rig it in the Donald Trump and Republicans' favor. Oh, so now as TCK falls around, I
keep saying I don't have time to pay attention to what's going on, and in all reality, I don't care what's going on right now because the Democrats are retarded. And everything that we're doing, they're going to complain about.
Miranda, you can't say that word.
Fuck you,
yeah,
Aaron.
all out. All out.
Aaron, I'm joking. Don't think I'm serious.
I know, I'm laughing.
He's playing. Yeah. Anyway.
Anyway.
But yeah, you're not wrong. Everything that happens, they're going to say, "Oh, this bad," but it's not. And I got a couple of more examples before the show's over.
Real quick though, I got a text from a friend earlier that it was about well, I guess now they're saying that they've seen alien ships around nuclear sites. I guess that's. I heard about that 18 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was that. Yeah.
It's 10 at least.
Yeah.
Like,
guaranteed.
They've been shutting down nuclear sites for years.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, I mean there's always going to be reports like that.
I'm just waiting for everybody else to figure out what the fuck's going on.
I hear you. But like I said, now Democrats want paper ballots, but they had no problem when this was going on. And we were told, by the way, that Dominion voting machines, they couldn't be hacked, and to even suggest that an election was not on the up and up because of these machines that could be hacked, provably so, that we were crazy and we were a threat to democracy, as a matter of fact, to just mention it. See if I can pull this up a little more here, just to, again, this zoom in. It's kind of a bad effect here. But yeah, so the top thing that you're seeing here is the straight up jump of all the votes that went Joe Biden's way in 2020. By the way, they were not real. We were trying to tell you, as the bottom graph there shows the amount of votes that the Democratic Party got way more in 2020 compared to all the other years that has been very steady as to the amount of voters that's come out for the Democratic Party in the Kamala race, the Clinton race, the Obama race. So yeah, I mean, again, we tried to tell you that they could be hacked, but now you guys think they can be hacked and be rigged in the Republicans' favor. But that was an impossibility when the Democrats were in charge of Dominion, right? So now you want paper ballots. I'm sorry, you don't get to play this game. You don't, because we tried to tell you, and you silenced people for it. So yeah, you more people. Again, 2020 was rigged, whether you believe that or not. The evidence is there. Just the mainstream media doesn't like to report on it for sure. But this right here is not the Democrats' most important problem right now. It's really not. It's not their biggest concern. This is, including here in Indiana, by the way. Many Republican states are in the process of redistricting, and Democrats are poised to lose tons of seats in the House, especially here in Indiana. They've only got a few seats, but after the redistricting, it's going to be a completely red state. If Mike Braun has his way of this, they've now started the process to redraw the district lines here in Indiana. Of course, there's been some, opposition to that from obviously some people not on the GOP side of things for sure. But again, you don't get to cry the moral high ground here, especially considering this is the Northeast of the country. And see all that blue and all that red? Well, all that blue has 21 seats of representation in Congress when all the red has 0. So Democrats have been gerrymandering and redistricting for years, and no one said a damn word. Places like Illinois, California, Oregon and Washington, things like that. So again, you have no room to talk when Republicans start to do this little game that you like to play here. So yeah, 0 Republican representation. Remember, this is a tactic that Democrats have used for decades. So it turns out that fair play is about to happen here. Unfortunately for the left, Democrats have already overplayed their hand here because he keeps saying, like Gavin Newsom says, we're going to redistrict California to kind of, put this more in favor of Democrats since Republican states are trying to, do this illegally. They're not. It's legal, by the way. But here is CNN explaining how this redistricting and something else could really put the nail in the Democratic coffin. As we talked about months ago here on the show, it's now finally starting to happen. We predicted this was going to happen on the Checkmate segment we did on a podcast back in the day. I have to look and see which one it was, but it was a couple months back. It's now starting to happen. Here is how it's going to happen in the redistricting side of it.
Actually represents pretty accurately, mathematically, how the country is divided over the question of the presidency. But if you look at this is what the party pickups would be for congressional districts. Republicans, 5. Missouri, 1. North Carolina, 1. Ohio, 2 or 3. Indiana, 1 or 2. Florida, still discussion down there, but that could be another gold.
This is if everything's redistricted as we think it will happen.
Line for them if they tipped it even further their way. Kansas 1, New Hampshire 1, and Nebraska. Democrats, Utah, California, Maryland. Look at this. If you offset California and Texas, Missouri and Utah, North Carolina and Maryland, everything left over is an advantage to the Republicans. And don't forget, the Supreme Court is considering what could really be the end of the Voting Rights Act, which would protect minority groups. So you don't have a state that's half black, for example, that elects only one congressional member and everybody else goes to the Republicans that would represent that population in some ways. So if that is gutted, Democrats could lose 19 seats. This would be a huge amount. But this is also a measure of how much the White House is concerned about this, because Donald Trump knows if the Democrats get the House again, there could be new investigations just like last time.
Fake investigations, impeachments, and stuff that happened the first time to obstruct Trump. It's not because they're legal, but he's right about that. But yeah, this whole Democrats losing 19 seats for the Voting Rights Act, we talked about here on the show, and it is now happening, ladies and gentlemen. The Supreme Court has this week started to hear oral arguments over whether to remove Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And of course, this has got everybody in the media and
wait.
What?
What's going on orally? What's going on?
Arguments. Did I say that wrong? Anyway, whatever.
Oh, oral argument. Okay, that's not what I heard originally, but okay.
I don't think. Boy, I mean, judges under the table. Whatever. Anyway, moving on. Aaron, stop throwing off my mojo. But anyway, sorry. Anyway, arguments are being heard about getting rid of the Section 2, or at least gutting it, whatever you want to call it. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act allows states to draw district lines based on race. So racism, basically. So Dems use this to their advantage by keeping minorities down, using policies to keep them dependent upon them, forcing them to vote blue. If SCOTUS chooses to create a level playing field by removing this provision, essentially removing racism from our voting law, Democrats could lose anywhere from 19 to maybe even 30 seats in the House, depending on the way these districts are drawn. African Americans, as of right now, only account for 13% of the population, but due to this, they have far more than equal representation in our government. And in most cases, they're Democrats. As you can see here, if the current map was redrawn without the Section 2, red seats are going to go up dramatically, especially in the South. So yeah, again, this is just kind of a way for Democrats to cheat and rig the system in their favor. So yeah, but yeah, it's SCOTUS would merely be making our elections fair. The fact that it'll dramatically affect Democrats is of their own doing. So everybody complaining about how, well, this is going to lead to a one-party state in the United States. Well, if Democrats didn't rely on racism and illegals to be their voting base, maybe they wouldn't have that problem now, would they?
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to get rid of racism, stop putting, certain minorities or certain skin tones or race over other people just to get your people elected. That's what the Democrats have been doing. Does anybody else have any thoughts on this? Like, again, this is checkmate, if that's the case. Because
the way he worded, the way that CNN guy worded that last part when he was explaining it, he left out a lot of, I guess, context. Because, like, not
CNN
until it's explained how it really works is like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. Like,
yeah, I mean, maybe at one point it made sense, but now, especially after we've now come to a place in our country where we've elected a black president. We're probably on the verge of electing a woman president one of these days if the right candidate comes along. Kamala, AOC, no. But I don't know, Tulsi Gabbard. I'd vote for Tulsi Gabbard or something like that. But yeah, I mean,
Erica Kirk.
Well, I don't know if she'll run, but I mean, that'd be a good option. I mean, I'm not sure, especially with everything. And she probably don't want to orphan her children. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's just we're not in a place now where we need this sort of thing in our voting laws anymore. We've evolved as a nation, and this will make it an evil playing field.
It sounds like what started out as something that was probably needed for whatever
at the time. Yeah.
But then slowly was able to be, and somebody realized that they can manipulate it this way without anybody noticing.
Right.
And then it became just that at that point it became a tool. So yeah.
I mean, when the majority representation, and look at some of these districts that expand all the way across Alabama. Districts are supposed to be like clusters of people in just a small location, not like in Illinois. It goes from the west coast to the east coast of Illinois all the way up north just to get a voting base that will vote Democrat. That's what gerrymandering in some of these states have done. I mean, and if you get rid of the race-based gerrymandering, it's going to change the electoral outlook for the entire country, and it's going to be. It's going to make Democrats actually have to win on ideas and the merit of those ideas instead of just saying, okay, we got
the merit of the person.
Exactly. It makes it more fair and better for this nation. But of course, the left's going to be like, well, Republicans are trying to remove voting rights from black people. That's what they're saying. And like Miranda said, no matter what Republicans and Trump do, they're going to find a way to make it look, they're taking away women's rights with abortion. No, we're trying to get you to stop killing babies. There's a huge ass difference. Same with this. Black people are not losing their right to vote at all. It's just this one section. Not even close. And their vote counts just as much as everybody else's. It should not be put up higher than anybody else's either. And that's kind of what was happening. So, yeah. So it's kind of like it was a bad analogy to some respect, but I kind of, said it was on my Facebook. It's kind of like taking away affirmative action out of our voting rights, in a way.
I get what you're saying.
You see what it's not the greatest analogy, but it's, I think you get what I'm kind of going for here. So yeah,
I know. I get what you mean. Like the purpose of the intent of, I understand what you mean.
It's a hard thing to kind of explain anyway, but yeah, this is a good thing for the nation. Don't listen to the media or Democrats are saying they're trying to. This is Trump trying to install authoritarian government where he will never be unelected or Republicans will have a one-party state. No, this is about fairness. This is about getting elected based on your ideas and everybody having a level playing field. That's what it's about at the end of the day. So don't believe everything you hear. So thoughts on that as I switch over? Anything else?
No, that's it. I mean, that was I got it.
I just sent you something. It's kind of got to do with IDs.
Okay.
And if we don't fix this shit, well, voting and driving semis.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, there's another semi truck thing I seen too.
This here? Is that what you're looking at? No name. Oh yeah, there's been some instances with truck drivers who have been given driver's licenses or IDs where they've been putting their no name given on their commercial driver's licenses. So. And this is a local thing here for us. Ticketed for speeding, but yeah.
Yeah, so, it was in Greencastle, Indiana, but there was one the other day it was a dump truck accident. No English, these Democrats under the guise of we have to help these poor people.
Empathy, yeah.
Let so many bad people come in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just saw another story. A 15-year-old was arrested over 100 times in like the last 4 years.
Jesus Christ.
Well, we played that video a few weeks back of that semi-truck driver who decided just randomly to pull a U-turn in the middle of a freeway and got that one family killed in that minivan.
Yeah.
Again, they don't know our laws. They're given licenses and they just do whatever the hell.
That's the thing that if there are a couple hundred to 1,000 of these people out there on the road. What if they're terrorists? What if they're giving a call to say, okay, do your U-turns now, guys. You know, we're gonna have another September 11th, and I tried to tell you guys before who was responsible for it, and I hope if it's not getting clearer yet, it starts to, because it's very big, powerful people that are playing games with American. Well,
I mean,
everybody's lives.
I know what you're saying. I'm not sure I'm ready to go fully into that narrative yet, but it has merit. You know, I'm just not ready to say
But
it's that.
Eric, let me ask
for
you a
everything.
question.
For everything, though.
Let me ask you a question. How dumb does a person have to be to think this is okay? And I'm talking about
no, this definitely, yeah.
But I'm talking about the people in charge of it, giving the okay to do this.
Yeah.
What is their reasoning? It wasn't because of the empathy. They don't give a fuck about anybody's safety if they're doing this.
Oh, clearly
just
not.
Just like the people that are allowed to run around Indianapolis, they could clean up the homeless and the streets within days if they wanted to, but they haven't in over 8 years.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean
telling
this.
them not to.
But that doesn't mean that country is the one doing it. That could just be on their own.
No. I'm not saying it's Israel,
right?
But I'm saying there is a chain of command,
Well, of course,
and you have
I agree
to
with that.
follow the money. If you start following the money, you'll start to see more of the picture.
I'm just not ready to go there yet.
I'm not trying to make you go there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying all of this stuff that's happening, somebody's making it happen.
Oh yeah, it's definitely by design. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I just don't know how far that, because there's a lot on the right now, especially. And I'm not saying you, but there's a lot of people on the right now who are like, Israel's to blame for everything. Jews are at fault. You know, I'm not ready to say that. I mean, I'm not saying there may not be some guilt there, clearly. But
if I thought you'd listen to it, I would send you another. I can't remember. It was one of the ones I listened to this week. One of Josh's shows. They played clips from 1984. It was fascinating to hear it in their words.
Definitely send it to me. I'm watching. Yeah.
The history's there. Like, if you look in the right place.
I just kind of look.
They're trying to hide it. They're trying to make it hard to look.
Right.
But there are enough people that are.
I just know I see this right now, and I see this as like, obviously, you got the left wanting to get illegal votes and things like that. They're obviously under the guise of empathy, things like that. And there may be more nefarious means behind it too. I just know as of right now, I feel like
I just want to know. Okay, so ethnic cleansing. How is that okay?
No, definitely not, for sure.
Why is Israel and
but then
why are they okay with it?
There'd be a lot of people. There'd be a lot of people saying that's not what they're doing. I'm not saying it isn't, but there's an argument about how much Israel's doing and how much is, again, the fog of war. They're saying one side's doing something else, the other side, so it's kind of hard to tell what's actually happening. So, like, a lot of people are saying, well, they're trying to ethnically cleanse, but yet you got terrorists literally hiding behind children in schools. So it's kind of hard to tell. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm not ready to go there yet, but potentially maybe down the line. So that's just kind of where I'm laying at. But that's just my opinion. So yeah,
I just got a question.
It's hard to know. It really is. Yeah.
With all that being said, all of that, let's just focus on the here and now.
It's not hard to know though, because it's hard to know who killed JFK. It's not hard to know. Like, this is the history. We're making it right now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, as we go on. No, you're fine.
Okay.
Do you have anything? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So the focus on the here and now shit. Like, this right here is a here and now fucking moment, right? Despite all the other shit, this is a here and now fucking moment. If you pull a guy over and he has a license plate or a license and it says no name, first of all,
yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, why?
why was that acceptable? And then how did he get a job driving a vehicle that is there are a lot of other things in here that are wrong that are not discussed with this thing.
Remember the one that we listened to this morning? The cop that he
Yeah.
was not allowed
Yeah.
to carry a firearm because he's not a U.S. citizen, but he got a job as a cop and was allowed to carry it on duty.
Yeah. Or you hear about the story in Minnesota, which you can fact check this, by the way. Tim Walz is giving out illegals, free driver's licenses and IDs. And, now he's been doing that for a while. Now they're saying that you're going to be allowed to vote with said driver's licenses and IDs that you got for free as illegals. But the Democrat Party don't want you to vote. It says illegals ain't voting, right? Minnesota admitted that's what they're doing. So, that stuff is, it's in the here and now. But again, you follow that backwards. It's like, duh. I mean, so, like I said, you may be right, but I'm just kind of sitting here. But as of right now, in the here and now as well, we are now in day 17 of the Schumer shutdown. We're now into week 3. And now Democrats have voted 11 times to keep the government closed, as Congress might as well be the new Spirit Halloween, as the way this is going. So we'll see how much longer this lasts. But
hey, I take offense to that.
What, Spirit Halloween?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you like that? Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Spirit Halloween, but it's just like,
Well, what do you mean?
Well, this building ain't being used for anything else right now.
Every empty building Spirit Halloween moves into.
Okay, I get you now. Thanks, Miranda.
Well,
I don't know how you didn't get that. All right, okay. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, this
had
is
a picture, but
yeah, exactly. Well, it was kind of self-explanatory. But, I mean, anyway,
I'm blonde, guys. Give me a break.
you said it, I didn't. So fair enough. But yeah, But again, this is the simple truth of the matter, guys. Mike Johnson's laid this out, Speaker of the House. In order for the Democrats to they say they want to negotiate and get certain things, and the Republicans are not willing to talk. In order to talk, you've got to put the government open, and then you can negotiate. You're not going to strong arm the American people. Democrats are trying to strong arm Republicans to give them $200 billion in health care benefits for illegal aliens, repeal of the $50 billion rural hospital fund, permanent COVID subsidies without reforms, $500 million for liberal news outlets. Why would the Republicans want to fund liberal news outlets who are constantly lying to begin with? That's idiotic. $4 million for global LGBTQI plus awareness campaigns in foreign nations, by the way. $4 million for LGBTQI plus democracy grants in the Balkans, and $2 million for feminist democratic principles in Africa. If this is your, demands, you don't care about the American people who are suffering right now under your shutdown. You're caring about foreign countries and stupid policies and pork more than you are about the Americans. And this is why the Republicans are not going to budge. And they better not budge, by the way. If they do, I'm going to throw a whole holy hell shit fit over here on this channel, because that's absolutely absurd. Here's Mike Johnson explaining what else the Democrats did to go even further after denying the government reopening for the 11th time.
If you're keeping count at home, we're on day 17 of the shutdown. The Democrats have now voted for the 11th time to keep the government closed. 11 times now. They've refused to just do their basic job, get the government going again, making sure that federal employees are paid, that our troops are paid, Border Patrol agents, TSA agents, air traffic controllers, and everyone else who relies upon the vital services of our federal government. They're being denied that because Democrats in Congress are playing games. And right now, to add insult to injury, if you're paying attention at home, you also need to make note of this. Yesterday, the Senate Democrats took it a step further. They rejected a standalone bill to fund our nation's defense and pay our troops. They voted it down.
Really?
Now, why is that so noteworthy? Well, the bill was passed out of committee in the Senate with broad bipartisan support. And yet, the Democrats still engaged in a stunt on the floor, and they rejected it. So now they are on record specifically and exclusively to block the paychecks of the troops, to block the funding of our national defense in a very dangerous moment in world history. It is absurd to us. Leader Thune said this on the floor, on the Senate floor after that vote. He said, quote, "That one vote demonstrates just how fundamentally disinterested Democrats are in supporting our troops and providing for our common defense." Yeah.
So yeah, there was a standalone bill. Let's just get these people paid and funded. Democrats said no. I mean, how egotistical and full of yourselves must you be to not get our troops paid and vital necessary things done? That's all they're asking. You said no. Tells you everything you need to know about the Democratic Party. While while Republicans are trying to get this, shutdown open, instead of opening the government, the Democrats are walking the halls acting like they can't find Republicans when they know full well that they won't be there because it's shut down.
Honestly, I was speechless when I woke up to your voice. Now you tell me how you've been feeling.
That's Rosa DeLaura, the purple-haired gremlin that Matt likes so much, apparently.
Who the fuck is that?
She's a House of Representative lady.
Yeah.
She's walking around going to Republicans' doors.
That's a lady?
Yeah, that's a woman.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
My fault.
She's trying to act like she's there to reopen the government and trying to blame the Republicans for not being there when you know
I thought
damn
that was a
well.
trans woman.
I
did too.
I had to be quite honest with you.
I did too.
But yeah, I mean,
I'm pretty sure that's a trans woman.
Yeah. I mean,
If
I know
she-
of one.
If she
that's there that
is,
looks
she's
like
not
Lady.
open about it, but the other
No,
one.
not
is.
really. She may just be an old
She's
crazy.
just old and no, she's a crazy cat lady. I guarantee it.
Fair, yeah, I guarantee that.
Yep.
So yeah, but they
100%.
know damn well why the Republicans ain't there to negotiate, because they need 60 votes in the Senate, and unless Democrats play ball, that it's not happening. And unfortunately, neither side's budging, and the Republicans shouldn't. Now, Chuck Schumer, who is fully responsible for this shutdown, partially because he's afraid of a primary from AOC, he's now calling for forcible violence against Republicans.
It is just such a hallmark of tyrannical, autocratic, dictatorship societies that they use the prosecutorial department as a political weapon. It is a disgrace, and every American, I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, moderate, people should be forcefully rising up against this.
Forcibly rising up against this. He's basically told his supporters, go out there and be violent, because he's not getting his way. I mean, but Trump's got the violent rhetoric, right? Trump needs to tone down the rhetoric. This
Do
is
you
the stuff
have
that, yeah.
The story on Bolton.
I'm going to talk about it a little bit, but not too much.
Okay.
But we're going to get to it. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it'll be toward the end here. But again, while they're all calling for, forcible uprisings and going to hallways, we got the first ever socialist town hall here with Bernie Sanders and AOC, with CNN, DNC shill Caitlin Collins trying to gaslight the American people into believing it's Republicans' fault that the shutdown is happening. Mike Johnson also had a response to that too.
Socialist town hall where Bernie Sanders and AOC said the quiet parts out loud. They don't know what they want to end the shutdown. They couldn't provide a single viable solution for the mess that they themselves have gleefully created. And by the way, those are the real leaders of the Democrat Party. We all know it. AOC and Bernie. Good luck with that.
Exactly. Good luck with that. And I'm not going to. There's not a whole lot I wanted to play from the town hall here, but if you watch any of this town hall at all, they had a bunch of people who asked questions about what is me and my family supposed to do during the shutdown. We're not getting paid. What do you suggest we do to get money to put food on our tables? And they had no answers for any of it. They look like deers in headlights for the most part. It's like, for real. And these are the ones you choreographed to get the questions so you could get the answers. And they still had no answers. They have no plan for this outside of Trump bad, let's obstruct. That's the plan. And if we don't get our way, we don't fund illegal health care that they claim that Trump's taking away from American citizens, which they're not. They're taking away health care from illegals who never should have had it to start with. Let's get our facts straight. But this is what Democrats do. Like Miranda said, they try to just change everything to make it bad because Trump is doing it, whether it's bad or not. Point A right here. Now, one thing that AOC did say during this, I wanted to play here. Apparently, she claims that Democrats are fighting for air that's drinkable. Listen to this.
Instead of talking about having air that's drinkable,
Now, she corrected herself. She meant to say to have air that's breathable and water that's drinkable, talking about climate. But it did not come out that way, and she sounded like a moron, as typical with Alexandria.
There are people that think that she's I don't even want to say it.
Airheaded?
No, that
The bee's knees.
She's a plant. That she's actually on Trump's team.
Oh God!
Oh,
Please
no.
don't.
Please don't.
I actually heard today that
she plays the dumb part too well, though. So I don't know.
I actually, of course, this week, Kamala Harris was still on her book tour too, and this week, on top of trying to say that she, lost the closest election in the 21st century, which we pointed out as a lie. She also come out this week and said that many people said that she's the most qualified candidate ever to run for president. Which, if you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. But there's been rumors going around that the 2028 Democrat ticket could be Kamala Harris running with AOC as her vice president. If that's the case, God help us all if they were to win. Even if Bernie's still around.
If that happens, Brandon, we're moving to Ecuador. We're gonna sell the house and we're gonna.
Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
I guess I'll have to learn Spanish because.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see AOC running and then Bernie as her vice president.
Well, no. They speak English there. Never mind.
Yeah, we're good.
There you go.
Yeah, we're good.
You're Gucci, for sure. So yeah, I mean, air that's drinkable, guys. Yeah.
But learning Spanish would be not a bad idea.
Yeah,
I'm not. I can't. My tongue doesn't move like that.
Yeah.
Mine does.
Can't roll your R. I can't roll my R's either. So
what did you say, Miranda?
Nothing. Eric interrupted and you didn't hear it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it either. My bad.
That's all right.
What happened. But anyway,
yeah.
No,
I'm sorry. I was about to say something. Like you said, you roll your R's.
I can't roll my R's.
Oh well, you can roll your shoulders. That's for damn sure.
That's where the action happens. I was just saying. But anyway, sound the ladies like it. But anyway, so yeah. But again, while Democrats are doing socialist town halls, roaming through Congress, acting like they're doing stuff, and of course all this other good jazz, they're also probably wanting the shutdown to continue just so they can march amongst their fellow retards on Saturday, October 10th. Or I'm sorry, October 18th, tomorrow, and or today now. I just love the fact that this whole No Kings protest, the fact that there are protests that are allowed to take place, that these are allowed to take place, simply proves the fact that we have no king. Because if we did, we wouldn't have these protests. It's just simple and crazy.
If we had a king, you would all be put in the brig, like public. You know how they do the public thing when they put you in the with your head sticking out and your arms, and then people throw tomatoes at you. That's what it would look like.
Yeah. So yeah, have fun, knock yourselves out. But yeah, we went from Free Palestine to No Kings. So that's just kind of, I mean, I love this meme, so it's awesome. But yeah, I mean, if you're going out in any of these big cities or wherever these protests may be, and you're on the right, stay safe, strap up, be careful.
Be out by you.
Do you think? I don't know, but there might be. But anyway,
no,
I mean,
they're going to be because like I
don't plan on going out that part of town or anywhere. So
Bloomington, Reddit, and
outside a grocery store.
Where's it gonna be? Because I gotta go to Bloomington tomorrow.
Probably downtown. That's
by the college, downtown by the college.
Down by the city hall. Most likely.
You want to go down there while we're there? While we're my Trump shirt.
Yeah,
we'll go check.
Make sure to hit the gas if they get in your way. I'm just saying, just don't let them block your car. But but yeah, it's just silly to me. Like, I mean, obviously we have no king. I mean, and nor do we have somebody who wants to be a king. I don't know. This isn't. It's again just with the Hitler conversation I had earlier. Just admit the truth. I mean, come on, guys. Like anyway.
So on the Make America Great or Healthy Again podcast earlier today, I heard that 25% of the country's population is on some sort of antidepressant pharmaceutical.
Not surprised by that. Yeah. I mean,
but
hey, why you call me out like that?
It's not because they're depressed. Like I told Brandon, hopefully the same doctor that prescribed that bullshit will now get retrained by real people that want to help and can prescribe them something to fix it, because that shit ain't fixing nobody. It's just making it all worse.
In some cases, yeah. Maybe a lot of cases, actually.
That's what it's
Aaron, we know it's not helping. No, I'm just kidding. I'm playing.
Well, even if it's helping somebody, like, what the hell is it called? Xanax. Have you ever seen somebody on Xanax?
Yeah, it turns into a zombie.
Yeah, they're zombie vibe. Like, so if it's helping you get through something, by turning you into a zombie. Is it really helping?
Yeah. I mean, I know people who were on some sort of these medications for certain things, and they used to be the most bright, talkative person you ever meet. The next thing you know, they never speak, and they're very. I mean, and it's not their fault; it's the medication. But
yeah, but it's the doctor that's telling them they need it, but they need more.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of ways to go about depression. Sometimes medication is not the right answer. But I mean, I'm not. Who am I to say? I mean, I'm not.
Well, even like I believe that the stuff that's helping these kids, the autistic kids, obviously that is a good medication. But when you have a list of side effects for a heart medicine a mile long, what's the hell's the point in taking that?
And then when you start mixing medications too, it's like now you're talking about a cocktail. Like we have no idea what
the whole Tylenol thing. I hope to God Mike doesn't take some Tylenol because he has a fever. Because it's not just kids that it's affecting. But when people don't want to hear it, you just have to pray that they feel better.
Hope to God things will go right. A topic I didn't necessarily want to discuss because it obviously doesn't paint the right in the greatest of lights in certain ways. Now, a group of young leaders that are Republicans were caught this week in a Telegram group chat. And I want to state up front, I absolutely condemn these chats because our side can call it out when it's warranted and not just half-heartedly like the left sometimes does, especially like in the Charlie Kirk situation. Oh, we don't condone violence, but secretly we're happy about it. No, I'm not thrilled with anybody who even makes jokes about this sort of thing. And this is basically what it was. I mean, thousands of leaked messages showed leaders of young Republican groups joking about gas chambers, slavery, and rape in a private Telegram chat. So here's my problem with it, though. Politico is the one who put this story out. But when again, a lot of these were leaked text messages that were meant to be private, never see the light of day and things like that. And they were putting out these quotes from these chats completely out of context without the rest of the conversation. And here's just the quotes here and there that are bad, right? And I'm not, I'm not, any way excusing it. I'm not. But when you take things out of context like this, and a lot of these were meant to be like for instance, like, we're called racist Nazis all the time because we don't agree with the left-wing ideology, right? So there's been times where I've said, well, I'm a racist Nazi, half-heartedly joking because obviously I know that's not true, but people call me that anyway, so might as well roll with it, right? There's a couple of them here, like one person said, like, I love Hitler, a Republican said, when are we going to get to doing all this stuff? Like, so how many times were they just kind of joking around like, well, they call us Hitler, so, I love Hitler. So again, I'm not excusing it, but the context here matters. You know what I mean?
I saw somebody post pretty much what you said about condemning it, but that person has said some of the most vile shit in private that you could even imagine. So I'm not.
And we all have at some regard to some, maybe not to this extent, but we've all said stupid crap. Like we've had chats where like we're insensitive about certain things. So I mean, everybody does it. But again,
especially in a private conversation where you can, it's just like the whole retard. Like 2 years ago, we probably would have got canceled.
And I was saying it a while ago because it was in the meme, but again,
and I say it just because it pisses people off so bad, like
that's it.
It's like when we say Trump 2028. We say it because it triggers liberals.
Yeah,
he's not running in 2028, and we'd be absolutely against it. But because you're getting pissed off about it, we say,
hold on,
yeah,
that's what it is.
So a lot of the whole controversy behind this, like it's a private chat, like it's a group chat. The amount of things. Not in ours. We do say some wild shit sometimes. There's been a couple group chats, like pre this group chat, that got out of hand. You know what I mean? Like,
no, Digger says some wild stuff.
That's true too. Yeah, but we keep that private.
We've also had wild conversations, like the whole door hanging thing and the whole we needed that whole conversation. This is a group chat. There's a lot of group chats that have wild conversations.
Yeah.
And you're right. It could have been something as far as like because I've done this whole thing. Like where somebody say I'm this and then I'll just reiterate it, but make it even worse. You know what I mean? Like but it's in context of the conversation that we're having.
Or with Brandon sometimes. Like Brandon, me and Brandon have conversations sometimes. Like, I'll say something like, "You could be considered racist," but I know Brandon's a good sport, and we'll laugh. He'll call me a cracker, and we'll move on. Something like that. But again, we're joking. We know that in our context that we're not being serious, and we're not racist.
Yeah.
We never would be. But that's the kind of it's just.
But if you isolate your statement, though, it comes up. Perfect example, like the whole white vision thing earlier. Like
right.
There was nothing.
Nothing about that.
Nothing behind it, but it was like you said it. So if you just isolate that part, and if I clipped you saying this is the white vision and clipped it with something else that you said, I can make it sound fucked up.
Oh yeah, and put it on TikTok, and you get it like a million leftists hating me. Anybody can be taken out of context. And again, like I said, we're not condoning it, we're not excusing it, but there are things that can be. And by the way, Grok actually did a fact check about this, and even said that there are some who claim that there could be possible alterations even to these text messages to make them sound worse than they actually were. So again. So, I mean, even Grok's kind of fact-checking this. It's not verified and all this sort of stuff. So, yeah, there you go. But again, the left-wing media tried to run with this. And the thing that really pissed me off about it was that Politico, when you look further into this story, Politico had these leaked text messages for days. They specifically waited until October 14th to release this. Why? Because that's Charlie Kirk's birthday and his Remembrance Day. They were trying to paint the narrative that young Republicans who Charlie Kirk was heavily influential over, they're trying to paint the fact that his followers and those who believe like him are Nazi fascists. That's what they were trying to paint. That's dishonest, it's disingenuous, and Politico should be ashamed of themselves. This is why Trump calls them fake news and stupid. Yeah, they're not. Exactly. And that's the problem I had with it.
It's a very niche audience that they have, and those niche audiences are literal cult members, and they will believe whatever that's it. So it doesn't really fucking matter. Like,
not to mention, didn't a guy recently just get suspended, supposedly according to leftists, because of a joke? Jimmy Kimmel. But it's okay if Jimmy Kimmel jokes, but this is unacceptable. Again, I'm not excusing it, because I'll call it out where it should be called out. This was bad. It should not. And from what I understand, these young Republicans who were saying these things have been let go from their organizations and fired in certain cases. So they're being held accountable, as they should be. So let's get that straight here. But again, Democrats do not get to have the moral high ground after many on the left laughed, by the way, and celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. And they won't even come out and condemn or call for Jay Jones to drop out of the attorney general's race in Virginia for literally calling for the murder of an opposing leader and his kids, as we talked about last week. So don't sit there and say these young Republicans were so bad when you won't even call out your own like I just did. So, yeah, it's just hypocritical. And Matt knows how I don't like hypocrite. And I guess Matt's in the chat talking things up here too. I'm going to leave some of that out there for you. I'll probably this one. White vision, all leftists hate you, Eric. Yeah, I'm sure they do. But that's fine with that. I'm totally fine with it. I'll take it. Anywho, so that's all for the main topics. There was a few political quick hits I wanted to talk about. Kind of a new thing I'm saying. We're just kind of like a little quick little news items, and we'll wrap up the show here. First on the list is apparently the Pentagon, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War over there, has now implemented new rules for the press inside the Pentagon building, and that includes press is no longer allowed to roam free throughout the building. They also must wear a visible press badge as they're moving around, and credentialed press no longer are permitted to solicit criminal acts. So basically, the Pentagon has now the same rules of every other United States military installation ever. But the press and many outlets refuse to even sign off on the fact that they even understood the rules, let alone agreed to them, claiming it's against their First Amendment. No, this is standard procedure, and it should have been implemented years ago. Yeah.
The roaming free part is crary. You just get to walk around.
They were literally waiting for certain members of the, Secretary of Defense or like the Department of Defense or War, whatever you call it now, to come out of the bathroom just so they can ambush them for certain questions and stuff. Maybe, they just should be allowed, because this is like potential to like get classified information leaked and things like that, just allowing them to walk around the building. No, there should be some limitations, and now they're pissed off about it because they've apparently been allowed to do so for so many years. This should have been changed years ago. I mean, this is common sense stuff.
wild.
But the press are now trying to say, well, Trump's trying to silence the press and his dissenting voices. Shut up. I mean, I'm so sick of these lies. It's unridiculous. So ridiculous.
Crazy.
Yeah, this is common sense, man. Just common sense. So rare. It's what? A superpower. Apparently this week, as we mentioned earlier, Obama refused to give Donald Trump his credit for the ceasefire. He also apparently says he's now worried about kangaroo courts and weaponizing the DOJ because, he's not guilty of that, or his vice president isn't at all. Here you go.
We don't want, kangaroo courts and trumped up charges.
Talk about the pot calling the kettle.
That's what happens in other places that we used to scold for doing that.
When did you do that?
We want like our court system and our Justice Department and our prosecutors to be, and our FBI to be, just playing things straight and looking at the facts. And not meddling in politics the way we've seen lately.
There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people.
I hope he goes down too. I really do. Because he was guilty of everything he just said there. Everything.
Did you know how many slip-ups he had?
Well,
that whole thing?
Fair.
He pardoned everybody and all that before he left office. So,
yeah, I don't know how it's going to shake out, but yeah, it's just amazing to me. Everything that Biden and Obama and Kamala and all them trying to say Trump is doing, they've done. I mean, just within the last few years against Trump and his administration, they spun it to try to be like, oh, they were trying to defend democracy and shit. No, they're just as guilty of it. And what Trump is doing now is actually what he says they want. Fair, stick to the facts, all that. But no, again, it's just, I don't know how you untwist this, because people on the left are going to believe their left's the ones who's doing things by the book and straight, and people on the right, I believe, is the truth. People on the right, what they're doing. So I don't know. I don't see how we untwist this ball of yarn.
Well, be careful by believing everybody on the right, because Bolton is a Republican.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are some really dirty Republicans,
especially Trump's first term. Especially his first term. Yeah.
Mike Pence is one of them, and that slimy son of a bitch.
Yeah. I think I got a pretty decent bead so far of who I can trust on the right now. But yeah, there's some you got to keep your eye on for sure. But yeah, you got to look back, and see how things have gone in the past and looking at it now. So, yeah. But Democrats are reportedly planning to primary Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman because, like I mentioned earlier, he dared to praise Trump on the Israel peace plan and for saying that Trump and his supporters were not fascist and are not trying to rip up the Constitution. Here he is saying that.
To my family. I grew up in a conservative part of Pennsylvania, and I grew up and I know and I love people that voted for President Trump. But they are not fascists. They're not Nazis. They're not trying to destroy the Constitution, those things. And that's part of another thing. I refuse to call people Nazis or fascists, or I would never compare anybody to Hitler and those things. And now that kinds of extreme rhetoric is going to continue. We're going to be more likely in resulting in extreme kind of outcomes and political violence and doing all these kinds of things.
Nailed it. And that's exactly why you're getting all this violence right now, is because they pushed this fascist dictator nonsense and they refuse to stop because they want the violence. So all you left-wing nuts out there who say that we shouldn't have gun violence, well, maybe talk to your own politicians about shutting the hell up, because what they're doing is driving this. And good on Senator John Fetterman. By the way, who knew that he would have been the one sane Democrat in their party after suffering that stroke and all that stuff that he had, where he was really having a rough time? He's come around, and I think he may switch parties soon, because they're trying to oust him as it is. He may become a Republican.
I want to know if he's on something that helped bring him back, because he was bad for a while.
Yeah, it wasn't good to start. Yeah, I don't know if he just finally started seeing the idiocy. Or
well,
what?
no, I mean his speech and stuff. Health-wise,
yeah.
he was bad.
That too. Yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, he's doing a lot better, thank God. And he's actually a voice of reason on a radical party. That's why they're planning on ousting him. So again, this is a moderate type of mentality here. There may be like one guy in the Democratic Party who's a moderate. This is the guy. Everybody else, they want him out. Got to ask yourself why. Because he's not told. So yeah. And as Miranda mentioned, John Bolton, apparently he's officially been indicted. The former national security advisor, he's under Trump, has been indicted on charges of mishandling classified information. So your thoughts on this? I know you mentioned it.
Mustache is wild. Like
I know, it's crazy.
Well,
right? Yeah. It's the best picture I could find.
He was emailing himself notes, as far as I know. But he was copying 2 other email addresses. And I'm pretty sure it was speculation that those 2 email addresses were his wife and daughter. So the wife, Q drop, it says follow the wives. A lot of the wives are their handlers. Hillary's Bill Clinton's, Bolton's wife. Look at how evil and nasty Pelosi is.
About to get to her in a second.
Yeah. But they come from families. They've been groomed, usually by trauma, to be evil. And the family tradition goes on. So I just want to throw that in there because some of these people, like, it's bad. The higher up, like, it's going to be bad. The amount of crimes they're guilty of. Child, like, if you didn't hear, I'm kind of hoping you had Cash's thing from the other day when he was with Trump. He said they are rescuing children that were being abused by people in power.
Really? I wish I had missed that.
Towns, like, and they've been secretly in other cities that you didn't hear about rescuing kids.
Good.
And then on today's show from Josh, he was talking like, where are they rescuing the kids from? And they're underground.
Oh yeah, I'm sure of it.
Then we'll call them DUMBs, but they're not just military bases. There's people that own private firms that own places underground where some evil shit's taking place.
And I hope they all go down. I really do. And but regardless of that, and that notwithstanding that, because that's great. I wish I had known that. I'd played the clip. But yeah, that's good. But it's just nice to see that we're finally starting to get some arrests and indictments. Let's hope these things go somewhere. Because I'm still kind of waiting for, like, I saw a post earlier that was like all the Doge stuff, all the corruption we found from that. Where's the arrest for that stuff?
Well, listen.
I know, I'm trying to be patient.
Well, I know, but it's probably been at least a year from now. I listened to a survivor. She was abused by her father. He was currently the police chief. I think it was Virginia where they were from, or Tennessee, one of the two. The whole town was involved. Like, it started in the 70s with the high school kids. Those high school kids grew up to be sheriffs, lawyers, judges of the town. So it was just this, like, secret but open society of sex abuse and torture and whoever else or whatever else.
Sounds like,
and it
just sounds medieval and like just, well, evil for one, but like just old school, like you always hear like them people like burning witches and stuff at the stake. It feels like a weird cult, like, it's just disgusting. And
but
it is.
I mean, you just got to think of it. How much woods is there? There's so much stuff going on everywhere. I mean, Bigfoot's out there somewhere. So.
Yeah,
somewhere.
Sure. Yeah, somewhere. Probably in a redwood somewhere. No doubt. Well, last but not least,
I saw him in northern Idaho.
Really?
Oh no, southern Idaho, northern Utah.
Sure, it wasn't western Idaho, eastern Idaho. No, just maybe
Close. Maybe why?
Close. I'm just curious. You went north to
No,
south.
he dead ass on Bigfoot, man.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
Did you get a picture?
No,
Oh, damn it.
He was at camp.
I was
Yeah.
14. I didn't have no phone.
Oh. Wow. Well, yeah. No excuses. I'm just get you one of those get those like old little disposable cameras and get it out there in the woods.
Yeah.
I think I went to the camp store or whatever and picked up one for that particular situation.
Dude.
And we would have been like, yeah, that's it, man.
Have you ever tried to purchase something at a scout camp? Those things are like ridiculously expensive.
No, I'm sure.
Especially if they know you need it.
Man, that's
I've never been to a scout camp.
It's like the IU bookstore, I bet. That shit's expensive in there.
I've never been to an IU bookstore, but I imagine it's the same. Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that. Well, last thing before we get out of here tonight, perhaps Nancy Pelosi is also worried about potentially being indicted next due to her role on January 6th. And of course, now we know the whole report now that 270 some FBI agents were in this crowd, by the way, with plain clothes on, potentially instigating this whole thing. So people who still think January 6th was an insurrection, maybe check your facts again. Learn this new information that keeps coming out about this. Ask yourself, if they were trying to stop the insurrection, why were they wearing plain clothes? That's a good thing to think about there. So just keep that in mind. But Nancy Pelosi was questioned by a reporter, and apparently she snapped when she couldn't handle the question about why she turned down National Guard on January 6th.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day?
She can't even walk away without assistance. That's kind of sad.
Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know. We still have questions. Thank you.
I like the reporter's smile there.
Hey, she wanted to smack her. Hey,
Oh, hell yeah. How dare you? By the way, again.
Look at old boy in the back looking like,
Yeah. He's probably like, what the hell? But she was proud of herself here, as she should be, because she pushed her there. But again, by her own admission, Nancy Pelosi, that's exactly what she said about how that she takes responsibility for not getting the National Guard prepared on January 6th. She said it in her own words.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police?
She just admitted they asked her, and she's
I mean the National Guard.
Yeah.
Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
Because you didn't.
They thought that they had sufficient
No, that is not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
So she just admitted it, guys. By the way, I'm curious to wonder, this reporter who asked her this question at the beginning, I don't know if you caught it. She said, are you concerned that the new January 6th committee could potentially find you, guilty of this stuff? And that's when she kind of snapped. Has there been talk of a new January 6th committee, Marin? Have you heard anything about this?
I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be. Yeah.
Good. I didn't know this was supposed to be a thing. And hopefully this one will tell the damn truth. Because the last one, all they did was spout lies about what Trump did that day, like leaping into the front seat of the beast and taking the wheel and going all John Wick on Secret Service agents.
That story was hilarious.
Which, by the way, there's a divider between the front seats, and the guy they claim couldn't walk down a ramp is John Wick.
Yeah,
and then what's her name? Cassidy Hutchinson started to tear up about the horrible moments of that day. Yeah. It was a lie, ladies and gentlemen. The bipartisan January 6th committee that had rhino Republicans on it who were Democrats, and Nancy Pelosi refused to let Jim Jordan, pick the Republicans on the committee because Nancy Pelosi knew if there were actual Republicans on there, they would have pushed back against the BS. Simple as that, guys. But heck, you could probably throw Nancy Pelosi in jail for the rest of her life, as it were, over illegal stock trading alone, let alone what she did on January 6th. So yeah, so hopefully we'll get more arrests there, and hopefully she's next on the list. So you think that's a possibility? Hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I hope so.
I don't think so.
You don't think it'll happen? I mean, you
Yeah,
may not.
she's
You may be right.
She's too big of a fish.
Some of these big fish got to start going down, though.
John
At some
Bolton
point.
was the national security advisor.
Yeah, but he's not anymore, so he's a tiny fish.
Well, FBI director.
Well, Adam Schiff is about to be indicted.
Well, he should be indicted for the January 6th stuff alone that he committed.
Yeah.
M. Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, all of them. Republicans.
It's
Well,
about to
Schiff
be
is
a domino effect for sure.
Yeah, I didn't know about this new January. That's something I'd like
And
to get more on.
the James Comey thing, the 8647.
Yeah.
So, theory, most likely, he did that just so he could get called into the FBI so he could talk. He ratted them out. That was his safest bet.
Yeah.
Save
Go
his
in
own
there
ass,
and-
probably.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, we got Bill Maher on his show tonight talking about how Caroline Levin of the White House press secretary may be correct in stating the Democrats' primary constituents include Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. Wow, it took you long enough, Bill. Let's just throw this up here real quick. This is again, this guy, I swear, he gets so close, and then he has to devolve into his Trump derangement syndrome. Here he is.
President's press spokesman. This is a very official position. This is a quote from her. He said, Democrats' main constituency are Hamas terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals. Okay, but we do make a killer mocha frappuccino.
He didn't deny it. So, yeah. I mean, he's also talking about how I think you got to give credit where credit is due with Trump. A lot of people try to pull this off. He did. So, again, there are times when Bill Maher makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, but he's making a joke out of something that is very real. Though.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, exactly. So, but that's not a denial. That's not a denial.
I thought I'd do a fun thing with Q tonight, just because I was curious to see what tomorrow's deltas were. And there's just one. It says buckle up.
Okay, well,
Tomorrow,
all right.
Let's see what tomorrow says. I mean,
well,
today.
with the No Kings protest and all that stuff going around, I kind of worry about those getting violent, especially in those cities where there's ICE raids going on. I'm worried about
where
that.
it'll happen, though.
By the way, I didn't even realize till this week that apparently National Guard's been sent to Memphis, Tennessee, too. Again,
Memphis,
blue city in a red state, but yeah.
Memphis is a very big hub for drugs, everything.
I believe it.
It's bad there.
So good. I know there's a lot of courts trying to stop what they can do and what they can't do, whether they wear masks or not wear masks, things like that. But yeah, I'm fully behind the Trump administration and the National Guard on this. If you don't like that, go find another podcast. Simple as that. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that here on the channel. So yeah, you guys got anything else to say before we end the show tonight? I know it's been kind of a long show. We're ready to get out here, I think. So yeah, Brandon's like, I'm ready to go to bed. Right on, guys. All right. Well, for those of you who are finding us for the very first time, please, by all means, please click that like, click the subscribe button. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble. Don't forget to follow us on our X accounts at the bottom of the screen below. You can also check it out in the description box below this video as well. Thank you guys for watching us on Rumble, especially. We've been having some decent numbers over there. YouTube, pick it up, guys. I'm just going to say, but YouTube in general is kind of dying in some respects. Rumble seems to be the place where a lot of people are kind of flocking to nowadays. So good on them.
Yeah,
Rumble's a great
YouTube
place
has
to
shot
go.
themselves in the foot in a lot of
Yeah,
aspects, too.
sometimes. So yeah, but we're doing okay. We're doing for us anyway. I know we're still small. We're still trying to grow, but hopefully one of these days we'll get there. But if not, I'm doing it more for me and having fun with my friends here. So it's always fun for me. So thank you guys so much for watching. Take care, and we'll be back next week with a whole new episode for episode number 67 of the podcast. So we'll talk to you guys then. Until then, have a great week and a safe weekend. Be careful if you go out to any of these protests, and God bless. Later. So yeah.
Later.
Bye.
Later.